It's a private stream at the moment, me and you. Yeah, Twitch has been weird, Scuba. I'm not sure what's going on. I just closed it and restarted it. This is an off-stream draft. Yeah, I know, Twitch is being strange. I don't really know what the deal is. Obviously, you know, I suck at the tech side. Are other people having problems, or is it just me? Other streamers. Hey, what's up, Marza? It's other people, too? Alright, we'll see how it goes. What's up, Gibo Attack? You had problems too, Smush Fried? Okay. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't work and I have to shut it down, we will. It's not a special day or anything. Just going to continue drafting some Zendikar because I love the format. I also blame Goose. XO. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. If it's fine, then great. We'll do some drafts. If it doesn't, then I'll have to shut it down. It's not like, you know. I mean, I'm here and I want to draft. This is an off-stream draft. I'm like Diamond 1. We might hit Mythic this draft. I did a couple of drafts over the weekend while playing poker and did pretty well, including that 7-0 that I shared yesterday. So I'm like Diamond 1, so we can hopefully hit Mythic today. But if there's Twitch problems and it's not going to work right, like I said, it's just me drafting Zendikar as usual. Nothing special today, so if I have to shut it down, I will. But if I can draft and share it with all of you, then I want to do that. And if it's working fine right now, we'll continue playing right now, and we'll take it as it goes. Good night, Miguel Ryu. Let's see. Can't attack a 2-2 into a 2-3. I think I'm going to play the Skyclave Cleric as a land. Maybe not. It would be my only Cleric, so it lowers the cost of the Seagate. But I don't have any 3-drops this turn, so I can put a tap land into play. I'm not going to play the Gnarled Coney as a 2-2 either way, because they have a 2-3. But I kind of want more lands in play. This deck has like 3 Draga Visionaries, a bunch of landfall. It uses its mana pretty well. The only thing is, if I do just play the Cleric as a land, that blocks, well, yeah, it gives me a double block on the Stalker. And then if they pump, they wouldn't kill both. I guess it's right to play it as a creature, because it lowers the cost of the Seagate this way, and it gives me a block on the Stalker now. So that's the reason I'm going to play it as a creature. This is an off-stream draft. You didn't miss anything. We're doing best of 1, which is a little faster than best of 3. This draft just started. I'm 0-0. This is the first game. So I'm going to play out this whole one, and then we're going to do 3 drafts if Twitch cooperates. Twitch apparently has been having all kinds of problems today, all over the place. Yeah, I think we did, Cold Grits. I remember your name, so if you were Cold Grits online, that name sounds familiar to me. So I'm going to double block. If they have removal, they can 2-for-1 me, but neither of these creatures are particularly important. I have 2 good 4-drops to lay, and if I can't lay Colossus for a little longer, that's fine. Visionary should lower the cost of Colossus anyway. I killed Twitch, Foxy. You can blame me. Everybody's been saying Twitch is having a lot of problems, like, platform-wide today. I mean, I don't know. This is the first time I've logged on Twitch today, but I don't know what's going on. Other than hitting Mythic, I don't have anything special planned. So we're going to lay the Baloth first, because that's going to attack as a 6-5. The only incentive to lay a smaller 4-drop first, like Visionary, is if there's extra value in getting the card. Like, for example, to make a land drop. But on turn 4, we don't really have to worry about that. On turn 5, we do. So if I don't draw a land next turn, I'm more inclined to play Visionary than, say, like a bigger 4-drop like Baloth. But you can always play the land immediately if you draw it, so there's no real incentive to do that on turn 4. You can wait until turn 5. And now it's pretty clear. We don't have a land drop to make, although we'll probably play the Cleric if we don't draw a land. We don't have many Clerics, though, so this could also +1/+1 the Captain and things like that. But I think developing our mana is more important now. I'm sorry, y'all. Look, if I can't stream, nobody can. You know my philosophies on life. Like, fight everybody till the end, overly competitive, you know. If I can't dominate, then nobody else gets to even perform. That's just how I live my life, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about. I put chat on the screen usually, but I think it's so small and scrolls so fast, I can't imagine people can actually read it that well anyway. Like, obviously, if you have the chat open, you can read it fine, but if, like, the chat that scrolls across the screen, like, for the mobile users, I'm assuming you can barely read that anyway. So I think we should get the Beetle out. It's a good blocker against the 2 Stalkers. Also, if we Gnarled Colony or Captain, we're going to get 2 +1/+1 counters. So we actually want the Beetle in play first. Yeah, I'm not a cube guy. I'm not anti-cube, but, like, I don't know. I just think if there's a good limited format like Zendikar, it's usually way better than cubing. So this is getting dicey. Because even though my hand is full of giant monsters, like, we're not going to race those Stalkers, right? And now they have a Wizard, so they can activate both and hit me for 6, and then they just kill me in 2. I don't think 1/1s are going to help me. I don't think I have a ton of outs. I have a pretty good green-white creature deck, I think, with, like, 2 Beetles and 3 Visionaries and a good curve. But I'm not sure that I have much in the way of removal and life gain. I guess, though, there's no way that if I go Beetle this turn and then Captain or something next turn, I'm not dead. So let's just play the Visionary, I think, see what we get. It's not really any help. Obviously, this game is going to end before we play all of our cards, whether we do win or lose. So I don't mind playing the Colony as a 2/2 now, even though that's largely ineffective. I assume they'll probably just 6 me since it's so exact. Like, you know, 3 mana to pump each Stalker. I can't block them. I mean, I'm sure I have some outs. I don't know exactly what. But, you know, I think I have a Shepherd. And that would gain a decent amount of life. You know, I have Wizards in play, and it's a Cleric. Well, they gave me an extra turn, I think. They don't have 9 next turn, right? Even if they draw land, it's not 9. So I have a little more time now. Maybe I can sneak the Colossus in with Shelter for lethal if they take too much here. So, let's see. Do I need 2 blockers or 3? Just 2. So I can attack with the 2/3/2s, just hope they take some damage. Doesn't matter if they happen to block both and trade with both. I can just lay a land and play Colossus. It doesn't actually matter whether I play Colossus for 6 or 7. The goal here is just to sneak in damage and pray that somehow they don't leave up blockers. I'm able to, like, Shelter Colossus in for 7 and deal them lethal. Like I said, I don't think it's going to work. I might draw a Pump Spell. I might draw Shepherd or something like that and be able to, like, kind of buy a turn. And then from there, maybe I can sneak in lethal. I don't think I have much in the way of removal, but I doubt I have 0 Rabid Bites or 0 Bindings or whatever, so you never know what we're going to top deck. Alright, so they have blue and red creatures up, so we're certainly not sneaking in lethal. Pretty sure we're dead, but I guess let's start with Visionary, see what we get. Not how I would have tapped in case we draw Binding, but what can you do? And now I'm just going to attack with basically everything that can attack profitably. I need a couple blockers back anyway. I just played the Visionary, and sending the 2/2 doesn't seem particularly productive. If they know they can activate different multiple Stalkers, I'm dead, and I can't imagine they don't know that. But again, what am I going to represent? Visionary's good. I like Visionary a lot. 4 mana, 3 power, and it draws a card. It's basically a hill. It's like Rogue Refiner. You just pay 1 more mana. Pretty reasonable card for most draft formats. Life is good, Chico Man. I hope everybody had a good weekend. I know I did, not having to play any constructed tournaments. Just got in a bunch of poker and played a bunch of Zendikar drafts. This deck was already drafted. It's off stream. I'm going to pop the deck on stream real quick just because I need to see it because I don't even remember what I drafted. I think I drafted this right before I went to bed last night. I often will, like, get in bed and do a draft and then fall asleep and, like, either in game 1 or, like, you know, between the draft portion and game 1. It looks pretty good, though, right? So, very light Black Splash for Moss Pit. That's unlikely to be super worth it, but I guess it's doing a lot for me. I have Beetle, and I have Sproutling, and I have a bunch of things that put counters on things. And I have Roiling Regrowth, so I have pretty good sources. And then, yeah, I had to practice tactics as far as outs I could draw. Not much. Kabira Takedown, so I had a couple outs. I have Scoot Swarm. And I have a Binding. So yeah, there's like 3 removal spells. Seems fine. Melatonin draft indeed. Speaking of which, Shout out of the year to melatonin. I've always been the kind of person who was basically never tired. And now I just take like 5 milligrams of melatonin at midnight, and by like 12:45, I can't even keep my eyes open. Like, it's wonderful. I just feel like everybody else now. I'm just tired, and I just go to sleep, and I just wake up 8 hours later. It's so weird. Thanks, Bane on the Plane. Appreciate the subscription. Hey, what's up, Wanna's PC? Nice to catch you live. Well, this hand kind of sucks, but of course we can't mull it. Hopefully we'll draw a Plains, a 2-drop. Hey, we got a Mobius ready to start off the day. What's up, Mobius? How you doing? MDFCs are in Caldeum. Thank you, Wizards. MDFCs are awesome. We'll take them as long as you'll give them to us. After you let us play with them for 2 or 3 straight sets, everybody's just going to want them for life, just so you know. So you might as well just go ahead and announce it. MDFC's evergreen in every set. Okay, so we can play Sproutling or Scythecat. Scythecat can't block Blade Master. We don't even have that many kicker cards. I mean, obviously in the late game, Sproutling could get back one of our like 3 or 4 kicker cards. But here on turn 3, I think it just makes more sense. You're sure, Kuzin? I think it's possible, but I wouldn't say I'm sure. I hope you're right, though. That's good to hear, Fantasia. I'm also in my 20s, my early 20s, as we all know. So hopefully by the time I'm an old man, like, say, 37, I won't need it anymore. No real decisions here. Just drop the Baloth. You're welcome, Bait on the Plane. I love that drink. I literally discovered it like 4 or 5 years ago at Starbucks, and I've been drinking it like every time I go since. Like, I don't mix it up. It's just the greatest drink. The vanilla sweet cream cold brew. All right, let's see. We can double spell. We're gonna need to bind in the Fledgling. I wouldn't mind doing that now, but then we can't double spell. We can go Scythecat and Fledgling. I mean, that seems fine. Even if we end up taking, if they don't have a land, then we can block. If they hit us for 5, so be it. We can kill it next turn. Because like I'm taking 2 anyway if I binding the Fledgling this turn. This way we can double spell. Even if they have removal, we have a backup blocker, even though it'll just be a chump. And then next turn, we can binding the big Fearless Fledgling. Hopefully we don't die. Well, there's mechanics I'd like to see be evergreen, not mechanics I necessarily thought were going to go evergreen. I guess I'm just going to double block. Then I can save my binding. This isn't great. My other option is to chump the Fledgling, let's say, and put Scythecat on Blade Master. I don't think I want to do that. Could they have a pump spell? Like, what's available? There's the red +3/+2, but it looks like they're splashing red. I doubt it's for that. There's, like, +2/+1 to both their creatures. That would be brutal. It's not much. This looks like the right block to me. I mean, if I take 2 and go to 5, I can still bind in whatever they drop, or the Blade Master, and there's definitely value there, given I have a flyer and blockers for the Blade Master. I don't necessarily need to stop it. I mean, that's not that bad, because the Fledgling comes back as a 1/1, so it's almost like we killed it. That said, what are we going to do? I guess this is Visionary and hope we draw a land, and then we can take down the Fledgling or Blade Master, and that'll be great. I mean, if we miss on the land, are we dead? 2, 4, 6. No, we would only take 4, so let's make sure the auto-tapper wants to leave us a white. Hey, for once it looks like it's on our side. Okay, so we're not going to play either of these as a land, I don't think. The 1/3/+3 life could be huge. Takedown could be huge. I would have rather drawn a land this turn. Didn't happen, but we're not dead on board, and we can double spell and catch up next turn, so just gotta hope for the best, right? Thanks, Blistering. Appreciate that subscription. Alright, so what are our options now? We can go Cleric and go to 4, and then play Captain. That looks pretty good. And then we have Takedown and Binding. We won't be able to do both next turn, but whatever turn we Binding, we can't play another white spell anyway. And now that we drew land 6, we can double spell this turn regardless. I mean, I wouldn't mind taking down any of the creatures, but I don't really want to play a 2/2 Emeria instead of a 3/3. So this turn looks pretty easy. I think we just play Skyclave Cleric and Emeria Captain. If they brick this turn, we could turn this game. I mean, this is a very winnable game here. Like, our blocks aren't great, but they're not horrible. Hopefully they just add some little creature to the board. Well, it's not exactly a little creature, but I'm combining it. Now, they should attack with the 4/3. We pretty much have... We have to block, so we have two options. If I trade the Captain, Skyclave stops Blade Master. If they draw a land, I'm dead to Fledgling or Shepherd. If I chump with the Skyclave Cleric, I'm still going to have to stop Fledgling or Shepherd if they draw a land, Fledgling and Shepherd, and I'm going to have to stop the Champion. So I think we just block with the Emeria Captain here. If we draw Plains and they don't draw a land, we're fine. Shepherd was pretty rough here. This is a rough spot again now. Really need them to brick this turn. Okay, so no choices. Just have to Binding the Shepherd or we're dead. A land kills us, but a random creature, they don't necessarily have a great attack, because they can't attack with both because we would eat the Blade Master. So they have to draw the land. If they would have just put out like a random creature this turn, if they attack with both, we eat the Blade Master and go to 1. If they attack with just the Fledgling, we block it. Almost a comeback. That Shepherd really sealed the deal. Alright, off to a quick 0-2. Maybe this will be a quick off-stream draft. The deck looks pretty good. I mean, I don't know. If I missed any more subscribers, thank you, Ajani, and thank you, Blistering. Thank you, Bane on the Plane. Appreciate, the start of the week. First 3 subscribers today. Also, thank you, Mobius, for starting us off with a raid. Hope you had a good stream. This is draft 0. This is bonus draft. This is, I'm not the most reliable with my exact 3 p.m. start, so I like to give people time to trickle in, so it's an off-stream draft. Hey, Blink Twice. Yeah, everybody else is cubing. I'm not, like I said, I'm not anti-cube. I know a lot of the streamers love cube, so they're always cubing, so... I love Zendikar draft, so I might as well do that. If it was a draft format I actively didn't like, I might be cubing. No green lands. Yuck. It's a pretty good hand, though. I mean, the cards are all cheap. Root Grazer with the landfall cards is really good. I think I'm on 10 green sources. Should I keep this? I think I'm on the play, though. That makes it kind of rough. I don't think I can keep this on the play. Alright, at least we have lands now. Probably put back, like... What? Plains, maybe? No, we need forest and plains, so I have to put back swamp. Or, like... I guess I have the cleric. So this hand's, of course, a keep. What card do we put back, though? We want to go, like, 2-drop, 3-drop. I guess I'd put back swamp. The black is for a lone skeleton. Maybe it's not worth it. I don't know. But it does have synergy. I have Iridescent Beetle, Marasa Sproutling. Skeleton's really good, yeah. I have a bunch of ways to put counters on things. Like, it's a good card in my deck for multiple reasons. And I have a Roiling Regrowth, so I have an extra free source. Thank you, Hyenas. Appreciate the subscription. I'm sure I didn't pronounce your name right, but I do appreciate your support. See, you're a first-time subscriber. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Huh? Well, I don't know when I clicked to choose Forest over Plains. I was probably going to choose Plains since I have a bunch of cheap white cards in hand, but it shouldn't be too punishing. I am not planning on playing Cube this week. I'm planning on Zendikar all week. Send the car drafts all week. If they wanted me to Cube, they shouldn't have given us land spell modals and kicker in the same set. Don't blame me. Zendikar is awesome. The swamp is for Moss Pit Skeleton. Alright, I don't see any reason to play any of our land spell modals as lands. Even though we're nowhere near casting Stampede, we can cast the rest of our hand, so we're not going to play Stampede to help us unlock nothing. If we draw a couple of lands, Stampede could be game-winning. If not, we have other stuff to do anyway. So now we have Practice Tactics for 4, so I guess we just swing. Warrior, Cleric, Plant Elemental. And I gotta play the land, because if I do draw Plains, I want to be able to Stampede. Should be any land. I would have made this Pathway land a Plains. I don't know if I messed that up or if it just went into play really quickly. I'm not really sure what happened there. Can't do anything in response. Can't tactics, we're not in combat. One short of a takedown. Still can't do anything. It's a bite, not a fight. A takedown for 2 does nothing. Hey, we got a Reed Duke raid. What's up, Rita Rabbit? Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, I didn't need second Plains in play. Okay, well, I guess now it's Stampede as a land. Thank you for the raid. Raid Duke. That's a better pun than anyone LSV has ever made. Thanks. Hope you had a good stream as well. Trying to hit Mythic today. We're currently 0-2. We're like Diamond 1 and no tabs or something like that. Guess if I'm going to Binding that, there's no reason to do it pre-combat. You know what I could do? I could play the Visionary and then attack. I won't get blown out by removal because Practice Tactics will be like 3 different creature types. Cleric, Warrior, and Wizard. The only thing is like the 6/5 is way scarier than what's going on in play. So I kind of want to just Binding it and pass. Thank you, Milko Mix. Appreciate the subscription. Nice job mixing it up. Formerly known as Ixmoclim. I think that I'm not under that much pressure. I'm at 13 and they're at 7. The Visionary and Tactics line seems good to me. It's a little more risky, but it's pretty hard to 13 me. It's not impossible, but it would require a combination of cards. I mean, they probably have like a synchronized spellcraft or something, but like that's not gonna like blow out my tactics. They'd have to have 2 removal, which is highly unlikely. Thankfully, I have all 3 different types. If they go like synchronized spellcraft, I don't even take any from it because their 2 creatures don't have types. They have a 6/5 attacker I can't block, but you know, even Kazul's Fury or Royal Eruption plus that isn't lethal. They would need a 2-card combo. Yeah, I mean, even Double Royal wouldn't be lethal. That would only be 12, right? I'm not saying I'd win if they had Double Royal, but it's not even lethal. Huh? I guess they targeted itself with the Gazul's Fury on accident. I guess we're even on misclicks, me and Max. Yeah, I mean, if this was a Plains like I absolutely meant it to be, I could have binding. Like, I think I'll take it. I think that evens us up on misclicks. No decisions now. Let's just go for the win. Not saying if it'll work or not. Don't know what they have. Thank you, Epic Western. Appreciate the subscription. I hope it was a good movie. Thanks for supporting my stream. Thanks again, Reduke, for kicking us off with a really big raid, and Mobius for kicking us off with a raid as well. 2 raids to start the week. 2 great streamers. Hey, you pay your actors, right? Gotta do it. A stream is a show, so you pay your actors. I believe in fair pay for fair work. I didn't actually see that Tome Def, but I've heard it. Somebody said there's already going to be MDFCs in the next 2 sets. Hopefully they're right, and hopefully there'll be MDFCs in every set from now on. No reason to stop making those. They're incredible. I don't pay an exposure. I pay my actors well. Why do you think they do that? I pay them very well. You know that. Come on. The way that game ended, I mean, they misclicked on the Fury, didn't really add any creatures to the board, and then I binding the Stomper and attacked for the win. I do love McDonald's. Probably to my own detriment. My friend Zach actually described McDonald's perfectly a long time ago. He said it's the best food science can make. Meaning that, like, if you were trying to hit, like, the food that, like, was the most appealing to humans as far as hitting our, like, fat and salt receptors and stuff, McDonald's is just the optimal combination of that. The McRib's fine. It's not one of my favorites. I'm a double quarter pounder with cheese guy. I normally get a QP with C-meal. Like, I'd eat a McRib if you gave me one, but I wouldn't choose it over the quarter pounder with cheese. Now we got choices. I kind of want to play the 3/3, but I think it's right to play the tap land. We're not under pressure, and we're not going to kill them quickly. This is a 1/3 that gains life. So even though the 3/3 could attack into it, if you look at my hand, it's pretty important that I make land 4 on tap next turn and start playing Visionaries, because then I'll draw more cards and find more lands and be able to cast all these expensive cards. Okay, well, now I'm going to play Baloth like I covered last time. I can always play Visionary next turn, digging for a land. I want to get the 6-power attacker out here. We don't really have, like, in and out here. I think it's more of a West Coast thing. Shake Shack and Five Guys have better burgers than McDonald's, though I do think McDonald's fries are the best. But I also like all of it, so it's whatever. I mean, if you gave me a Shake Shack burger, a Five Guys burger, or a McDonald's burger, I'd be ecstatic either way. Like, they're all delicious. But I would rate those Shake Shack the best burger, Five Guys second, McDonald's third. But that's not to say I don't like McDonald's burgers. McDonald's burgers are delicious. And I do think McDonald's has the best fries on earth. All right, let's see. So land, then we can attack with a 6/5. They have no real blocks. And then Visionary, that looks fine. I'm going to play the takedown as a land. I guess I could have played Visionary first, but then I'd be tapped out, and they'd probably be more confident and might block if they wanted to. Whereas now I think there's no way they're ever triple blocking, because if I have removal, they have to bury their whole team. Hey, FP Geek. Oh, hopefully the stream is on YouTube by now. Missed you last Thursday. But last Thursday was a fun stream. Did 3 drafts and a little ads and chats on Thursday nights. Always appreciate everybody who hangs out and watches constant ads. My usual strategy is I show 0 ads the whole time I'm playing Magic, and then I switch to ads and chats once a week, where I just show ads every 8 minutes the whole time and just answer questions, kind of an Ask Me Anything / hangout. Best fries on earth, Pain Chest. Tell me fries better than McDonald's, but you're not allowed to lie. And therefore, if you say anywhere, you'll be lying. No plans for cubing, Julio Martini. See no reason not to trade. Our hand is really powerful. We want to cast all these cards before we die. So we could play we could play Visionary, trying to find a land, and then we could play Root Grazer. But that seems a little ambitious. I think I'd rather just put out the colony. If they kill it, we can get it back with the Sproutling. Five Guys is better burgers for sure. Their burgers are better than McDonald's, but I don't think their fries are. Not going to trade with the 1/1 yet. I might be willing to do that, but I've got to make sure I have blockers out for bigger, better things at the moment. Alright, so this looks like a pretty easy Visionary Root Grazer turn. Uses all of our mana, and we couldn't even play the Seagate. It went from 7 to 6 when we played the Visionary. There is a country called Belgium. I have been there. Haven't found any fries better than McDonald's. Hey, you're welcome, Giganto Bear. Yeah, I think it's a good strategy. I know Twitch is doing more pre-rolls these days and stuff. I can't do anything about that. Mid-rolls, pre-rolls, whatever. You know, companies in America, they're just going to keep figuring out ways to extract new and more profits every year. That's just how they operate here. I'm not in any way against making a profit. I don't really understand what's wrong with making the same profit every year if it's good. Like, I don't know why companies feel this need to have endless growth, but I'm guessing it's some corporate shareholder stuff that I don't understand. Like, you know, I get making a profit. I'm all for it. But, like, you know, if I had a company that was making 10 mil a year, I wouldn't be like, well, I got to make 12 next year. I'd be like, 10 mil's pretty good, right? Like, you know, like, I don't see the need for constant growth, but maybe that's why I'm not really, like, in business. Okay, let's see. So, I could double block the 5/5 with these two. That's a profitable block. I wouldn't want to take 8, though, so then I would have to chump with Root Grazer, which I don't really mind. I don't have landfall stuff. So I guess that's right, because I don't have a... Well, I could double block the 8/7, actually, but I'll lose both. So I guess I have 2 reasonable blocks. I can, like, double block the 8/7 and trade the Root Grazer for the Blightblade, take 5. Or I could double block the 5/5, I'll only lose one of the 2, and then chump the 8/7 because I can't take 8. Double block the 8/7 actually looks better, because that's only a 5/5 this turn. Next turn it goes back to being a 1/1 or, like, you know, a 3/3 if they play a land. And so I can, like, drop Seagate, which is bigger than it. I'm going to have to block the Death Toucher at some point. I'm happy to do it with Root Grazer. That seems fine to me. Yeah, now I can kick Sproutling and get back the Gnarled Colony. I didn't want to do it this turn. 7/5 is a lot bigger than 3/3. Because I'm not going to replay the Colony unkicked. I'm going to play it kicked. But for this turn, we can put out the 7/5, which is big enough to block Brushfire. Now we can kick Sproutling and get back Colony and pass back to them. I've got 2 Swamps and a Roiling Regrowth in here. So only 3 sources, but it's only a 1-card splash. Alright, so we have 8 lands, so I can do the Sproutling and the Binding. There's not, like, anything super exciting to Binding, but I guess GOP's good enough. That attacks as a 5/3. So let's go ahead and Binding it and hit for 7. I don't mind at all. If they play a land, I'll just trade my Sproutling for their Brushfire. I have Gnarled Colony next turn. It's not like this is a, you know, a 3-power creature. I mean, 7s add up quick, right? I'm not against the Arena Cube, Metal Mario. I'm just, I like Zendikar a lot. I'm usually pretty low on Cube. I've got no problem with the Arena Cube. I actually haven't played a single game of it. And I'm, like I said, I'm not anti-Cube. A nice low-power Cube, the Popper Cube. But as a whole, I'm just not big on Cube. I'm more of a Zendikar, Dominaria, grindy, interesting, balanced, limited format kind of a guy. What do we do now? I'm not really worried about an instant that pumps the brush fire, but I also don't want to go to 2. I mean, I have monsters. I have Gnarled Colony, and if I draw spells, that's great. If I draw a Black Source, I can unlock Moss Pit. I don't know if I'm going to chump the brush fire or not. I guess I probably should. Most turns, it's going to be a 3-3. Well, they're still giving me the option. But no, so if it's a 3-3 most turns, then Gnarled Colony can stop it. I don't really want to be at 2. Okay, well, 5, 8. So we can do both. As long as we use Sharn first, we can go get a land, and then we can kick Gnarled Colony. It's a pretty good draw. Don't mind if I do. People are playing this card in Historic. Oh yeah, I did play Max a couple games ago. It's true. Little rematch. You're right, Selthine. You can't search for a swamp with Yasharn. I do have 2 swamps in there, but Yasharn searches for a plains and a forest. Players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents. That certainly affects abilities in Historic, but not so much in Zendikar Limited, so I'll probably trade off Yasharn rather than the Colony. The Colony has Trample and gives Trample to the Skeleton and a few other things. Because Zendikar exists, deck list. Cube is good, but Zendikar is better. Hey, Socks, thanks for 21 months the entire time I've been streaming. Really appreciate your support. Oh, I love this limited format. It's the best since Dominaria, in my opinion. I'm going to play a land. I could hold it to try and hit for 2, but now I can block a 1-3, and given the life totals are 17-7. Plus, like, if I draw lands, I want to grow it, so. Hopefully we'll draw a swamp if we draw land. Alright, I'm going to attack as a bluff. I don't think they'll take it, but you never know. I might have a Roiling Regrowth. They might be scared to lose their creature. Because I'm not going to play this as a land just to grow the fledgling. I'm going to play it as a 1-3 body so that I get some life and get a Cleric out. So I might as well try and bluff in 2 damage since I have the Skyclave to block the Nectar Pot. Cool. Now there's no need to bluff. I want to play the Swamp so that I can play the Skeleton. Start attacking with that. The non-rare bombs, I mean, Roost is a mythic uncommon. It's way better than the second best uncommon, whatever it is. Nobody will debate that. Any pro, anybody worth their salt will tell you Roost is like a top 10 card in the set. Like, none of the other uncommons are close. Then after that, the good uncommons, I don't know. I think Thwart the Grave could be next. Bloodchief's Thirst is really efficient removal. Journey to Oblivion is pretty good removal. I can't think of them all off the top of my head. Vine Gecko is excellent. A lot of the Cleric cards, if you're Clerics, are really, really good. But if you're not Clerics, they're not that good. Same is true, of course, of like the Rogue Lord and Rogues and some of the other stuff. I mean, Haste Minotaur is quite good, but I don't think it's in that. I don't think it's better than any of the cards I named. I don't know if it's in that top level of uncommons. It is excellent, though. Thank you, MTG Rojo. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the 9 months of support. All right, I think I'm going to put the counter on the Skyclave. I don't think the Moss Pit Skeleton really needs to be bigger, but I see no reason to miss a damage. Either way, I'm going to have a 1-power and a 2-power creature out, so it's kind of like partial haste if I put the counter on the Skyclave instead of on the Survivor itself. And if I... Oh, no, they're not dead because they can buy back Kazul's Fury, but they're going to have to literally block one of the 2-power creature and then before damage, throw the Stomper at the Skeleton and take 1. So they're not literally dead because they drew Stomper, which is effectively 2 spells because it can pick up Kazul's Fury and Song Mad Treachery. But they can't do anything right now with Song Mad Treachery. Can't cast it, or then I'd just attack with all 3 and kill them. I would just take the 5 and then attack with all 3 and kill them. I don't know why they didn't pick it up. Well, now they're dead, I guess. That's weird. I mean, so they should have picked up both. They couldn't, like, do anything awesome. I would have still attacked. I'd still be at 9. I'd attack with all 3. They could have put Stomper in front of Skyclave. Kazul's Fury did at the Moss Pit and took 1. And then they'd have Song Mad Treachery in hand. I'd be at 9. They'd be at 2. Now they're just dead. Like, they weren't in good shape, but they wouldn't be dead. They'd be at 2, and I'd have the same 2 creatures out. Actually, the board would be identical. Except because the skeleton would still die from the Kazul's Fury. So the board would be identical. If they had picked up the Fury and the Song Mad like they should have, then their play was put the Stomper in front of the 2/4, sack it to Fury, and deal 5 to the Moss Pit, take 1 and go to 2. So the end result would be I'd have the 2 creatures out, they'd have no creatures out, I'd be at 9, they'd be at 2, and they'd have a Song Mad in their hand. So they'd be in bad shape, but the game isn't completely over. Yeah, white-blue has the draw 3, gain 3, which is white-blue is a party deck, so the draw 3, gain 3 is excellent in that deck. You frequently pay like 3 to 4 mana at instant speed. It's really strong. Spoils of Adventure is the name. This hand looks good. Finally drawing some good curves. It's going well. How are you, Nate? Well, if they didn't think they could take both and they had to choose, they should still have chose the Kazul's Fury, which would have left them not dead. Stomper picks up 2 lands, so they could have just took both, and they should have. Song Mad wasn't going to kill me by any stretch. They couldn't even cast it then. But why not have a Song Mad in your hand instead of a 9th land in play? But they, even if they didn't know they could take both, then you take just Kazul's Fury, right? It's like not close. Turn 2 Fledgling, turn 3 Scythe Cat, turn 4 Visionary. That's a pretty good curve. Don't mind if I do. Right, they frequently do this. It's a good concept what people are talking about right now in the chat with signposts. A lot of times, I wish they wouldn't do this because it kind of gives away the game, but a lot of times what Wizards does now is they make the gold on common when there's cycles of gold on commons kind of representative of what the color pair is supposed to do. Like, for example, blue-black is rogues, green-red is landfall, and the uncommons will represent that. Blue-white is party, and that's something they've done frequently in a lot of sets. They don't make 10 gold uncommons in every set, but when they do put gold uncommons in the sets, if there's like a, black-white gold uncommon or a blue-green gold uncommon, it very likely, not definitely, but it very likely is a good indicator of what that color combination wants to do in that format. That's what people are talking about with signposts. And they're 100% right. So here I think I'm going to play Skyclave. I'll just play Visionary. It grows the captain by the same amount because having a warrior out doesn't help grow the captain since it's a warrior itself. So I could have played Cleric and Warrior, but that helps play this at the same size. It's 1 more power out. But I also want to make land drops and keep doing more. So basically I had the choice between Sellsword and Skyclave Cleric, which puts 1 more power in play, or Visionary, which gets me the card. Even though I don't need the card yet, if I draw lands and make land drops, I'll double spell sooner or later, given I have a bunch of 2 mana cards in hand. So I think there's more value in giving up the 1 power in play, which most likely wouldn't be able to attack or block anyway, assuming they play a creature, and in exchange for getting the card. Okay, so I do want to get the Cleric out, though, before Captain. I think I'm happy enough to trade Visionary for Windrider. I don't mind sheltering here, because I kind of want to play a Myriad Captain next turn if I can. But is there anything they could do to blow me out? Because I don't want to get blown out. I mean, if they enter the Royal in response, it's not that bad. If they play like -4/-0 draw a card, though, that's pretty bad if I go for Shelter. And if I pass to them and they go for it, then I can blow them out with Shelter. So I think if I attack with Visionary, I have to pass to them. If they play a trick, then I can use Shelter. If they let the trade happen, then the trade happens. I'll just play Visionary again. That seems fine. So I'm going to pass to them if they do block. If they don't block, then post-combat, I'm just going to play my two little creatures, not the Visionary. The reason is because I want to be able to play the Emiria Captain. So I want to have my Cleric and my Wizard in play. Now I can play this as a 4/4. I don't even think there's a Rogue in the whole deck, so we're not waiting for a Rogue. But if they did block, I was going to pass. This way, if they go for a trick, I can blow them out with Shelter. And if I go for Shelter, then they could blow me out with a trick. And the trade was fine. If they would have blocked, then the trade happens. I can just play another Visionary post-combat. Yeah, Cardboard Live and Untapped are both open and don't seem to be working. I'll close them and reopen them. I know Twitch has been having problems all day, including at the start of my stream. Twitch seems to be working fine right now, but I don't know what the deal is with Cardboard Live and Untapped. They're both open and both not working at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. I restarted them. It doesn't say anything about an update required, but I'm not any sort of tech whiz. All right, let's see. So I'm going to play a land and then attack. I would rather play Emiria Captain this turn than Visionary. So I think I'm going to play the Emiria Captain pre-combat. I'm still going to have Shelter mana up. But this way, if they trade with the Visionary in combat, I still get the max counters on the Captain. So this gives them a little information, but I think it's worth it. Cool, it's working now? Okay, I just restarted it. That's all I did. Same as last turn, I'm just going to pass. If they trade, cool. If they go for a trick, then if Shelter interacts positively, I'll probably do it. If not, I won't. No big deal. I don't need the Visionary, but if they go for like -4/-0 draw a card, and I can take them off, draw a card, and have my creature live and theirs die instead of theirs living and mine dying, that's certainly worth a Shelter. But if they just let the trades happen, I'm cool with that. Then I can use Shelter to protect either my 4/4 flyer or my 5/4 growing trample, and that's certainly more valuable than saving a 3/2. Remember, you don't have to use your cards as soon as possible. Your goal is to use your cards for the most value possible. So if I were to use my card to save a 3/2, I'd have a 3/2 out, and my 4/4 flyer would be dying. Instead, I'm going to use my card to save a 4/4 flyer, because that's more value. And if they weren't able to kill the 4/4 flyer or the 5/4 trample, well, they were going to lose to them. Someone said weird discard. Oh, too late. I didn't catch what they discarded. We're 3 wins away from Mythic. Good stuff. Glad we won a couple games with this deck, too, because I think this deck's pretty sweet. I was kind of disappointed to be 0-2. Now we're 3-2. I mean, the blue-red rare isn't, like, it's fine. Like, you're never cutting it. It's a fine 1/2 haste that can lower the cost of spells. It's not like a broken card just because it's rare. Alright, we have a white land, so this hand's fine. It's not, you know, amazing, but I'll just put out the white land tap turn 1 so that we can go Sellsword, Sproutling, and then Yasharn if we draw a land. Unless we draw a Swamp right away, I'm not going to hold the Sproutling. I think I have 3 kicker cards, so in the late game, Sproutling can get back something, but if it's my 3-drop, I'm just going to plan to play it on turn 3, right? Even though this trade isn't pretty, I'm going to make it because I know that I have a 4/4 coming out in a couple of turns, as well as just a 3/3 coming out next turn. So even though I don't really want to trade my 3/1 for Blightblade, I know that Blightblade is only going to trade with even better cards, right? So now I have to decide, do I want to trade my 3/1 for their 2/1? I think the answer to that's still yes. I don't really have ways to push it through, and I don't really have a need to have the Warrior in play. Obviously, now I'd rather play Scythe-Cap than Sproutling, because next turn I want to play Yasharn, and then I can just have the Sproutling sit in my hand till the late game. So if I didn't draw a better 3-drop to play, I would have happily played it as a 3-3. Happily is not the right word. Anytime you're a gamer, you don't get max value, you can't be too happy, right? But there's nothing wrong with playing it. But of course, like I said, now I'd rather just put Scythe-Cat out. And now we can Yasharn. While they're extra lands, it's still a thin out. It's good with landfall. No real decision here. Yasharn is just a sweet card. That's why I would have traded the 3-1 for the Blightblade if given the opportunity, because now the Blightblade is stopping Yasharn. Hopefully we'll draw a Swamp. Well, now the Blightblade's just biting Yasharn. And it's a poisonous bite, so Yasharn is dying. So, let's see. Now I have some real choices, some real strategy. So, I could Binding the Blightblade, because, again, it's going to trade with something big. But if it trades with a skeleton, I can get the skeleton back, so that's not that bad for me. Also, my hand doesn't really do anything anytime soon, so I kind of want to save Binding for their first real threat, and I think just take 2 damage a turn for a little bit. Because I need to prolong this game, right? I have 3 black sources I'm trying to draw into to unlock not only Skeleton, but then Sproutling to get the Skeleton back. And I could also draw Gnarled Colony, and I also just have a bunch of landfall and stuff. I'm not going to play all my lands in case I draw landfall, but I do want to be able to double spell, so I'll probably hold like 2 lands. Hoping to draw one of those 3 black sources, or just good green and white spells. I mean, there's no more black spells in my whole deck. So my only bad draws now, really, are, like, you know, plains and forests. So hopefully we'll stop drawing those. I'm excited for Kaldheim. I'm always excited for a new limited set. I mean, what limited player isn't, you know? At some point, we have to just stop drawing plains and forests. There really isn't that many, and I searched 2 out with Yasharn. Alright, there's that swamp. They haven't done anything better. I'm going to go ahead and Binding the Squid. The reason I'm binding the Squid and not the Blightblade is because if they draw an island for, like, Cunning Geyser Mage or something, I don't want to get tempoed out. Whereas because I have Marasa Sproutling, the Blightblade for the Skeleton trade is actually just great for me, because then I'll just kick the Sproutling and get it back for free. So I didn't want to Binding a creature as bad as Squid, but I waited a while, and now I have a 5/5 to trade with better things like the Stomper. Well, not after they pick up Vastwood Fortification, but what are you going to do? Might have sort of punted there. What did I pronounce bad? I'm sure everything, but... I guess forcing them to use the Fortification on the Stomper doesn't really accomplish anything, and I'm already pretty far behind, so let's just play the Sproutling. Don't ask me why I kicked it. Hopefully they don't have anything. I mean, if they have, like, Into the Royal, they can bounce, like, the Sproutling, but then I would just replay it, and if they bounce the Skeleton, I'll replay that, so it's not really that big of a deal. Oh, wow, that's bad. That, on the other hand, is quite bad for me. Didn't really have a choice. I couldn't block with just Skeleton. They have Vastwood Fortification. Yeah, this is a lot of Flood. I'm not really playing that many lands. There's not much we could do about this. I mean, if I'm Binding the Stomper, like if I hold the Binding, maybe I win. But also it was turn, like, 8 or something. And I mean, they clearly weren't holding creatures that cost less than 6 mana. And I didn't really have much reason to put Stomper in a blue-green deck. I thought it was a lot more likely they'd be holding Cunning Geyser Mages and Royal Mages and Into the Royals and stuff. So, while I'm not super happy with how I played this game, I don't necessarily think my plays were wrong. I think it just didn't work out. We know what we're drawing. This game's over. Let's get to a fresh draft. At least after the 0-2 start, we won 3 in a row, finished 3-3. I mean, this deck was fine, nothing special. I think, 3-3 is probably about right with play skill. I probably average like 4 or 5 and 3 with this deck, but it's just a green-white landfall. We had a fledgling, we had a beetle, a root grazer, scythe cat, some visionaries, Yasharn. Obviously a perfectly fine deck, but certainly nothing special. And let's get into the first fresh draft of the day. Hopefully we're going to make Mythic today. I'm Diamond 1, so we need like 4 or 5 more wins than losses. Hoping to do it. Thank you, Scarnow. I'm sure I didn't pronounce your name right, but thank you for your support. Is Bestiary worth playing without green mana? Oh, I assume you're talking about like Life Crafters and Kaladesh. Probably not. The ability to draw extra cards is what makes it really good. 3 mana artifacts, grind 1 each turn is great. I mean, there might be some type of decks that might want it. But in general, I'd probably say no. Well, we can first pick a Shia. It's pretty good. I mean, it's not like S-tier super broken, but it pumps all your landfall stuff, and it's just huge. It's a pretty good card. It's even immune to Into the Royal, which is kind of nice. Otherwise, what would be the next best cards? Like Takedown and Deadly Alliance, which are pretty close. Yeah, I mean, Ashaya I think is clearly better than those. So I think this is just a pretty clear Ashaya. My next choices out of this pack would be Deadly Alliance 2nd, Takedown 3rd, I think. Shepherd 4th, Pack Beast 5th. Hello, Scoot Swarm. Oops. I thought it was going to hold the card. Is that like a bug or a new thing? Normally when you click on something, it like reserves it. It doesn't just auto give it to you. I don't know what just happened. But obviously Scoot Swarm was the right pick. I meant to look at the rest of the pack and talk about it. It's been a bug for months. I didn't double click. I'm pretty sure I just clicked once. But maybe I mean, look, I didn't intend to double-click, and I don't think I did, but yeah, so anyways, I'm sure Scoot Swarm was the right pick. It's a broken green rare that works really well with Ashaya. That said, I meant to look at the pack. Shia plus Scoot, does that go infinite? Probably not, but I don't know. Non-token creatures are forest, so no. Because the tokens aren't forest that make more tokens. They're non-token creatures. All right, I'm going to click on the Rabid Bite and see what happens. Of course, that's the right pick. Yeah, and then it locked it up. Maybe I clicked twice. Maybe it was a bug. I don't know. But looks like we're going to start the first draft of the day with Scoot Swarm is definitely a bug. It is an insect. Good pun, good pun. That's a Ben Stream pun, not an LSV pun. I accept it. So, this draft, we're going to start drafting the easy way. I mean, broken green rare into broken green rare that works with it into the best green common. Life is good. Seems like we'll just take Deadly Alliance. I mean, if we're seeing that and Vanquish 5th, it seems like a no-brainer. I mean, green landfall would rather be green-white or green-red, but green-black also has the upside. When your broken cards are creatures, you can get them back from the dead with things like Blood Beckoning and Thort the Grave. But really, at the end of the day, this is just about seeing 5th pick or 4th pick, Deadly Alliance, and Vanquish. If they want to send me into green-black, I'm cool with that. And look, now there's 5th pick Soul Shatter, which is about as good as Deadly Alliance. And then there's also Zoth Consumption and Vanquish, which are excellent too. I think Soul Shatter's the pick. But it seems like nobody's drafting black, so green-black it is. Looks like a pretty easy Roiling Regrowth. That card is good with Landfall. It's really good with Scoot Swarm and Ashaya. We can splash if we pick up like another Reclaim or something. I would love a Root Grazer and green-white Landfall, but we have to play black with these cards. You can see black's just wide open. Here's a decent black uncommon Landspell modal and 2 good black 2-drops. We're not super interested in the Skulker, but I'd happily take Blood Priest, but I think we just want the Landspell modal. This could save our broken creatures. And I mean, even though we don't have 2-drops yet, it's only pack 1. We have plenty of time. Yeah, I think Roiling Regrowth was substantially better than Baloth if that was the pick. So, Oblivion's Hunger is not great right now, but it's often very good in black-green. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be counters matter or not. We're black-green, that's what the color combination does. We don't have any counters matter cards yet, but we don't know what we're going to open. So we're playing best of one. I'm not going to want to Skitter Sneak. We're not going to main the Broken Wings. It's a good sideboard card, so I'm going to take Shepherd. We could splash it very easily if we want to. Hey, the Baloth came back. The Vanquish came back? That's the second best black common. Are people just refusing to draft black on here? What is That's a Zoff Consumption 13th pick. There's one other card in the pack. We just got a 12th pick Vanquish the week and a 13th pick Zoff Consumption. What is going on in this draft? Are people just anti-black in this format? Like, black's good. Black's probably the best color. Black has Deadly Alliance, the second best common, and then Vanquish and Feed the Swarm, 2 more good common removal. And then it has, like, Blood Priest, which is a really nice 2-drop. Skulker's a really nice 2-drop for rogues. Blood Beckoning is good recursion. Like, black is probably the best color in this format. Alright, well, this pack is not exciting for us. We do already have a Shepherd to splash and a Roiling Regrowth, so we could take Journey. Vine Gecko can be really good in green-black counters matter. Not as good as green-blue kicker, but still quite good. We don't have any kicker cards, but, I mean, Gnarled Colony's kicker, Blood Beckoning's kicker. I mean, we could Reclaim the Waste's kicker. Hopefully we'll get some. I think we want a Vine Gecko. We're hurting for 2-drops, too, at the moment. Seems like a pretty easy Feed the Swarm. If we don't end up with a lot of counters matter stuff, it's way better than the Shadow Cat. If we do, then we might prefer the Shadow Cat by a little bit. But given only black-green players can use the Shadow Cat, we should get the Shadow Cat back unless the one other black player at the table or something is green-black. Pretty easy. Gnarled Colony. See, that time I only clicked once again. I think this is just a bug. Like, sometimes I think it just gives you it on the first click now. I think it's honestly just a bug. So now we have an interesting choice between Canopy Baloth and Shelter. I mean, we're doing a landfall theme, but that doesn't mean we need all our cards. Every landfall card we can get. It doesn't really matter much. It's good with a Shia. If we do want to splash Shepherd, then, I mean, Shelter's a great card to splash because it's a land spell modal. But, I mean, I guess I don't want to splash for Shelter, and if I don't have reasons to splash yet, I should just stay 2 colors. And Canopy Baloth's a very solid playable, right? So again, Reclaim and Canopy Baloth. I think I might go with Reclaim, though. That'll give us another way to fuel the splash should we want to. It's also good with the Vine Gecko, and this deck's pretty mana hungry. We have 2 Canopy Baloths. I mean, I'll play a third. It's not like I have too many 4-drops, but I think I want to grab the kicker card here in the second fixer. That pick could definitely be wrong. Skyclave looks good. I mean, it works with with any counters matter synergy, and it works with Vine Gecko, and we're just like a mana ramp type deck. I'm happy to have a Vine Gecko. I mean, I'm happy to have a Skyclave Sentinel for this deck. And it's defensive as a 3-drop, and we have massive late-game power. So now Blood Beckoning and Canopy Baloth looks like a tough pick. I think I just go Baloth. I know I want to get some kicker cards, but again, it's not that important. Well, I would happily take Beckoning here, but there's Deadly Alliance, 8th pick. When I said if the other black drafter takes Skyclave Cat or whatever, Sky Shadow Cat or whatever it's called, I guess I was wrong. I guess I'm the only black player in this entire pod. I don't even know what's going on. You should not be getting Deadly Alliance's 8th and Vanquish the Week's 13th and Zolaport, Zoff Consumption's 15th, like 14th. Like, literally, there's just nobody else playing black in this entire table. Like, that's just ridiculous. So this pack is not exciting. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Feed the Swarm. Not going to take Chandler to splash. Cheaper cards don't make for great splash cards. And I got that Shelter back. So if I'm going to splash, it'll probably be white since I already have Shepherd and Shelter. I really need early drops, not late. I mean, my curve isn't horrible, but it's not great. I have Gnarled Colony and Vine Gecko for 2 drops. But at least I won't get run over if I draw feeds, right? I can always feed their 2-drop. Hey, I'll take as much removal as you want to give me. There's no such thing as too much removal. You might draft it a little lower once you already have a lot, but you can never have too much kill a creature. Well, I do have 2 white fixers plus a white land spell modal. I have Roiling Regrowth and Reclaim. Luminarch Aspirant is pretty busted, though it's way more busted on turn 2 than later. So I think I do want to do a light white splash with Shepherd and Shelter now. So I'm going to grab this Aspirant. That's a good card to splash for. Even though early drops aren't as good as splashes, I mean, that's just a really, really good magic card. I don't think Swarm Shambler is great, but I think it's better than Stampede or like Jerboa. I mean, this is just a bad pack overall. Thank you, Misuki211. Appreciate the 3 months of support. Now it's a hard pick. I feel like there's a chance we can get the skeleton back. There's definitely no other green-black players. I think I just want to take Gnarled Colony. Colony Ambush is better than Gnarled Colony, but we have the Vine Gecko, and I just want to have some 2-drops, make sure I don't get run over. My deck has a really high power level already. Colony Ambush is good, but it's slow. I think I just want the good 2-drop and just prevent myself from getting run over. If there was no... Moss Skeleton is definitely the best of those for my deck. I'm just pretty sure I'm going to table the Moss Pit Skeleton unless somebody goes out of their way to hate draft it. There's no way that anybody else at the table can play Moss Pit Skeleton, right? It's literally impossible. So maybe somebody will hate it, otherwise I'll table it. Marasa Brute for type, Brute's pretty bad. Maybe Stinger for type. Do I have any rogues, though? Like, can I ever turn it on? No. I don't think I really want any of these, but I'm going to have a lot of lands. I'll grab a Scale of the Heights. Since we do have the White Splash, I think this is a Reclaim. I kind of want the Blightblade for type, and I haven't actually picked up a Blood Beckoning yet, but I have 2 Malika Rebirths and a lot of removal and not that high of a creature count. Meanwhile, I am going to splash white for some pretty good cards, so I think that I just want to grab another Reclaim while I can. So this is Arbor Major Expert. I think Expert is better. I don't think these cards matter because there's no sideboarding. Otherwise, Smite would be a clear choice. That's another nice 2-drop. Can always play Stampede. So I didn't get back the Skeleton, so I got punished for my greed for once. Not that I'm hurting. This deck is totally busted. We're going to have to cut a bunch of cards, so I'm going to assume we can't play Scales. I think they're fine in this deck, but there's just not going to be room. So we have, what, 3 black land spell modals, and then we have 2 white ones. I mean, we're not going to use more than 2 planes. Probably going to use exactly 2, possibly only 1. So then, do we have any green ones? No, and we have a bunch of green fixing, so we need a lot of green sources. Let's say we play like 10 green sources, ideally, because Reclaim counts as a forest. I mean, counts as a plains in a swamp, but not a forest. Same thing with Roiling Regrowth. And then we don't need anywhere near this much black because we have 3 black land spell modals. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 black sources before any swamps. So if we play like 3, that gives us 9 black sources. So something like that looks good. I think we have a bunch of free white sources, so, I mean, I don't think I want to be cutting Luminarch, Aspirant, and Shepherd. They're pretty good cards. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of lands. I'm not saying it's right. I'd like to cut more. I mean, I don't know what I'd cut. I could cut a Plains and Stampede. I mean, I don't mind a high land count. I am a landfall deck. I would like to cut like maybe 1 or 2 more lands, but I really want to play 10 forests because I have double Reclaim, Rolling Regrowth. I mean, I could cut up to 1 swamp, 1 plains. Remember, with all these black land spell modals and white land spell modals and 2 Reclaim the Wastes and a Roiling Regrowth, I have a lot of black and white sources. Yeah, I agree Stampede isn't really helping much. I guess we can get rid of Stampede. And then we don't have a double white card. We can get rid of a plains. That looks better as far as lands. Now we're still on 14 hard lands, plus 2 Reclaims and a Regrowth for 17, plus all the land spell modals. So I think that's better for lands. We can cut Shadowcat. I don't actually have counters on creatures much. I have Swarm Shambler, Vine Gecko, 2 colonies, a little more than I thought. Aspirant, Sentinel. Okay, maybe I can't cut Shadowcat. And if they mill a plains, like, I still have Shelter as backup, and I only have 2 white cards that aren't lands. The odds they mill your 1 plains are pretty low. Like, I'll search for it right away on turn 1 a lot of the time to make sure they can't mill it. I don't think that's a big concern. Well, Stampede is out, but not for Hunger. We still have to cut 3 more cards. So what's cuttable? Nothing from here, really. Our 2-drops are really good now. Not really cuttable. I guess Skyclave Sentinel's cuttable. It's good in this deck, but it's cuttable. Shadowcat, I guess, is cuttable. We took Colony over Skeleton because we thought the Skeleton would probably table, and the Colony wouldn't, because it seemed like we were the only black player at the table. Greed is good, Pi Kappa. It wasn't in this case, but it is good. Vine Gecko, what's our kicker count? Yeah, I guess we have 2. I mean, we have 2 Gnarled Colonies, 2 Reclaim the Wastes. Turn 2 Gecko, turn 3 Reclaim is pretty good. Could cut a Baloth. It is good with the Ashayas, and we do have a high land count. I think we're going to get rid of the Sentinel and the Shadowcat. The last cut is pretty hard. Could be a Baloth. Only 3 party creatures. The Aspirant, the Expert, and the Shepherd. Yeah, you're right. But Shepherd counts itself. I guess I could cut the White Splash. I mean, I am cutting Shadowcat and Skyclave Sentinel, which are pretty good. The White Splash is almost free, though, and I really like this card so that you gain life and don't die to flyers. Oh, yeah, and the Blood Priest. I forgot that, too, yeah. Shepherd is one of the cards that's grown the most on me over the course of the format. I don't know if I want to cut Blood Priest. I agree it's not an exciting card. I mean, it's certainly my weakest 2, so if I have to cut a 2, I guess it has to be Blood Priest. And I guess, to be fair, the Shepherd is Cleric and the Aspirant is, but it does lower the cost of the Deadly Alliances, which is kind of nice. And my curve's good. I shouldn't need to do that. I can't believe I might cut a Blood Priest from a deck. I don't know if I've ever done that before. I mean, I could cut a Swamp. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's still plenty of black sources. I'm just going to cut a Swamp. Remember, it's 13 lands, but not really. There's 3 black land spell modals, that's 16. 1 white land spell modal, that's 17. And then 2 Reclaim the Wastes and 1 Roiling Regrowth. So we're basically on about 20 lands. So, you're right, I won't Thunderwunk. And of course, I draw a 2-lander, but I mean, whatever. We have Regrowth. We're not mulling this. We're on the draw. Hopefully, we'll draw a land. We can go Colony into Regrowth. Life is good. If not, Colony into Rabid Bite by a little time. Hello, B. Smith. I don't know if B is for Ben, but if it is, great name. Just my unbiased opinion. No decisions here. Ben S's are always representing, but you knew that. Bens unite. All the Bens of the world, Ben Kimball. Alright, so we'll trade just because we're trying to prolong the game and keep our life up. That didn't work out well, but we weren't looking to Rabid Bite away the 2-1 this turn. We have Roiling Regrowth, so I don't even mind. Slow them down, take their turn 3, and then we'll start dropping monsters. I am going to Roiling Regrowth right now, so it doesn't get countered. It's pretty important. Go get a Swamp and a Plains. We do want to get our 1 Plains early, make sure it doesn't get milled, especially against a black-blue deck. And of course, like, I have a lot more black cards than white cards, so we're going to get 1 Swamp, 1 Plains. I've been good. How are you, Thunder? And now we can start with the monsters. Seems like we just play a Shia. Because I'm awesome, MemGG? I don't know. I have Cardboard Live and OnTap GG open, so there's nothing I can really do about that. So we're falling behind. they don't have a second wizard, I think maybe I just Deadly Alliance the Diviner. Because if I play the Canopy Baloth... So, no, I guess I want to play the Rebirth so that I can Zoth Consumption, because I'm probably going to need to do that. And then, yeah, I'll Deadly Alliance the Diviner and play the Malika Rebirth. If they play a land, they can 6 me, but then there's no flyer out. And next turn I can play Canopy Baloth and Rabid Bite. And then if I end up stabilizing low, I have Zoth Consumption to bail me back out. Alright, it's getting tight. I can go Canopy Baloth, and then I can fight off the Geyser Mage. If they play a land and attack with everything, I have to trade with the Squid or I'm dead, and then I go to 1, and I'm facing 2 creatures. I mean, Zoth buys me a turn, but you really don't want to use that until you turn the corner. What are my other options? I could go like Scoot Swarm, play the Zoth as a land, and then I could still Rabid Bite, and I have 2 Scoots. But I can only bite away a 2-1. If they don't have a land, the Squid can't attack. If they do, they hopefully don't have any more spells too. So I think Canopy Baloth Rabid Bite on the Geyser Mage is a pretty clear line. Yeah, the Rebirth would have been okay last turn, but remember, it's 2 life. We're already behind. I don't think that's where we really wanted to be. So they had the land. This is bad because it means I can't even eat the Blood Priest. I'm forced to block the Squid. But again, if the last card in their hand is just a land too, it's still a very winnable game. Like, I know my back's to the wall. I'm dead to +1/+0. If they play a creature here, I'm in really bad shape. But if the last card in their hand's a land, if I can Zoth and then go Scoot, or I can go like Scoot land and make another Scoot, or I can play Scoot and a bigger creature. Well, Feed the Swarm does not work too well at 1 life. I can go Scoot, play the Zoth, make another 1/1. But then I will never get out of range and I can never feed. You know what I could do? I can Zoth to 5. They attack me back to 2. Then if I draw a land, I can go Scoot, play the land, make another Scoot, and I can feed the Duelist. So I think that's probably right. This is looking pretty bad. I mean, feed was obviously not a good draw there, but... Did I get better looking over the weekend? That's impossible. I was maxed out on good looking before the weekend, so I don't know how I could do that. Okay, that's actually a pretty good draw, right? If they don't have anything, we can go to 4, and then that stops their 2 creatures. Brick, just for now. You can draw stuff later. Because now I can go like Scoot, land, Scoot, and take over. So just brick now. Brick this turn. I don't want to be at 1. Ugh. Because now the feed is back off. And I can't go Scoot, land, make a Scoot. Sigh. So close, yet so far. If I drew a land, I could have still went Shepherd, go to 3. Feed, go to 2. No, I'd be dead. Yeah, I'm dead now. Doesn't anybody ever brick when you need them to? Yeah, I mean, I'll feed early and aggressively. I know you can't get low and save feed for their best removal. Remember, I drew feed towards the end of that game. I never really had a window to use it. Like, I'm not super happy with the end of that game because I did draw all spells and I would have liked to have been able to turn the tables, but I really just needed them to not draw Geyser Mage that turn. Like, they could draw it next turn, you know what I mean? It's not like I needed them to not draw it indefinitely. I just needed, like, a brick there. Alright, this hand's not great, but it's fine. Rebirth's a swamp, so... we can cast a few things. Thank you, ZitZJ. Appreciate the subscription. 7 months of support. Thank you. So I think I'm going to attack because the Gecko's actually not that good for me, and they don't know that. So they might trade the Pack Beast where they normally wouldn't. And if they take it, whatever, then I get to play Blood Priest, which is a great blocker, obviously, since its ability is Drain. Hey, a bunch of subscriptions today. Thank you, Steven Stanwood. I appreciate the support. Alright, so we can play Baloth, and then that stops the Pack Beast. We won't have a blocker for the Paired Tactician, but that's okay. We're attacking first, about to make it 21-13. Also, the Canopy Baloth's attacking as a 6/5. And even if they have removal here, they hit me for like 6. And then I can just hit for 4 back and Deadly Alliance the Tactician. So I'm not that worried about the Tactician growing once, because I don't mind killing it if I need to. And if the Pack Beast grows to a 3/2, that's not much different than a 2/1, given my creature's size. 2/2 and 2/1. Well, I appreciate the support. Y'all are the ones who make this happen. I tried out streaming when I got the MPL contract in the start of 2019. I did not expect to keep streaming after that contract ran out, but it's your fault. You made my stream too popular. I did not expect this, so now I'm forced to keep streaming, so blame yourself, Steven. If they want to sack the Pack Beast just to get it to counter, they're more than welcome. I mean, this is a free kill. This is great. I mean, this is just not a good play by them. Now I can untap, drop a land, Deadly Alliance the Scorch Rider, and hit them for 10. I guess they thought, like, maybe both creatures would grow or something like that. Like, that attack makes sense if the Pack Beast grows and the Paired Tactician grows. But since only the Paired Tactician gets a counter, they're basically sacrificing Pack Beast and tapping their Paired Tactician to put +1/+1 counter on Paired Tactician. And deal me 4 damage, but I was way ahead in the race. Their attack makes sense if the Pack Beast would have grown also. But good games, Azorus Monkey. All bends are great. I don't make the rules. I don't actually know if that's true, but historically, Ben seems alright. Ben Franklin was pretty cool. I guess we had a President Benjamin Harrison. I'm not too familiar with his administration. I mean, certainly all Bens are not great, but Ben is a great name. Oh yeah, Ben Carson. Yeah, good point. No, but I mean, whatever. Bens are great. And there's a lot of great Bens in Magic. There's Ben Stark, there's the Ben Sack, there's Ben Rubin. You know, a lot of Magic players like to joke, are you the best of your name in Magic? And I think that at this point my career in Magic has passed Ben Rubin's, but I was not the best Ben in Magic when I played the first time on the Pro Tour. Ben Rubin is an old school or Hall of Famer with 4 top 8s, and obviously I'm biased, and Ben Rubin's great. But strictly from a career perspective, I was not the best Ben in Magic until at least like after Paris. It's a common name. Obviously, all Bens are not great. Some Bens are great. Some Bens are okay. This Ben is this Ben. But like I said, the Ben Sack, Ben Rubin, Ben Stark, Ben Whites, Ben Friedman, Ben Lundquist. There's a lot of Bens in Magic. I was usually like the only Ben in my class growing up, but it seems like it's a really common name among Magic players. I don't know why. Alright, so what are we searching for? Swamp and Plains. We already have 2 forests. Just go grab those other lands. Uncle Ben with the rice. I'm definitely going to drop a Shia over killing the Sorcerer. I have no problem with Soul Shattering away Rockslide Sorcerer. It's a great creature, but I'm putting down... It's not even actually a 7/7. It's actually going to be like a 10/10 next turn. And the Acquisitions Expert can be used for mana. So right now, with land and Acquisitions Expert, next turn I can cast Shepherd and Blood Priest, and then attack with, like, what, a 10-10 Ashaya and cast both of these? I will not be playing Cube. Well, looks like they're going to kill it. It's going to involve 2 Royal Eruptions. So it's not a bad exchange, but they got to do it. I am not related to Tony, unfortunately. I wish I was. I'd have access to that cool suit. Alright, again, I don't have any 1 toughness things out yet. I'm not against killing Sorcerer, but I think Shepherd's a better turn. Hey, thanks, Dolphin. Appreciate the 2 months of support. I'm not against Cube. I just really like Zendikar, and a lot of streamers are doing Cube, and I think Zendikar Limit's just wonderful, so I just wanted to keep doing it. So, alright, I don't know. Now I have an interesting choice. I think I kind of have to block so that I can Soul Shatter away the Sorcerer and play the Blood Priest. Otherwise, I can get a free kill on the 2-1. I don't really want to lose the Flyer, but my deck has a pretty good late game, and since they played another 4-drop, I think I have to make this trade just so I can, like, Soul Shatter away the Sorcerer and then play the Blood Priest. I'm going to hold the 2 lands because I have some landfall. I mean, my deck's filled with monsters, so hopefully I won't flood out from here and can draw some stuff. Well, tons of subscribers today. Thank you, Jigsaw Jameson. I see you're a new subscriber. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, Sorcerer's not, like, the best against Scoot now that I have this many lands. I could always go Scoot, land, make a Scoot. They could ping 1, then I could go, like, land, make a Scoot. But it is annoying. And Azorus Monkey subscribed. Thank you for the 3 months of support. Really appreciate it. Yeah, drawing a lot of lands. I mean, my draws have not been good today. We 3-3'd the off-stream draft. I don't know what I'm in this draft, 01 or something. Trying to make Mythic. I'm in Diamond 1, but I think we need to win like 4 or 5 more games than we lose. So I don't know if it's going to happen today or not. If I don't make Mythic by the end of the week, I'll probably jam until I do Thursday. But hopefully we'll just get there today. Start winning. I'll reset Cardboard Live. It's been dicey today. I don't know why. It doesn't say anything about an update. I'll happily close it and reopen it. Thank you, Mytholog. Appreciate the subscription. That trade seems fine. Good beats. It's a free kill. It's a good... Chilling Trap's a good card out of the Wizard's deck, but I mean, I just lose a 1-2. No real decisions here. I'm not going to Roiling Regrowth to thin out. I can use that as +4/+4 with the Canopy Baloth. I will use it just to deal 4 to them. I don't think the Canopy Baloth's going to need to be bigger. Although, I guess it could save it from Synchronized Spellcraft and Royal Eruption at instant speed. So that's some incentive to hold it. So we'll see what we draw. I'm definitely not Roiling Regrowthing end of turn. Okay, so if I play a land and Colony kicked, I don't have mana to pump the Baloth with Roiling Regrowth, that's fine. If they kill it, I still have the 4/4 Trample, which is bigger than their 2 creatures. So I think we pretty clearly want to play a land and attack with Baloth. If they play any tricks, or if they like double block, planning to burn it or something, of course we'll leave Roiling Regrowth up. If they just like chump it or take 6, then I'm going to play Gnarled Colony post-combat kicked. All Abzan all the time. That's my strategy. Or Abzan, as they want it pronounced. I remember back I was doing commentary with Marshall, and like Abzan was like the thing in Kaladesh or some set. Not Kaladesh, Khans or whatever, and it was pronounced Abzan or Abzan or whatever. I don't know. I can't say it. And when he was like, hey, like and he wasn't like seriously on my case. He was just like letting me know that like the pronunciation guide said to pronounce it that way. And I literally was just like, I'm not even like seriously, like it's Abzan. Come on. am doing well. Thank you for the generous 100-bit donation, Zach Stream. I appreciate the support. Alright, so if I attack with a 4-4, they can double block. That's no good for me. There's no amount of blockers they're going to be able to put on the ballot since I have Roiling Regrowth, so we just got to chill. If they go for Royal Eruption or Synchronized Spellcraft on the ballot, we've got Roiling Regrowth to save it. If we get to attack with it next turn, then we can play a land hopefully first and then attack. Hopefully they don't have Bubble Snare. That's a clean answer. No, I cannot say Temple of Malady. I did call it Temple of Malady on camera once. It's a Middle Ages temple. But I do know malady is a real word. That one was bad because I mean, I know the word. I know what it means. It's a real word. Like Obzan, Abzan, Obzan, whatever, however they want it said, like whatever. That's just Wizards' made-up pronunciation. I mean, listen, they put a lot of work into the cards. We'll pronounce them the way they say whatever, but it's made up. Whereas, like, malady is just a word. But, you know, whatever. Alright, so now Roiling Regrowth saves Canopy Baloth from Royal Eruption by pumping at instant speed, so that's gas. All words are made up, but some are more standardized and standard use, and some are literally names made up on the spot that we wouldn't, you know, that we wouldn't know previously. So, all words are made up. That's true, but there's a distinction there, I think. Okay, so now I'm going to give them a good double block on the colony because I have another 4/4 trample, but more importantly, if they block the colony with like the 3/3 and the 1/3, then they don't have a block on a 6/5 that kills it. So basically, if they put 4 power on the colony, then they can't put 5 power on the Baloth. And they don't have a good double block on the Baloth, but it is my best creature. And if they want to trade their 2/1 and their 3/3 for it, then they don't have a profitable block on the colony. If they want to trade their 3/3 for my colony, that's a small trade down for me, but then they don't have a good block on the Canopy Baloth. So even though they have a slightly profitable block on the colony, I'm sending both, because they don't have good blocks on both. So it helps open the door for the other one. And I'm pretty happy with how that worked out. Canopy Baloth can stay locked for a turn. I'm not under any pressure, and I don't have any more lands in hand. People are like, there's just a reach in the background.
Yeah, well, so the apartment building sent out an email that they're going to have a drone going, literally gonna have a drone being flown to check out people's balconies for some holiday contest, and then they're just like, if you want your privacy respected, close your blinds. And I'm like, what if you just didn't do a contest that had a drone flying while looking into our apartments?
Alright, apparently my apartment building is doing drone surveillance.
Yeah. No, it's a holiday contest then. The premise is good, so it's okay.
A bunch of people in the chat said hi, and Miserloo says I have to say that to you and let you know that the chat says hi.
Hello, chat.
Apparently, well, Rachel explained it. Apparently, they're doing some kind of holiday contest. Okay, so I wouldn't play the Aspirant Pre and pump the Baloth because the Baloth's a bigger one, if not for the fact that they were at exactly 5. So this forces a chump block this turn. So if they draw removal next turn, then the 2/1 is gone, and if they draw another blocker, they can't just double block. If they were literally at 6 or 4, I would not play the Aspirant pre-combat here. I would just attack with the Canopy Baloth. I would play the Aspirant pre-combat, but I would pump the Aspirant with the Aspirant. But since they're at exactly 5, I have to pump the Canopy Baloth because it forces a chump block.
But yeah, it's a balcony decorating contest, and even though I thought the whole thing was supposed to take pictures and put it online, I guess they're also sending out a droid to, make sure they get all the submissions and...
Yeah, that was a good game. That was fun.
Anyways, bye chat.
Apparently they did. I mean, it's supposed to be like a good thing. She explained it. I guess there's a holiday contest. People are decorating their balconies, so they're just gonna go video every balcony, and then they can look at it all and judge the winner.
Yeah, I'm really I'm just super hypersensitive about invasion of privacy by landlords. I'm really stay 100 feet away from me, please. So I hate this personally.
Hey, what's up, Grustin? I didn't decorate our balcony at all. I don't know if Rachel did, but I definitely did not. Alright, so like I said, I'm going to reclaim, get the planes. Now we don't have to worry about getting milled. Luminarch Aspirant is the kind of card you want to get in play as fast as possible, because every turn it's out, you get a +1/+1 counter. So getting it going right away makes it a lot more broken. That's actually why it's not a great splash. But again, I have 2 Reclaims and a Roiling Regrowth, so I'm on like 4 white sources. Oh, plus the white Landspell Modal, so I'm on like 5 white sources. So I'm going to play it turn 2 a decent amount of the time. Alright, no reason to Soul Shatter. But we do have to decide if we want to Reclaim. While we don't have land 4, if we Reclaim for land 4, we don't have land 5. So this is interesting. Given we don't have any 4 mana cards, I'm inclined not to Reclaim. I think if I draw a land next turn, I'm just going to Reclaim with Kicker, and then I'll have an extra land for the rest of the game. If I don't draw a land 4 doesn't actually do anything for me right now, right? That's my girlfriend, not my sister, Queen Fart. My sister is cool, too. She's graduating med school this year. Shout out to Sabrina. She's in her 4th year now. Oops, gotta play the Swamp first. Yeah, if I draw Baloth, that's when I regret it. But it's not like I do nothing, right? Like, let's say I draw Canopy Baloth next turn. Then what I'll do is go Reclaim for land 4 and cast either Feed or Shatter, probably Feed. Obviously, I'd rather put Baloth out, but there's a lot more lands in my deck than there are Canopy Baloths, right? And I don't think I actually have a lot of 4-drops. I know I have like 3 Canopy Baloths, but I think that's my only 4-drop. Yeah, the opponent said good game because binding on Aspirant is awful because the counters just start going elsewhere. Alright, I'm just going to feed the binding so I can keep attacking with my Aspirant, even though it's a really bad target for it. And I can now pump the Expert so I can get in with both. I don't think they punted. I think they knew that. They just had to slow down the 3-3 because they didn't have anything else to do. I think they were just caught between a rock and a hard place, frankly. You can feed enchantments, Sellat. It might be the first time ever Black has had destroy target enchantment. I know they've had, like, Farika's Libation, you know, target player sacks an enchantment, things like that, but I don't know if there's ever been a Black card that literally had the text destroy target enchantment before Feed the Swarm. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Hey, thank you, Say No to Garth. Appreciate the 6 months of support. Thanks for supporting my stream. Tons of subscribers today. Thank you, everybody. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so now let's just use Rabid Bite. Soul Shatter can kill big things. There's nothing they can do in response. I want to spread around the +1/+1. Of course, we're winning the race handily, so we'll attack. And I was going to play Zoth Consumption as a land. Turn 2 Aspirant is totally obscene. I completely agree with that. No, I don't often draft Abzan. I don't splash that often in this format. I'm not sure that the lone skeleton splash was right last time. I probably wouldn't have done it, except I had the Sproutling and very few kicker. And, I mean, when you're green and you get a couple of free sources, like Roiling Regrowths and Reclaims, you can end up with a lot of sources and off playing, like, 1 basic. But I don't splash a lot in this format, and I definitely don't think Abzan is some kind of tech or something. I wasn't going to even splash for the Shelter and the Shepherd. It didn't have to be Aspirant. Like, if I'd gotten, like, a Journey of Oblivion out of a pack that didn't have, like, a good card in green or black, I would have splashed that. But if I had finished this draft without the Luminarch Aspirant and just had Shepherd and Shelter, I wouldn't splash. Alright, I'm going to be greedy. I know that's a big shocker. I could regrowth, start doing other things, and then play Scoot Swarm and play a land, you know, but I'm nowhere near 6. This way, if I play the Scoot Swarm, if I draw a land, I can go land, make a Scoot Swarm, Roiling Regrowth, make 2 more. I mean, it's just making 1/1 saps. It's not making Scoot copies yet. But nonetheless, I can get more value this way, and, you know, I'm greedy, so. Alright, let's see. For now, I think I just passed the turn. I'm not worried about 1 more mill. I might need to Roiling Regrowth with the mill on the stack so they don't hit the only planes. Maybe if I'm going to do that, I should have just done it on my turn. I mean, I figured it made more sense to leave up my mana because there's a chance I'll Vanquish something instead of Roiling Regrowth. But I guess if I can't really risk them hitting the only planes. I should have Roiling Regrowth on my turn. This was a mistake. It's not that bad because if they counter the Roiling Regrowth, you don't sack the land or anything. You sack on Resolution. But given it unlocks like my whole hand, and if they mill that Plains, it's my only Plains. I should have done that on my turn. That was a mistake. So if we draw a land Shepherd, I can't let them just keep milling me. I think I'm just going to vanquish the Rune Crab. We've got to prepare for the long haul. We're not ending them anytime soon. But my hand is loaded with power. I already have Deadly Alliance for a better creature. Geyser Mage does nothing. I'll throw my insects in front of it. And then my hand is loaded with power cards here. So, like, even if they kill the Scoot or whatever, like, I mean, I have an endless supply of good threats. I can't let them just keep milling 3 a turn, I don't think. I'm probably going to play the Shelter as a land, but I'm going to wait because I'd rather do it to pump the Baloth and give it an attack, since I don't have any more lands in hand. And if I draw a couple lands in a row, I might end up holding it and using it as a spell, not a land. We'll see. But I'm holding it now just because I think I don't need land 5 next turn or anything, and I think there's more value in playing it to pump the Baloth. Well, I did vanquish the Rune Crab on my turn. They didn't get, like, an extra free mill. I could have done it the previous turn, but I wanted to Roiling Regrowth. Remember, milling you only matters if you deck, right? Like, if they mill 3, 6, 9 cards, and then you finish the game with 8 cards in your deck, or you finish the game with 14 cards in your deck, it's the exact same thing, right? Like, you don't care. Milling wins the game if it decks you, otherwise it doesn't do anything. The only way I screwed up this game was I should have Roiling Regrowth on my turn, not on theirs, because I didn't want it countered. And with them milling 3 cards at a time, I don't care if they mill 6 or 9 cards. That's irrelevant. That has no value. But what I care about is if they milled my only Plains, it would have shut off the Shepherd in my hand. So that's a pretty annoying little swing. I wish I had had the Shelter available then, but I didn't. I can play the Canopy Baloth, block the Colony. They can still attack with the Bug Catcher. Or I can play the Shepherd. Then they can't attack with the Bug Catcher or the Geyser, but I have no block on the Colony. I think I'd rather use 5 here. And I'm just going to play... No, I'm not going to play the Shelter. Because if I draw a land, I can play the Canopy Baloth with Shelter up to protect it. So I think I play the Shelter. I mean, I think I play the Shepherd and hold the Shelter. Because if I play the Shelter, that doesn't unlock anything. I can't double spell. But if I draw a land, I can go Baloth and then land and then have Shelter up to protect the Baloth. Well, okay. Now I don't know what to do. Maybe I just Deadly Alliance the Colony here and play the Shelter so that I can then have Zoth. I don't want to play the Zoth as a land because I'm going to end up stabilizing low if I stabilize. So my choices for this turn are whether to play Shelter as a land or not, because I would certainly rather play Shelter as a land than play Zoth as a land, and whether to play Deadly Alliance or Canopy Baloth. I see no reason to lose the game to like an Into the Royal or something. They can't even Into the Royal the Gnarled Colony. So I think I pass the turn and then Deadly Alliance the Gnarled Colony. I think I play the Shelter as a land, pass the turn, and Deadly Alliance the Gnarled Colony. Yeah, I'm not worried about Concerted Defense, but I am worried a lot about Into the Royal. Plus, they could just have like a Chilling Trap or another Chilling Glacial Grasp or something. I mean, we're also just getting really low. Like, theoretically, if they hit me for 6 here, Baloth doesn't save me. I know I untap Shepherd too, so if their hand is all lands or whatever, I can still win. But this is, like, not a good situation. If they have an Into the Royal, I'm in pretty rough shape anyway. And if they have anything that does any damage, I'm literally dead, but nothing we can do about that. So if I Zoth, or do I play Baloth? If I Zoth, that's 4 life, I'm at 6. If they have an answer to the Shepherd, I die. If they don't, the Shepherd's a good blocker for these two. If I play Baloth, if they have an answer to the Baloth or the Shepherd, I die. If not, the Baloth isn't a good blocker, but the Shepherd still is. So, I'm dead if they have, like, a removal or bounce regardless. So which one do I want to play? It makes sense to play your creatures before stuff like this, but there is value there. Like, for example, if they're holding Anti-Cognition, If I Zoff first, I could win. If they counter the Baloth, I lose. And I could also double spell with 2 Baloths next turn. So I think I'm going to play the Zoff this turn. I think it's more likely they have Anti-Cognition than Negate, though both are possible. And I think next turn, if they don't have anything, then but they play a creature, if I draw a land, I can double Baloth next turn, whereas I'm never going to be able to double spell with the Zoff. So the main reason for this play is to use 6 mana instead of 4, but it also plays around like Anti-Cognition. Of course, I'm dead if they have an Into the Royal or Bounce or whatever. That kills me too. That would have killed me either way. It's a 3-power creature. Sad panda. Yeah, any 3-power flash flyer, any bounce, any removal, I was dead no matter which line I chose. So the reason I chose the Zoff line was because I have 7 lands. So next turn, if I draw a land, I could double spell with 2 Baloths. Whereas if I were to play a Baloth, next turn I can't... well, I guess I could double spell with 2 Baloths anyway since I had 3. But... but yeah, I just played a 6-mana card over a 4-mana card. They had roughly the same effect on the board that turn. But yeah, I was dead to the Living Tempest or the Into the Royal. They didn't need both. But I was fine on board. If they didn't have that stuff, Shepherd eats the attacker, so. And if they drop a creature for party type pre, they can't like attack with both, because then I would just put Shepherd in front of the 3/2 for the free kill. They could attack with the Bug Catcher, but then I would trade Shepherd for it, take none, and then I could play my Baloths. So I think that line was right. I think I just fell a little too far behind. Road to Mythic. It's a tough one today. 3-3 the first draft, and we're 3-2 here. So we've advanced 1 game towards Mythic today. We are on draft 1. 2 more today. Well, another nice 2-lander. I mean, I'm not going to mull this. I have 2 2-drops I can cast. I've got 20 lands in my deck, effectively. And I've got a 3-drop and some cheap removal. I've got my 1 white, so I don't have to worry about that getting milled. Hopefully we'll draw lands. So no decision. We play the Gecko first. Because if we do draw lands, maybe we end up kicking the Colony on turn 4. I know it's not likely, but if we draw 2 straight lands, it's what we're going to do. So there's 1. And again, no decisions. I'm going to put out the Scoot because I don't have any more lands anyway. But if I'm 1 land away from kicking the Colony now, which will get us a counter on the Gecko, and this will be a 4/4 instead of a 2/2. If they kill the Scoot, I'm not ecstatic, but it's not a big deal. Like, my deck has plenty of power, and I don't have many lands in hand. I have done turn 2 Vine Gecko, turn 3 Roost a couple of times. It is a treat. Not for your opponents, and probably should be banned from Limited. Roost, that is. But turn 2 Gecko, turn 3 Roost is sick. So we didn't draw lands. I think I'm going to attack with the Gecko. If they want to trade for their flyer, that's cool with me. And then do I play the Colony? I think the answer is yes. I don't want to fall behind on board while I'm looking for lands. And I drew Baloth, so if I draw a land, I can always play Canopy Baloth. If I had drawn like another black removal, I probably wouldn't play the Colony here. Because if I drew a land, I'd want to have the Colony to play. But since I drew a Baloth, I think I'd play the Colony. No, I don't really like foil cards and stuff. Like, to each their own, but it's not my thing. Okay. Still no land, but we've got Reclaim, so we can go Reclaim for a Swamp. And then... oh, we could kick the Reclaim. Whoa, that's way better. Then we get 2 lands. So we're just going to do that. And then I'm going to attack with both, because even though we're a little behind, I don't know whether they want to use those Flora Hedgens for mana or hit me for 1. If I knew they were going to attack with both of them because they had nothing to cast, then I wouldn't attack with the Gnarl Colony. But they might just use them for mana anyway. Like, so I'm going to go ahead and attack for 5. Because it's a pretty close race at this point. And I don't really want to race with my hand, but... again, I can't block the flyer by leaving the Colony back, and they may use the Flora Hedgens for mana, so... I'm going to hit for 5 and see what happens this turn. This turn we're in good shape now. We can go like Scoot Swarm, play a land, feed the Swarm. Or we can just slam Shepherd or something. Just gains 2, but it also blocks their flyer and swings the race. I guess for now there's no need to do anything pre-combat. So let's go to combat and attack and see what they do. Okay. So now, post-combat, we can go Scoot Gecko. That looks pretty good. Or we can go Scoot Feed the Flyer. That's pretty good. I don't want to keep taking hits. If I get low, Feed is off anyway. I think it's just Scoot and then Feed the Swarm the Flyer. Now I have the Insect up to block the Florahedrons. I'm not under pressure, and I still have Deadly Alliance for a better creature they play. So, I'm not scared of the 0-5 blanking an attacker. I am scared if they can turn it into a 5-5 at instant speed. I guess I can play a land, Baloth and Gecko this turn. So I'm almost certainly going to do that. So I guess there's no real reason to attack. Like, if I knew they had nothing, I would send, like, the 1-1 Insect and the Gnarl Colony. Because obviously I would happily trade the 1-1 Insect for a Florahedron. But if they have a kicker card, this could work out really poorly for me. And I don't even want to enter combat this turn. And it's not worth it just for that one potential point of damage. So I think I'm just going to play the Baloth, play the Gecko, and pass back to the opponent. Now I have Deadly Alliance available for a flyer. I've got Scoot Swarm multiplying. Once you hit 6 lands, these things multiply. Next turn, if I play a land, I get 2 more Scoot Swarms, and then after that, if I play a land, I get 4 more, and so on. Now, granted, I'm planning to attack next turn. The Baloth will be a 6-5, but we'll evaluate the board then. I don't want to use Deadly Alliance on this Riptide, possibly have them blow me out with a trick, possibly have them win the game with a flyer or something. We can't lose the long game when we have Scoot going. And taking that turn off literally cost me like a profitable attack with a 1/1/1. Okay, so they have no block on the Baloth. If I use Deadly Alliance on the Colony, they have no block on anything that's good. Are they forced to chump the Baloth with the Riptide if I do that? If I attack with everything and they block the Colony, they would die. Yes. So I killed the Risen Riptide and the Gnarl Colony by Deadly Alliancing the Gnarl Colony. So that looks good. By my quick counting, it was 7 damage, so they're not lethal. But if they let the Canopy Baloth through, they are lethal. So by Deadly Alliancing the Gnarl Colony there, I eat the Risen Riptide, because it's forced to chump block Canopy Baloth. Hey, thanks, Keppel. Appreciate the 10 months of support. Thanks again, everybody who subscribed. I know there's normally more subscribers on Tuesdays, but, you know, it's a pretty big compliment when people either hold their subscription for me or, you know, see me on for the first time of the week and just subscribe right away. I do really appreciate the support from everybody. I know I say it a lot, but I'm going to keep saying it. I've just been really blown away by the community support. Like, I always knew I had a following for my content, but I didn't know it was, like, so big. And, like, I did not expect to be the biggest streamer out of all the MPLers last year and stuff like that. Like, y'all really blew me away with that. So thank you again to everybody who has been tuning in, supporting, etc. my content. So no-brainer to play the Shelter here. We have only a couple white sources. I'm not going to just sandbag that. Just get our tap land in play. Obviously, if we don't draw a swamp, this is a pretty rough hand, but we've got, like, 8 black sources or something. All those green mana fixers in addition to the 3 black land spell modals. I don't think here on turn 3 it makes sense to play the Colony as a 2/2. It would save me 2 points of damage, but I have Canopy Baloth next turn, and then after that I can kick the Colony, and I don't have a lot to do until I draw a swamp, so I might want that extra value. I have not tried the Arena Cube, no. So, hopefully they don't have, like, Into the Royal or something, hit me for 5 and Time Walk me. That's pretty bad. Bubble Snare's not that big of a deal, because then I can still Rabid Bite with the Canopy Baloth on the Scythe Cat. And, I mean, I'll just trade the Canopy Baloth for the Scythe Cat if they attack. Like, I'm looking to buy time and prolong this game so I can find a Swamp. And I still have 2 more good threats to win with. I'm primarily concerned about dying before I find a Swamp when I have all these cards in hand. So this is a pretty easy block, in my opinion. Hey, thanks Among Wolves. Appreciate the 4 months of support. Well, that's scary. Swamp! I wanted a Swamp so I could feed the Swarm, the Roost. But all we can do now is play Canopy Baloth. Well, thank you, Janice. I appreciate the compliment. Alright, so this turn I can go Rabid Bite and Colony or Rabid Bite and Shambler. Shambler takes some time to get going. I think this is going to be a really hard game for me to win. I'm not really sure whether I even want to kill Vine Gecko or whether I want to kill the 2/2 flyer. I mean, if they're holding more kicker cards, I'm probably going to lose anyway. I guess they could have, like, Royal Mage with nothing to get back. That's not that scary. Cunning Geyser Mage is pretty bad for me. Well, thanks, Larry Legend. I appreciate the compliment. Also, great job, with the Celtics in the 80s and 90s winning those 3 championships. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I feel like I'm definitely going to cast Rabid Bite. I just don't know whether I want to hit the Vine Gecko or whether I want to hit the 2/2. And then I think I'll play Swarm Shambler. It can block Pack Beast anyway, and it takes time to get going. So the real question is, do I Rabid Bite the 2/2 flyer or the Vine Gecko? Did it happen? I'm hoping it happens, Wazy. That's how I feel about it. I think I'm going to hit the flyer because my hand is loaded. I need this game to go long. Even though it's hard to beat Roost in a long game, I mean, my deck's pretty powerful. And I can always feed it if I want to. Well, the fact that we don't have more flyers is more of a reason to kill the flyer, because the flyer is just going to keep hitting me until I die. The reason to kill the Gecko would be because the kicker cards cost 6 and they only have 5. And it's pretty devastating if they go like Geyser Mage with kicker here or something like that. If they Royal Mage with kicker, it's not that big of a deal. I can just trade Baloth for Gecko. Yeah, I think that the Heat make the most sense for Harden because, like, there's no room on the Lakers. So the Heat are, like, the best team he can go to that actually can get him. So that's why everybody's talking about it. I just need lands. Well, I guess we're chilling. Hopefully they don't have anything. I can beat the board. I mean, if they play like a random wizard and just hits me for 4/1s, who cares? I've got 2 removals if I ever find those swamps. If I draw a land for a Shia, that's pretty good too. Then I can start attacking with the Baloth, and every turn it'll be huge and the Ashaya will be huge. So, we're falling behind, and now they have a second flyer, but hopefully we'll draw a land this turn. Don't think it's too late. It depends on what's in their hand, but if their hand are just lands, this is a very winnable game. Assuming we draw a land now. Oops, I forgot to Swarm Shambler counter. I apologize. Okay, so we didn't draw a Swamp, but we did draw a Forest. I am a Heat fan, yeah. I live in South Florida. I've lived 34 of my 37 years in South Florida, 2 years in the DC area, and 1 year in New York City. The 1 year was from 0 to 1, so I don't remember it, obviously. I don't know about the Chaldean qualifier. So, I'm going to play a Shia, I guess, just attack with Baloth. I guess I don't really have any decisions. I'm not going to send a Gnarled Colony or anything. And I can use the Swarm Shambler to tap to pump itself now, or the Colony to pump. But I'll send the Canopy Baloth, of course. It's going to be an 8-7 here, if this resolves. So we can't do much, but they are on a pretty quick clock. It really just comes down to what they have. Like I said, if they have business, they're just going to win. But they can't enter the Royal now. My stuff is all lands, thank you, Ashaya. If they have like a Royal Mage, that doesn't really do anything. If they have a Cutting Geyser Mage, it's pretty good for them. It's a wizard, so they'll take 4 from the Umara Wizard, and they can bounce Ashaya, and then my board's pretty bad. Yeah, Roost is tough, but so far they haven't kicked anything else, and they haven't been doing a whole lot, so we're hoping that their hand is pretty much all land. I mean, obviously they can have some random creature, and it's fine, but we need their hand to be mostly land here. Yes, that was incredible, Larry. I have never seen somebody block a dunk halfway down like that before. That was truly incredible. Rabid Bite. I can't grow the Canopy Baloth now, so I can't do anything about that. So another 7 puts me to 5. Yeah, if I draw Swamp, we're still in it. Assuming they're not holding much else, like I said. Forest doesn't help us. But we're not dead on board yet, I guess. Although I don't even know if I'm going to have outs next turn. Because even if they can't give Wizard Flying, if they put me to 2, Feed no longer works. Soul Shatter doesn't work because they sack the Umara, not the Diviner. I mean, I'm sure I have some draws. Like, I could draw Shepherd. But last turn was the turn I really needed to draw Swamp. Alright, now I'm just dead. Yeah, I would have loved to have Giannis, but I agree, Superstar. It's good to see one of the best players in the league, if not number 1, locked up on Milwaukee. I am happy for them. Everybody going to Boston and LA does not make me happy. Yeah, that was kind of sad. That deck was better than 4-3. Alright, y'all, save some of this for ads and chats. This is a draft stream, not a basketball stream. I know somebody's going to want to ask me about Harden, that's cool, but now we're going deep. Yeah, that was tough. Obviously, like, my draws were pretty bad there. We're about to start the second. We got 2 more best of 1 drafts for you today, and I should be right back tomorrow with 3 more Zendikar best of 1 drafts. So Grakmaw is the best card in the pack, but it is black and green. As far as 1-color cards, there's like Veteran Adventurer and Zoff Consumption. They're pretty close, and Bubble Snare, they're all pretty close. Veteran Adventurer, if it was in like a different color, would be super busted. Like this card is really good. The problem is green doesn't really do the party thing that much. There's still some green party-type creatures, and then you're not going to play mono green. But Veteran Adventurer would definitely be a lot better if it was basically in any other color. I have no plans to do Cube. No, Zendikar all week. I love Zendikar. We could go right back into Abzan, which this is an Abzan only stream. If you're not familiar with my stream, I only draft, and I only draft Abzan. I ignore blue and red, every draft, every day, all Abzan, all the time. I think black-green is okay. Yeah, I'm not against it. I mean, Grakmaw is a reason to go black-green. I mean, this card is busted. Otherwise, it's like I said, Veteran Adventures, Off Consumption, Bubble Snare. I'll take the rare just in case we do end up seeing black-green. It's Abzan day. Alright, well, so far so good. I mean, Blood Chief's Thirst is one color. We don't have to play black-green. We can play black anything, and it's the best card in the pack. I try and draft Mill Crabs for Voxy whenever I can. She gets mad if anybody ever doesn't draft Mill, but I didn't really see any Mill cards today, so nothing I could do. So, yeah, so this is pretty clear Blood Chief's Thirst. I mean, it's a little better than Deadly Alliance. It's substantially better than Balagad, and it's one color. Well, I don't think I'm going to take a black or green card this time. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Predation, but Low Mage's Domination is really good. Even if I can't play all three of the cards, now, that's just another option, right? Like, I can go blue-black, and I have a Low Mages and a Blood Chiefs. I can go black-green and not play the Low Mage. I'm missing out on, like, Predation, which is a fine land spell modal, nothing special, and I'm getting a really good blue uncommon here. The last deck went 4 and 3. So pretty easy Skydiver, I think. I mean, this card is not like a broken rare, but like it is some substantial percentage of the time. Anytime you take an artifact, this card is broken. Anytime you don't take an artifact, it's just medium. There's a lot of artifacts at common in this format. Rabid Bite would be a fine pickup for green-black, but after third pick Low Mage, fourth pick seeing Skydiver and Royal Mage, I'm going to assume blue is somewhere we're supposed to be in this draft. And I mean, Low Mage's Domination and Grakma are pretty comparable in overall power level, so I'm not really that concerned with which of those I drop. And as you can see, now there's a fifth pick Royal Mage, so it seems like blue is open. Most likely we'll play blue-black. Although we can still play blue-green, splash-black or something. I mean, this is a 3-color stream after all, even if it's not Abzan. So if we're going to draft blue-black, this looks like Blood Priest. Obviously, I'm not, like, deciding my colors, but it does not seem like we're really seeing green. It seems like blue-black is where we're supposed to go. I'm pretty high on Royal Mage. It's a pretty good split card. I like that if you're against an aggro deck, you can just play it for 2, and then when you draw it in the late game, it's a power card. Grakma is splashable, but it's more like why. You know what I mean? Like, unless you have a bunch of other creatures with counters on it, it's not amazing. It's not worth splashing. It's still fine, but it's not worth splashing. So this is Skulker, Blood Priest. I don't know which. Blood Priest is better. I mean, blue-black can use Skulker well, but I think that probably rather just have another Blood Priest. I mean, we're not really party. I mean, I know at this point we have, like, 2 Clerics, a Rogue, and a Wizard, but I mean, blue-black doesn't do a ton of party synergy. I mean, we'll drain for as much as we can with the Blood Priest, I guess. I'm going to grab Chilling Trap just in case we end up with a lot of Wizards. Chilling Trap's a really good card if it draws a card, and not if it doesn't. So if you just end up with a lot of Wizards, you don't need to be a Wizards deck. You just need to have one out, and then Chilling Trap is a really good card. Pretty happy to table that Zoff consumption. I like that card a lot. I don't remember what I took over the Baloth, but I didn't really feel like I was seeing good green. I really think blue-black is where I'm supposed to be in this draft. We just tabled the Zoff consumption. Blood Priest came pretty late. We got third pick Low Mage, fourth pick Skydiver, fifth pick Royal Mage. Feels like a blue-black seat to me. I like the Blood Priest more than most of the common rogues, yeah. I like it more than Skull Mage and Sky Dancer and Seafloor Stalker and Duelist. Yeah, it might be I like it more than the common rogues, I think. Remember, unless you have Rogue Lords, you don't need all your creatures to be rogues, right? You need a rogue out to turn on Skulker and stuff like that. But, like, other than that, it's not really that big of a deal. So I'm definitely going to take Reclaim. If we did Audible into anything, it would be like green-black splash blue or green-blue splash black. So there's nothing wrong with picking up the Reclaim in case that's where this draft goes. I don't predict it will, but the other green cards, even if they were better than Reclaim, we know we're going to be splashing. Because, I mean, look at the cards we have. I guess if we were green-black, we don't really have blue cards that we want to splash. But if we go green-blue, we could splash like Blood Chief's Thirst. Wow, Rabid Bite tabled? Alright, I guess green is back on the table. I mean, Reclaim didn't really mean anything to me there. But I cannot believe Rabid Bite is here 12th pick. If green is that open, then we have to consider it, so. Soul Tie, this is a 3-color stream. That's what we're doing today, I guess. So obviously we can't splash Low Mage's Domination. I mean, could splash black pretty easily. As far as the best cards in this pack, I mean, it's Thort by miles. And black is one of the colors we're messing with. I mean, I'm not planning to play, like, you know, just all three colors. Like, I might splash. I still might just play blue-black or green-black. But, I mean, if I don't take Thort, I'm taking Zoff, Royal Mage, I don't know, things that are way worse than Thort, Vanquish. So I think this is a really clear Thort. Omnith offers us nothing. Even if I could splash it, I wouldn't. So this looks like Bubble Snare is the best card in our colors and in the pack. So maybe we'll still play blue-black, you know? I mean, I did take the Rabid Bite and the Reclaim over nothing super late, right? Well, yes, it's Angels regardless of color, but I mean, white is not an option for me in this draft. Alright, I think that pretty much solidifies it. Obviously, green is open, but the best cards in this pack were blue and black every pick, except as far as blue, black, and green cards. Obviously, I couldn't use the Angel. So now there's an Iridescent Beetle, of course. They're just trying to get me to play Soul Tie. Should I do it? Should I take the Beetle? I'd have to play green-blue splash black. I can't splash double Low Mage. That's triple blue. I guess it's over next to nothing. It's a subtle strike that I don't even want. So I'll take the Beetle, but I'm still planning on blue-black. And these cards suck. How are my Wizards? Not good. Just a Royal Mage. Which is fine. It just means I probably can't use Chilling Trap. I don't really want any of these. I don't know. I'm going to need playables. Like, if I, like, I'm only on 11 blue and black playables right now. Stomper seems kind of dicey, because even if I go green-blue with this deck, I already have 2 Lull Mages, which are expensive. So, I don't think Stomper's something I want to play in this deck. Stomper's good in Landfall. Ascetic would be good if I go green. Yeah, maybe. Ascetic's good out of, like, green-black and stuff like that. Well, there's a blue-black duel, which is nice. But if we're not going to splash, I would take the Into the Royal. We definitely need playables. I think I'm just supposed to be blue-black. I mean, green is clearly open. But I mean, like, so are blue and black. It just feels like there's a lot of red and white drafters in this pod. Yeah, I don't think Stomper would be super great for us for green-black. Like I said, it's not really a landfall deck. I mean, I might play it, I might not, but I like Stomper when you have, like, Scythe Cats and stuff like that. Obviously, you're not all in on landfall, right? It's not like there's that many, like, your landfall creatures don't require anything else. You play lands in all your decks. But Stomper is really good with landfall creatures, because you pick up 2 lands, replay them, and grow your creatures indefinitely. But I don't have any Scythe Cats. Even in my green cards, even if I switch to green, I don't have Scythe Cats yet. The colors that have landfall is green, white, and red, and clearly I would be green, blue, or green, black. Yeah, you can pick up Zoff, and that's nice, but it's not enough of a reason to just put a 6-mana, 6/5 trample in your deck, unless you are lacking late game, but I don't expect that to be the case. And remember, since I waffled so much, the reason it's fine to waffle a lot in this day and age is because you always get enough playables, but that means I don't want to miss out on playables, right? Can I just take the rest of this pack? So it's probably going to be Zoff, maybe Royal Mage. Have I got any more Wizards? No. I do have double Low Mage's Domination to get back, though. Zoff's just too much better, I think, than Royal Mage. It's just good land spell modal. Squid's a fine 2-drop for decks like this. We don't need our creatures to all have types. That was a very demure pack. I don't know, the drafts have been weird today. Like, we're getting Rabid Bites 13th pick and multiple drafts and stuff. Like, in Vanquish 13th pick. I don't even know what's going on. It's like everybody in each draft is just choosing a color instead of drafting, like, you know, what's open, which, fine by me. I'll table Vanquish the Weeks and Rabid Bites and so on. Like, I'm down. I don't know why Zoff over Royal Mage is weird. I could see the argument for Royal Mage here, because I have a lot of good spells to get back, but I think Zoff is the better card, like, in a vacuum. They're both good, but, I mean, I like the land spell modals to prevent Flood and Screw. I already have plenty to do once I hit 6 mana. I have Thort the Grave, double Lull Mages, Royal Mage. Land spell modals are playables, too. I meant more like I can't really just, like, explore green more in case I open a green rare. I have to kind of narrow in on my deck. So now there's what? I mean, Zagreus is great to splash, but we don't have any ability to do that. We don't have any fixing in these colors. Plus, there's good blue and black cards for us. I think we either want Falconer or Black Bloom Rogue. Probably Black Bloom Rogue, but I mean, maybe Falconer. We don't have kicker stuff, really, like a Royal Mage and a Thirst and a Bubble Snare, so we have a little bit. Air Elemental is good. I think it's a close pick between Black Bloom and Falconer. I do want to try and prioritize mill stuff because I have double low mages. I don't have a lot of mill stuff, but I am going to prioritize it this pack. No 4 to 5 drops, but we have double low mages for the late game, so I think it's Black Bloom. Remember, these are expensive power cards, low mages dominations. Alright, I think I'm pretty clearly going to take Blood Priest here. We should be able to table one of the blue playables. I'd be happy with the Grasp. I really want the Mill, but I'm not going to take Grasp second pick there. Well, there's a Roost. I mean, we have Kicker, but not a ton. Bubble Snare, Blood Chiefs, Thirst, and Into the Royal, and Royal Mage. So we have 4 Kicker cards. And Skydiver, so you could always kick that even if there's not an artifact. Wow, so we actually have 5 Kicker cards. So I think I'm in on Roost. I mean, there's Bubble Snare and Royal too, but Roost is our 6th kicker card. We actually have a lot of kicker. I didn't even realize it. I might have took the Falconer last pick. We have Bubble Snare, Blood Chief's Thirst, Into the Royal, Royal Mage, and Skydiver. So we have quite a bit of kicker. And we're going to grab another Bubble Snare. So now we want to prioritize kicker cards, and Bubble Snare is better than Gloom Hunter. Blue-black Roost, don't mind if I do. You don't have to be blue-green, I mean... Got a bunch of blue kicker. You have to snare the bubble, otherwise it'll escape. Ben's drafting blue-black, more news at 11. I do love blue-black. I'm not, like, super into color identities and stuff in Magic, but if I had to describe myself as, like, a player, it would be a blue-black player. I like removal and discarding counters and disruption and all of that. Seems like a pretty easy Geyser Mage. I mean, Int and Vision can be close, but I mean, we want to prioritize kicker cards for our Roost. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't counting on getting a Roost, but if I could go back in time, I might take the Royal Mage over the Zoth now that I got a Roost. But I'm not psychic. Despite how often I psychically predict things, I'm not actually psychic. Hard to believe, I know. Oh. Don't mind a 7th pick, Black Bloom Rogue. I actually have a lot of cards that really want 8 in their yard. I wish I had more mill. I'd love some Zolport Duelists, another Glacial Grasp. I mean, we don't need kicker that bad. I'd probably play Sky Sentinel, but I'm not going to take it over good cards for me. I don't think I'm going to play this Katsuki Seer, but it's more likely than the 4-mana 4/3 Warrior. Maybe I can use a Drana Silencer in this deck. How's my creature types? Deck's pretty grindy. Well, Squid doesn't have one. Wizard, Rogues, Clerics, Wizards, Rogues. So, I mean, they're pretty divided between the 3. I don't know. I already have a Chilling Trap on the board. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play it or not, but grab the Silencer. Definitely Glacial Grasp here. Like I said, with 2 Low Mages Domination, 2 Black Bloom Rogue, I'm pretty excited about the mill, too. Oh, yeah, I forgot you can click the bar and look at your party split. Good call. Fantasia. Yes, I regret that in hindsight, but spiffy. But I'm only in hindsight. I would almost always, like, my default is going to be Blood Priest over Skydancer. But given what we have, yes, I would switch that if I could now. Okay, Windmill Slam the Into the Royal that tabled. I guess blue was the most open color, which is what pack 1 seemed. Remember, we started black-green. We went Grakmaw into Blood Chiefs, but then we switched into blue because blue just seemed really open. And we just tabled it into the Royal. Hey, you find the open color, you get rewarded, right? We have enough creatures. We're not like a creature pump deck. Low Mage takes their creature. Like, this isn't a deck that needs a super high creature count. The only card we have that really requires a creature in play is, like, Thork the Grave. I mean, in the yard, but for us to have creatures. I'm not in any way worried about playing, like, 8 or 10 creatures or something. So let's check our land spell mode. This is a concept worth talking about. There's no minimum amount of creatures a deck really needs within reason. Obviously, if you're not going to mill them out or something, or burn them out or whatever, you need a way to win the game. And if you only have 2 creatures, even if they're really good, they might just die to removal. But unless your cards require creatures in play, like equipment does, like pump spells, like auras, all of those cards require creatures in play to work, right? So if you have a bunch of pump spells, a bunch of equipment, a bunch of auras, you need to have a high creature count. But if your deck is like card drawing and removal, it does not matter whether you have 16 creatures or 12 creatures or 9 creatures. As long as you have enough creatures that even if they drew a couple removal spells, you're still going to have stuff to win with. A deck of 9 creatures, 12 removal or whatever is totally fine. A deck of 9 creatures, 12 pump spells is not fine. So as long as your other cards don't require creatures in play, there's not really like, it's okay to have a low creature count. And Lowell Mage's Domination is a creature and removal. I do agree with that. Alright, so let's check our land spell modals. First thing you always do in this format. 2 black ones. So we'll probably play like 7 swamps because that's 9. Oh no, 3 black ones. Sorry, we have two rogues. And then we want a lot of islands because we have triple blue cards. 9 islands, Vision, and Veil. That's 11. Let's assume we can cut like 1 of those. So that puts us to 10 blue sources and 10 black sources. That looks good. Do we have any bad spells? No. All of these spells are pretty good. Did my wizard count get high enough where I can maybe play Chilling Trap or Cascade Seer if I need to get it high enough? I've got 1 Royal Mage, 1 Geyser Mage, 1 Diviner. No, not really. Oh, we have 2 Zoffs and 2 Rogues? Yeah, that's a lot of black. Let's cut 1 more black. This still puts us to 10-10. And then we can just suit this up. I don't think we want the Silencer. Nah, this looks fine. Remember, even though our curve looks really low Mage's Domination is really like a 6-drop, right? And then, like, this can be kicked, these can be kicked. This is really a 4-mana card for the most part. So my curve's not actually as low as it looks. My curve is fine, but, like, you know, I have a lot of kicker cards. Like, you know, realistically, this is fine. Thank you, Overt Worlds. Appreciate the subscription. I'm feeling really good about this deck. It's really grindy, really interactive. I think we're going to make Mythic this draft run. How many wins off Mythic am I? What do I need, like 4 more wins? So I need to go like 4-0 or 5-1, something like that. So normally I wouldn't play Veil with this many lands in hand, but Low Mage is really expensive and triple blue, so it's still useful. Also, Veil is like a combat trick that requires you to have creatures out for it to be useful, so I'm just going to go ahead and play the Veil. I don't actually know E1. We'll check it out after this real quickly. But I have a good feeling about this run. Alright, I'm going to just play the Geyser Mage. No reason to hold that to kick it. Can I kick it? Sadly, no. Happily trade. If they have a Duelist Frown, but not a huge deal. Well, Xerath's not great. I mean, maybe I can take it eventually. So for now, do I want to Into the Royal the Xerath, or do I just want to Glacial Grasp it? I'd like to steal it. That's, what, 8 mana? If I Into the Royal it, they can't bring it back out. Geyser Mage is not a rogue, but they will play a rogue. But then I'll try not to let that hit me. So I think I Into the Royal it. And I'm just going to... Actually, wait. Maybe I Into the Royal my own Geyser Mage. Yeah, that seems better. I'm just going to pass the turn. Yeah, I forgot I can Into the Royal my own Geyser Mage, and I don't have anything else in the yard. Now, they might mill me or something like that. But I guess I can take that risk. Probably should have done this on my turn. If they kill it in response, then they get it with Xerath. That's pretty bad for me. Thought my hand was really good, but Xerath's one of the best cards in the set, so this is going to be tough now. Alright, but that's a good draw. Now I can put out Squid and Cunning and Glacial Grasp Xerath to buy some time. Nah, I don't think we need to royal both. We're under some pressure, but not that much. Blue-black, I mean, it can be aggro, but it's not that aggro. And I mean, like I said, if you look at this board, like, we're not under that intense of pressure. All right, so what do we want to do here? I can play Black Bloom and Blood Priest, and then I have Geyser Mage next turn for Zareth. I don't necessarily want to bounce Zareth, though, because then any rogue that gets through, it has that ninjutsu ability. I want to trade because I have one dead creature. So I really want one more creature to die. I mean, I could just Geyser Mage their Skulker. That's the best way to get them to attack with Skulker, trade it for my Geyser Mage, and then I can thwart back all my creatures. So, I mean, my options for this turn are, like, Geyser Mage with Kick on their Skulker, Black Bloom and Blood Priest. I guess I could also Geyser Mage unkicked and Blood Priest. Then I can still play Rogue as a land. I'm being like too greedy. I'm trying to map out a perfect game. I should just play my best cards here, right? They've got 4 cards already in their yard. We'll make some trades. This basically can't work out bad for me. Now they're up to 6 in their yard, so I'm 2 away from the low mage being able to take Zareth. We'll see what they do. Now I can Geyser Mage the Zareth. They don't have any more rogues out. I don't care if I take 3 from that. This looks good. Still annoying because they can bring it out at instant speed, but next turn I can go like Skydiver, Thwart. I'll have plenty of ground blockers for the Zareth. So as long as I don't like... And I have a flying blocker too, so hopefully I don't have to let any rogues through. Okay. So most likely I want to do my Thieving Skydiver Thwart turn. That should give me plenty of blockers. I'll get back the Blood Priest and the Rogue. I'll get a nice drain. That looks good. Yeah, Subtle Strike would have been rough, but sometimes you gotta take risks when your opponent's got Zareth, the best card in the one of the best cards in the format, maybe number 1. But it looks all right now. I don't have to let any rogues through, even if they have removal. No rogues are getting through, and there is no possibility of a cube draft today. It looks like they drew Subtle Strike this turn. So that's 7 in their yard. No, 6. They bought back all the stuff. I could just Low Mage's Domination the Diviner. That looks pretty good. If they, like, counter it, I lose. That's the only thing. I'm at 4. If I go for, like, Blood Chief's Thirst or Into the Royal, I have the other one as backup. I guess I'd have to Blood Chief's Thirst it and have the Into the Royal as backup. That actually looks fine, though. Because I still have the Domination. I'm deciding, like, if I knew they had nothing, I would Low Mage's the Diviner. Just worried about accidentally losing. I think I Blood Chief's Thirst here. They're not drawing a card. If they save it with, like, an Into the Royal and recast it, I could then Low Mage's it, and it'll be much safer. Well, it's not great. They're gonna what's gonna happen now is they can attack with that. If I'll either take the 2 or they'll bring in Zareth. Then when they bring in Zareth, I'm gonna Into the Royal the Zareth. No reason to Into the Royal the Sky Dancer here. Let them Zareth it, and then I'll just Into the Royal the Zareth. But they still have that flyer to re-put back out like next turn. So that's kind of a problem. But they are a few turns away now, so we'll see what we draw. That's a fine turn. The problem is they can re-put out the Sky Dancer and then re-put out the Zareth, and I'm at 4 and kill me. And this is Flash, so, like, my hand doesn't actually interact with it. Glacial Grasp does, though. Okay, so 7 in their yard. Probably need to low mage one of the Skulkers. Then they can't block the Black Bloom, which is almost on. So that looks alright. I think I low mage's Domination a Skulker. Now that I have the Glacial Grasp, I can be a little bit more conservative because I actually have a path to victory that's reasonable. So I think I'm going to low mage's Domination a Skulker and then attack with Black Bloom and Geyser Mage. This gives me an extra blocker back. This way, if they have a removal, I don't lose. Because remember, if they killed a creature, then they could bring in Zareth, and then I would lose. It would have to be a cheap one, but it could happen. And then if they're going to rely on Skydancer here, I get to attack with everything now. They bring out Skydancer, then I grasp it, and then I'm going to be in great shape. They're taking 9 down to 4, and I'm going to tap this on their turn. So, I mean, we'll beat a removal spell. As long as they don't have a counter spell for Glacial Grasp, we're looking good. If they double block, how would we have killed both? Grasp doesn't kill either, and low mage is a sorcery. Okay, so now I don't have to worry about taking 2 from the Royal Mage because they can't Zareth with it. So, and I have 7 mana, so I'm just going to attack with everything. And then play Diviner. And Diviner actually blocks Skydancer, so now the pressure's really on them. Because, they have to, remove the Diviner to even be able to attack with the Skydancer to try and kill me with the Zareth. Yeah, if they go lands off consumption, I'm going to puke. I'm literally going to be nauseous. I mean, I have 2 off consumptions, so maybe I can draw one. That would be nice. None of them have even been milled. Hopefully they'll try and feed the Swarm the Diviner to lethal me with the Zareth. Attack with Skydancer, Ninjutsu, and the Zareth. And then I'll Glacial Grasp the Skydancer for the win. That would be the ideal scenario here, is that they, target the Diviner at sorcery speed with Feed the Swarm. If they go to combat, I have to Glacial Grasp the Skydancer, otherwise I lose to Into the Royal. So I can't let it attack me, but that's fine, right? They have to, play 2 blockers to not be dead, or 1 removal. But if they play a removal, then I can just hit them for 5 again, and this isn't on tapping next turn. So, I mean, it's looking pretty good. It's not over, but it's looking pretty good. Okay, well now I'm just going to tap Zareth end of turn. I think this is game. The 1 black cards don't really change anything. Hit me with a Zareth on turn 4, you do? Not good enough. Not good enough. That was a sweet one. Sorry. Once in a while I get a little proud of myself. Turn 4 Ninjutsu in Zareth taking a 3-2 is not easy to beat. Two more wins. Let's get there. Oh yeah, I mean luck plays a role, of course, Nixius, no question. I got lucky to draw that chilling grasp as well as the Diviner on the last turn to seal it. Definitely drew well over the course of that game, no doubt about it. Well, this hand looks nice. We've got 3 lands. We'll just play Vision as a land. It's super slow, and my deck's mana hungry. And then we can play some creatures into Roost. Ideally, we don't play the Skydiver till after Roost. Like I said, even if they don't have an artifact, you can just play that and kick it, not steal anything, and then still get an extra 2/2 flyer for just 1 mana. So we can play this for 3 mana. I don't think the kicker can be 0 yet, says it on the card. But we can kick this for 1, steal nothing, and get an extra 2/2 flyer. So that's kind of sweet. You do steal artifacts with this. I mean, there's plenty of artifacts in this format. Over 50% of the time, you're not going to steal anything. But a third to a quarter of the time you steal something, it's huge, right? So, like, that's why this card is pretty busted. Because even though, like, a 2-mana 2/1 flyer, that's just fine. Like, it's good. There's nothing wrong with that card, but it's just fine. But whenever you steal something with it, it's, like, totally broken. But this is a good hand into Roost, so... I'm not saying we're going to win. It depends on what the opponent has, but now we've got plenty to do post-Roost. Like, this is looking pretty good. I think we attack with the Black Bloom, and then if they attack with both, I'll probably just go for the double block on the 4/3. I don't care at all about the flyer. I'm interested in playing a grindy game. I literally have Steal a Creature and 3 kicker cards in hand. Yeah, I agree, Bob the Mighty One. Well said. Alright, well, they're going to take some of my good cards. I mean, I think I'm going to discard Lowell Mage's Domination because I can get it back with Royal Mage. And then probably Skydiver. I guess I'd rather Bubble Sneer the Highborn Vampire and get a 2/2 flyer than Skydiver and get a 2/2 flyer. So I think I pretty clearly discard Lowell Mage and Skydiver because Royal Mage gets back Lowell Mage. And Bubble Snare next turn looks better than Skydiver. Cardboard hasn't been working well today. I apologize. It is open, it's updated, all of that. I don't think it's my fault. Yeah, that was a good card, but we're still in good shape. So we can thwart back 2 creatures now, or we can Bubble Snare the Geyser Mage and the Skydiver. If we Bubble Snare, we get a 2/2, so let's just look at which does more. Do we want to put a 3/2 and a 2/1 flyer in play, or do we want to kill a 4/3 and get a 2/2 flyer? Kill a 4/3 and get a 2/2 flyer sounds better to me. Obviously, we don't need to kick it, but we want to. Oh, we don't have second black, so thwart was not an option. I apologize. Good call. Okay, I guess we trade. Yeah, that's going to turn into a 3/2 sooner or later. It's not like a 2/2 flyer stops Skydiver anyway. Just going to attack with Black Bloom and then grasp the Thought Thief on their turn. I want to have it unable to attack for an extra turn. Wow, if they had more cards and I could fizzle this would be such a blowout. Imagine if they had like 5 or 6 or whatever in their yard, 6, and I could go Grasp in response. This would turn into a 5/3 and Vanquish would fizzle. It's not the case, but it would be sweet if it was. Yeah, they've done a good job battling against an incredible hand. I mean, I'm still looking really, really good. But my hand is super strong. And now we're going to just play this off as a land because it unlocks Thwart. Bubble Snare with Kicker, even though we don't need to kick it because we get an extra 2/2 flyer. Life is good. Roost is so silly. I sometimes wonder if they know they're making a Mythic uncommon, like, or if it's an accident. Like, you know, like if I were trying to design sets to be as balanced for limited as possible, you could make Roost. I would just make it a rare, right? Like, this could be the Broken Kicker rare, but it shouldn't be an uncommon. So I don't know if they do it on purpose or not. I'm really wondering. Alright, I don't see too many decisions this turn. Let's just attack and thwart. 5/3, or at least almost, and 3/2 or 2/1 flyer. I actually think a 2/1 flyer is probably better. I don't really want to trade with the Mucklord. I'm going to get the Rogue because it's too much better if the game progresses as a 5/3 menace. But I think I'd rather have a 2/1 flyer than a 3/2. Zenith Flare was more busted, but, I mean, that's mostly because you had it every game because you just cycle until you got it. I'm not actually sure, like, you know, like a turn 4 Roost is, you know, I mean, a turn 4 Zenith Flare is not that good. The biggest problem with Zenith Flare, I mean, aside from literally the card being so busted, is that the cycling deck just literally dug to Zenith Flare every game. Okay, so this is Menace, these fly. The 2/1 might just get eaten, but who cares? So I think I'm just going to send everything and find out what they have. Maybe I'll kill them post-combat with the Blood Priest for 2. If not, like, whatever. They can trade and eat a 2/1 and take 4, and then they'll die to the Blood Priest. If they do 2 things to stay alive, I'll just kick Royal Mage instead. I'm just not too concerned right now. Obviously, though, we know they're not like holding a removal because they would have used it. So if they go to 2, then we can just kill them with this Blood Priest. If they had an extra removal, then post combat I just kick Royal Mage, get back Thort, make another 2/2 flyer. All right, this is it. I mean, if we lose, we get plenty of rebuys. But 1 game away from Mythic. Thanks, Purry. Appreciate the subscription. I don't know what your name's a reference to, but I have 4 cats and I love them very much. Even if I like Ariel the best, as I tweeted over yesterday. But I do love cats. And all 4 of my cats are purry. Good game. Yeah, the opponent should have fed the Roost, I think. I would have still had a great hand, and, it would have been a good game, and I would have had an extra 2/2 flyer out the whole time. But I definitely agree the better play for them would have been to feed the Roost. Well, if we draw islands, this hand is fantastic. At the moment, we can't cast much of anything except a squid, but we're on the draw. I'm never going to mull this. Oh, no, we're on the play. I'm still never going to mull it, though. Who am I kidding? Thank you, Code Fuser. Appreciate the subscription. The apartment's not small or huge, but it's not. I had 4 cats in my studio in DC. That was crazy. Here I have like a 2-bedroom. It's just a normal 2-bedroom apartment. Thank you, Milius. I hope you mill a lot of people. Appreciate the support. Swamp is not what we needed to draw. Do I play the Royal Mage? I think I do. I'm going to have enough ammo, right? No, because the low mages are triple blue. So let's say I draw 1 blue. Let's say I draw like an island and a swamp over the next couple turns. I need something to kick after Roost. Obviously, if I can low mage, then I don't really care. But we don't know that I'm going to be able to do that. I need 3 blue. I'm 2 blue away from these, and I'm only 1 blue away from these. Hey, let's let them scry first. I hope you scry a really good one at the top. Scry a good one at the top. You know you want to. 1 on top. That's what I like to see. And Roost time. I'd be happy to Royal Mage back the Grasp, too, because if I Grasp them again, we get closer to 8 in their yard, where the low mages get cheaper. So all I really need to do is draw a land, and I'll be pretty happy. If not, then we have another spell to work with, and we have Blood Priest, so we'll see what our options are like. But I would be very happy to just draw a land here. Thank you. It's nice when you listen to me, Dak, isn't it? Because now we can get back Grasp, which will basically unlock the low mages nominations. The Mill 2 will put them to 7. And then we can also kick the Royal Mage, get a second 2/2 flyer, so we can shove 2/2 flyers in front of Master Winds. I don't care if they trade for both of them or something. Maximizing the profits is not my primary goal of where I play Magus. Maximizing my fun, on the other hand, is. And I like Arena a lot more than I like Magic Online. Okay, so I guess I'm just going to take the Master of Winds. Do I take... I mean, I have Low Mage for 4 just casting it. Otherwise, I don't have an attack. I'm pretty sure I want a Low Mage's Domination one of their 2 flyers. I think the Master's better than the Mystic. I'm at 20. They're not going to, like, surprise kill me. Yeah, they could have Drawry Disruption. That's true. I mean, the Mystic is close. I do have more spells to cast and some wizards in the stack. Maybe I should just play it safe and take the Mystic. I could see that. They're only at 5 in their yard, so I can't play Grasp and Domination yet. I mean, don't get me wrong. I could always play the Blood Priest pass and Grasp. They do have 2 up. It could be Disruption or Negate. I guess I'm in no hurry. Let's do that. The upside of this line is it plays around the counters while their mana's up. Even like an Into the Royal, they could just bounce their creature immediately. Now we can use the Grasp, see what they get. I'm definitely going to tap the Mystic. If they cast nothing, the Master's only hitting for 1. The Mystic would hit, like, for 3 if they cast one thing. I mean, the Master for 4, but... So now... Yeah, I'd rather take the Master. I think it's the bigger flyer. It can block the Mystic. They'd have to play 2 things. They do keep leaving 2 up. Am I supposed to play around Jwari Disruption? Yeah, they do. Alright. You know what? I'll just play around it again. Who cares? This Glacial Grasp turns on, This Glacial Grasp turns on the Low Mages for 3. Lets me play around Jwari Disruption. I'm also just going to tap the Master now, and then they're going to have no on-tap flyers, and I can, like, attack for 4, maybe more. Maybe I'll just end up Low Maging the 4-3 and, like, attacking with everything or something. I mean, we'll see what they do. I'm not going to tap anything at the start of combat, because I want them to attack me now. Because they can't predict that I'm going to go end of turn removal, on-tap removal. And the life totals are 24 to 16, and I have 5 2-power creatures out. So the reason I didn't tap at the start of combat here is because I wanted them to attack me. That kind of thwarts my plans a little, but... Now I'm going to tap the Seer. I'm going to take the Master. Okay, that kind of works. So X equals 4. See if they have anything for this. Shadow's Verdict's not very good, no. I don't mind getting aggro here. Still have another Low Mages. I'm just going to Blood Chief's Thirst the Cleric and attack for 10. Oh. The opponent conceded. I don't know why, but cool. And Mythic. A good day was had by all. See ya, I'm done for the day. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to finish this draft and still do the 3rd draft. This is draft number 2. Good pun, Birdator, good pun. Let's see what our Mythic rating is like. Oh, it's not going to be number 1. It is number 65. Be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. You know we're running hot today because that was perfect timing. Yeah, it was nice of them. I wanted to get to Mythic too. I like Zendikar more than Cube. That's why I wanted to play Zendikar. I appreciate that a lot of people like Cube better. There's nothing wrong with that. And, there's lots of great streamers doing Cube. Like I said, I'm not anti-Cube. If this was a limited format I didn't like and it had been out for 3 months, I'd probably be cubing. But I love Zendikar Limited. This is my favorite limited format since Dominaria. I'm sure I do get stream sniped sometimes. I don't really know. For the record, I know those terms often get used like kind of interchangeably, but if you want to play against me, snipe away. Obviously, if you succeed in getting paired against me, then turn off the stream. But I don't really care about my rating and stuff like that. Like, it's fun, but you're more than welcome to wait until you have an awesome deck and then try and get paired against me. Don't look at my hand while we play. That's not Magic. But by all means, snipe me with your best decks and stuff like that. I don't really care. I think it's fun. So, I can enter the Royal Adventurer and play the Veil as a land if I don't draw one. Even if I do draw one, because Low Mages is so expensive. And that basically time walks them. And the nice thing, too, is if they block with Survivor, they need to play a land in order to play the Adventurer, so this looks like a pretty clear play. It's trading up mana, it's helping dig up lands, which are still fine right now. That said, I think I'm still going to play the Veil as a land, because I have Low Mage's domination. But then we definitely attack with both. We're happy to trade. We're happy to deal 6. Work our way towards stealing their Veteran Adventure. They're nowhere near eating their yard, so that's another reason I didn't mind playing the Veil as a land, because if I'm going to steal a good creature, I'm going to need several more lands in play. Obviously, I don't have to steal the Adventurer. I can, grasp that, and then see what I draw, and then steal, a cheaper but good creature they play that doesn't cost 6. Yeah, this format is just awesome. Game after game is just awesome. Land spell modals give you constant choices. It's going to be hard for me to say it's the best mechanic ever when I've been in love with cycling for 20 years. But, land spell modal is the first mechanic that I think might be better than cycling. I've basically considered cycling the best mechanic for 20 years, my whole time playing Magic. I mean, almost. And, land spell modals they're just wonderful. They're just so nice. So, there's a good target for Low Mages. So I think what I'm going to do is take the Fearless Fledgling, and then I can play a land, grow it, and attack with the Squid. And then if they trade, cool. If they take 3, cool. This just works out awesome for me. Take it before combat because I have to play the land to attack with the Squid, and I don't want to miss a counter on the Fledgling. And now I have a growing flyer. Listen, the cycling payoffs in Aquaria were awful. They ruined the cycling deck in that format. But, cycling cards were still super sweet. Frostfell Ambush is just a sweet Magic card. It's not Flourishing Fox and Zenith Flare are not Frostfell Ambush and Memory Leak's fault. You know what I mean? The problem there was the payoffs, not the cycling cards. Alright, no decisions. We'll hit them for 4 in the air and play the Skydiver. Then on their turn, we can tap down the Adventure with the Grasp. Given the life total advantage, I'll probably let them attack first in case they play a Flyer. Probably rather just tap that down. I would like to see MDFCs in every set forever, period. Like I said, just like cycling should be evergreen, MDFCs should be evergreen. No, you shouldn't make every good mechanic evergreen, but the best mechanics ever, and they're not really set specific type stuff, you know what I mean? You can have split card land spells in every set, you can have cards that have the cycling text in every set. Alright, so I could grasp in response. I don't know that I have anything to draw, but now I am going to grasp the Adventure when they go to combat, so I guess I might as well do it in response. If I draw an Into the Royal, I can Into the Royal without Kicker, and then the Rabid Bite will fizzle. So I guess it's worth doing in response. The Veil's already in play. That would have worked. You're better than that, MTG Day Drafter. You're better than that. Alright, no decisions. Of course, we don't need more lands now. We're flooding a little. Put them to 2. They have to answer the flyer, they die. They also have to have 2 blockers for the rogue, but given they have 2 blockers out already, it's not that hard. If they can answer the flyer, they're probably not dead. But I have doubles off in my deck, and they're at 2 and I'm at 20 or whatever, so looking good. Spell, double spell cards are fine too. I like land spell the best because it mitigates flood and screw. I mean, we've had split cards before, and like double-faced both spells are basically just split cards, right? You know, you pick a half to play. Again, split cards are a good mechanic. I'm not against them. But land spell MDFCs are like a different level because they mitigate flood and screw. So they just have a wonderful effect on the format. Split cards are nice. You have options. It's a good mechanic. You know, like I'm down for, 2 different cards on one, choose which one you play. That's cool. But it's not the same level as land spell MDFCs. Adventure was fine. Again, I like having more resources to work with. Adventure was cool. You had a choice, try and get value out of the adventure half or just play it as the creature half. Adventure was a good mechanic. Not on the level of cycling and MDFCs, but adventure was a good mechanic. Well, no creatures, but we can kill their first 2. Then we can go digging, I guess. Find those low mages. Thank you, Rothgar13. Appreciate the subscription. Alright, we can decide later. I mean, I'll probably play the Vision as a land if I don't draw more. Because even though I have double Low Mage and Thort the Grave, so there's some pretty substantial value in casting it, those cards require a lot of blue. So I think now it's pretty clear we just want to put the Vision in play. I'll play the Thort if I need to, but I would rather hold the Drain for 4 when I'm here on the beatdown. And we have Bubble Snares to play the next 2 turns now. So we might, if they just play a creature a turn, they're going to be at 9 in 2 turns. So for now, I don't think there's any real decisions. Mutate was fine, not great. I think it was interesting and they could have done a better job with it. But I didn't end up thinking it played out that well. Okay, we don't need to play Veil as a land. The question is, do we Bubble Snare the 2/3 to get in another 2 damage? I normally wouldn't in this spot, but since I have Zoth, I think I do. Every 2 is a turn earlier we can Zoth them out. And, they may be trying to draw removal. They may have removal, but if they kill Skydiver, they take another 2 next turn in addition to the 2 this turn. I'm actually going to hold this land in case I get discard 2'd here. Well, that kind of roughed up that plan of trying to sneak in Xaxes. But, though I'd rather Bubble Snare a 5/4, we're still way ahead in life, so hopefully they cannot kill Skydiver. We can hit them to 8, Zoth, hit them twice. We shouldn't die by then. Okay. No sense in Zothing before we roost. That would cost us an attack with a 2/2 flyer. So now we just roost. It would be nice to have Veil up, but again, I don't want to discard Zoth if they have Mind Drain, the discard 2. So, and I'm not going to cast Veil this turn. It's highly unlikely. So I'm going to play around Mind Drain again, because if they Mind Drain me now, I can discard Island and Veil, and then I'm 1 land away from Zoth. Basically, I'm protecting Zoth. More life? Come on, opponent. Come on. I won't trade with an insect, but I will trade with a Scoot. Can always chump the 5/4 later. Alright, that's pretty good. I can't really bounce those 5/4s, but I can do something like block one of them with Blood Priest and into the Royal It. And now they're empty-handed, so the odds they top deck Mind Drain are way lower than the odds that they just, were holding a Mind Drain. They might be pretty much dead, right? I can make another 2/2 flyer and Zoth. So I'm 1 point short this turn. So this turn we go block, bounce. And then next turn, I'll play the Blood Priest and Veil, and then the turn after that, I'll Zoff for the win. So, I mean, we should win. Probably should have made the 2/2 flyer first and could have ate a 1/1. I mean, I'm gonna Veil next turn. The upside, so the 1/1 won't matter, but the upside of that would have been I'd just save a damage. But unless they draw something surprising, we should win. Even that's not enough, right? I'm going to take like 6. So this is game. I know it still dies. I'm just ending the game. Because now they die to the 2 flyers, and they know it. They can't do anything. Oh, yeah, I blocked the Cleric in Into the World. What am I saying? I couldn't block with the 2/2 flyer. So I played that game correctly. Yeah. You're right, Mr. Fancy Pants. I played that game optimally. I got the 2/2 flyer after blocked. I blocked the Blood Priest on the 5/4. And that was basically what I had to do. Because I couldn't bounce the 5/4 because then they gain another 3, so. I don't remember who it was. Shout out to whoever in the chat called me veiling for the win like 5 turns earlier. Obviously, we'd all see it on the last turn when they have 10 1/1s out. But, like, literally on, like, turn 6, somebody said, I think you're going to veil for the win here or something. So, shout out to them. No islands. We do have 10, so we'll probably draw 1. This is tough. I really want to keep. But if we draw low mages, we're nowhere near casting those. We do have a decent amount of double blue. But we also have black 2-drop, 3-drop on the draw. I gotta keep this. I'm just not capable of mulliganing hands like this. I don't know. I don't know if it's right or not. I would love it if PV did a keeper mulligan on that exact opening 7 on the draw. It was, like, super interesting. So there's upside in both 2-drops, playing 1 and holding 1. This will drain for 2 to 3 after I play Wizards and Rogues. But if they play an artifact, stealing with Skydiver is game-winning. And given they didn't even play a 2-drop, I think it makes more sense to hold the Skydiver and play the Black Bloom. So, what do I want to discard? Guess Black Bloom. I want to discard 1 creature in a swamp here, I'm pretty sure. Because I have Thort. And early in the game now, I would rather put the 3/2 out than the 2/3 Menace, even though the 2/3 Menace is a better card. And then later, I can just Thort it back. Also, I have more Rogues than Wizards by a lot in my deck. So discarding the Rogue makes more sense, because the Wizard will help me lower the cost of Thort. Now, you might say, why not discard 2 creatures? Remember, the goal is not to make the fanciest play you can, it's to get the most value. Creatures have to die. They're going to put out a blocker or a removal. They're going to trade with the Geyser Mage or kill it or something. So I felt like that 1 swamp was reasonably excess. And I'm going up a spell this way. Obviously, if I knew I was going to draw no lands and I was going to draw Royal Mage and Into the Royal my next 2 draw steps, yeah, I would have discarded 2 creatures so that I could have thwarted this turn. But you have to plan for games where you draw lands, not all spells. If you draw all spells, you have other stuff to do anyway. You would say that, Mr. Fancy Pants. Yes, I'm well aware, Chad. I'm trying to explain. Like, I didn't want to guarantee turn 4 Thort. I wanted to have more ammunition in case I drew lands. Obviously, I haven't drawn a land over like 4 or 5 turns now, so I'm regretting the decision. That doesn't mean it was wrong. I'm not in any danger. I've got the bubble snares. Like, it hasn't worked out, but, you know, I'm 1 land away from Thort. Like, the play isn't wrong just because I haven't drawn a land in 5 turns or whatever. Okay, so now we can Thort or Bubble Snare and attack. We could always Bubble Snare and attack next turn, and if they attack, we can Bubble Snare for 1, so I think we pretty clearly Thort. We already have a Wizard. Just get back our best stuff. Royal the Skydiver, Steal the Relic is definitely on my horizon. I wasn't going to do it last turn, though, because it's not 3 mana, it's 5 mana, and I only had 3 mana, remember? You have to kick it for 3 and cast it for 2. Definitely something that I might do later in this game. Definitely a play on my radar. Thank you, Roar Sea Creature. Appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing. I like sagas. I don't mind seeing those back. Alright, so I think pretty clearly we want to Bubble Snare the Shepherd. Then we can attack with everything. They can't even trade the Silencer for the Rogue. They can trade it for one of the 2/1s, but that's a good trade for me. I know they can, like, sack the Shepherd to get a new card, but, I mean, we're way out in front. I think this is a pretty good play. I'm not going to play around second Mind Drain here. It's going to be pretty bad for me if they have it, but they already played 1, and I need to, like, be able to, like, Into the Royal and cast a spell, or Bubble Snare and Into the Royal, or whatever, potentially, so... Drana Silencer's not bad. In my 7-0 Black-White Clerics party deck, I had double Silencer. This is the home for it. Grindy decks that gain life. I mean, they just 2-for-1 me with it. Killed by Flyer. If it was like any other creature, I would have Bubble Snared and had an extra 2-1 Flyer out. When did I start playing Magic? 1994. September 1994. So I'm probably going to Into the Royal the Rogue and replay it. But it's not like I can Into the Royal the Binding and kill them. So for now, let's see. Because if they tap out for like a creature or 2 creatures, they're at 5. And they have 5 cards in their yard. So I might be able to kill them with this Black Bloom Rogue if I can get it to 8. We'll have to see what happens. Okay, well there goes all that. They're getting a Rogue and a Cleric. They're -2/-2ing. They're going to kill the Blood Priest. I can't do anything about that. So yeah, I'm going to end up Into the Roiling the Black Bloom and just replaying it, I think. Because they're gaining 4 now too, right? Like, I can bounce one of these. Maybe I want to. But they're still going to kill this because it has 1 toughness. Yeah, a little late to the party. August, September 94 when I started 6th grade. Back when I was a youngin'. Yeah, I agree with that, Pudgy Ninja. It's not great in Black-Red aggro, just because the deck's so aggro and you don't really want 6s. But in Black-White Clerics, it's nice. So what am I doing? I've got this Into the Royal. I could bounce the Priest. I could also bounce the Rogue. Whichever one of those I think is better to reset. I think it's the Rogue. The Rogue's a much more real threat, right? They are not on 8, so I can't steal yet, but we're getting close. Remember, Glacial Grasp mills 2, which will put them to 7. Stop trying to tell them that I have Low Mages in hand. Now, the auto-tapper tries to leave me triple blue correctly, and now I get mad at it for that. Sorry, auto-tapper, you can't win. Possible I should have done this. No, if they want to sack it, they can sack it. That would be killing it. They'll deny me a card, but I'm not going to do this on my turn and let it attack a turn earlier. That would be silliness. 21-9, and I'm 1 card away from turning on the Rogue. I'm not blocking. Yeah, it would turn on the Low Mage, but I already have 6 lands. I'm getting close to being able to cast the Low Mage anyway. And Low Mage is not even good with Relic Vial up. I need them to tap their mana, which they just did. So now, I assume I just Low Mage the Flyer. Can't imagine it's anything else. Thanks. I don't, but play chess. I mean, I've played a few times in my life, but I'm not like a chess player, but I appreciate the compliment. My DCI number was 6 digits. That's accurate. Yeah, I mean, I think I have to take Shepherd, right? I mean, I don't have to. I could take, like, Farsight Adept and Bubble Snare Shepherd. The problem is they can block the other creatures, and I have a pretty decent life total advantage. I think I'm just going to Low Mage the Shepherd and Bubble Snare the Tap Silencer. Trying to slow them down. I have to Low Mage now, because I have to do it while they don't have Relic Vial mana. I don't have to Bubble Snare the Silencer, but I don't really care between a 3-3 and a 3-2. I have a pretty good library. Like, I have another Lol Mage. I've got... Well, I used Thort. Guess I've used a lot of my best draws. Like, I've used Royal Mage. Guess I actually don't have that much firepower. I have, like, one... I have Roost. I have another Lol Mage. But this might actually be a hard game for me to win if they can kill the Shepherd. If they can't kill the Shepherd, I'm pretty far up in life. If I draw any spells, hopefully I can ride the Shepherd to victory. I do have another Zoth consumption. Oh, there's another removal. I don't think I'm looking good. I think that might have been about my last hurrah here. Well, that was a good draw. Makes me wish I had held the Bubble Snare. Why wasn't I greedy? What's wrong with me? Am I sick? Thank you, Brendan Morales. Oh, appreciate the subscription. You said surgery on your hand and arm means tons of content consumption. Well, I hope you recover from your surgery. I don't know what it was, but, you know, surgery is always serious. So, you know, best of luck to you. And while I'm not glad that you needed surgery, I am glad that you get to watch a lot of content. And I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for your 20 months of support. Yeah, Relic Vial is really good. I would have loved to steal it. I never really had a realistic way to do that. Carpal tunnel? Wow. I didn't know it got that serious. I'm sorry. It's probably very painful. But I wish you a speedy and full recovery. This attack may not have been good. Guess I can Glacial Grasp the healer. Hey, thanks, Mr. Billion. Appreciate the six months of supports. And thank you, Libertus. Appreciate the subscription. There's been so many subscribers today. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate the support. Okay, discard 2 lands, mill a land. That was fine. So we're on 15 and they're on 15. I don't know. I don't like my chances. You're so new, Grimace. You only started like 9 years ago, almost 10 now. That makes you fresh blood in this stream. I'm going to tap the healer. I still have the other Zoth consumption. So I don't want to, like... I'd rather take 3, I think, than 2, and they gain 2. It's super close. I'm not sure if this is right. Yeah, it's going to be hard to beat that Vial. But I do have another Zoth. I do have mostly spells left. I've drawn a lot of lands, and there's a bunch in my graveyard. So we'll see what we draw. So when I play this, I go to 7, go to 3, out of the Vial slowly. I think it's still the right play. Again, I'm trying to sneak it in. If they want to sack creatures to ping me, then they're not out. If they attack with the creatures, they don't have them on tap to block. I mean, this is a tight game. I don't like my chances, but, you know, Relic Vial is a really good card. But I do have a 13-card library. It's got another Zoth consumption in it. It's got a Lol Mage's Domination in it. Really need to not draw any more lands. I think I played like 13 actual lands, and we have 4, 7, 10, 12. So there's like 1 actual basic left in my deck. This did turn out to be a really good game. I think I'm going to lose, but it was still a really good game. Yeah, that card's in my graveyard already, so unfortunately. If I had drawn the Skydiver later and stole the Relic Vial, I would have won this game for sure, but I'm not psychic. So, what's the deal now? If they attack with all of them, Squid on Farsight, I'm just dead, right? Yeah, I needed the consumption, which was what I was going for. I mean, I think I shouldn't have attacked with the 2/2 flyer 2 or 3 turns ago. Then I could have tapped the 3/3 and had the 2/2 to block the healer with. Trying to race the healer, second Vial, wow, nice deck. Trying to race the healer was near impossible. But I also wouldn't win if the game went longer because of the Vials, so I was just hoping to draw well. And I mean, look, I didn't, right? I drew, like, land and Squid and nothing really good, even a Blood Priest. But I think that was a mistake. I think my better line that turn would have been not to attack with the 2/2 flyer. Then I could have grasped the 3/3. I could have thrown the 2/2 in front of the healer. I don't mind trading off my flyer for the healer. I just didn't want to like hit and then take 2 from the healer back. So I think I should have done that. They're both really good. I mean, probably Relic Vial and Clerics, because you have to have the amulet first. If you draw the amulet, like on turn 8, it doesn't do that much. Whereas Vial's at its best in the late game. Like, that's the thing. It's like cards like Relic Amulet and even Roost, like, they're busted, but you have to have them right away. Whereas Relic Vial's, like, you want to play it on, like, turn 6 or 7. And if so, that means, like, you know, in order to have Vial be busted, it has to be in, like, your first 10, 11, 12 cards. In order to have, I mean, they're both Vials. In order to have the Wizard Vial be busted, or no, it's an Amulet, right? In order to have Relic Amulet, the Wizard, whatever. In order to have the Wizard Artifact be busted, it has to be in your first 10 to 12 cards. In order to have Relic Vial be busted, it has to be in your first, like, 18 cards. You have to just draw it at any point, basically. Yeah, I know I wasn't literally lethal until I played the second Relic Vial there, but I also don't think I had any paths to victory. But I wouldn't have, I didn't concede. I mean, they played the second Vial, then I was literally lethal. Alright, Squid looks good. Can block the Intimidator if they want to pay mana. I can't stop that. So we want to get the Swamp in play. And then I'm not excited about Bubble Snaring the Intimidator, but it's still probably right. Because then they keep it out to use its ability, but I mean, it only pumps itself. Trample to the other warriors is not that big of a deal. I mean, they can make one creature a coward, and then it can't block a warrior. So it's still kind of a 1-mana removal spell here. And then also, like, I get to hold the Skydiver a little longer, give them a little more time to play an artifact, potentially. I'm definitely not going to keep holding it, but I'll happily give them, like, another turn or something. So this turn I could play 2/2/1s, but then if I double block Night Runner, I lose both. I don't want to let them draw extra cards, so I think for now it's just into the Royal on the Night Runner. Just Time Walk. I don't mind Time Walking us both. I can then Royal Mage it back. I'm getting closer to my 2 Lull Mages or my Thort. Yes, pick one, pack one, definitely Crawling Barrens over Roost. It's good in every deck, and it's probably just even more broken. Crawling Barrens can be really tough. Dodges Sorcery Speed Removal, can't be into the Roiled, and it's just an incredible late game card. And it gives you great value out of your land slot, something I'm very high on in Limited. Okay, now we can steal a Pack Beast. It's not the most exciting thing in the world to steal, but it's still pretty good, right? Do we play the Zoth, or do we play an Island this turn? So we're definitely going to Skydiver the Pack Beast, and then I'll double block the Night Runner, even though I lose both, well worth it. If I play the Zoth, I unlock 6 mana from next turn to play Royal Mage and get back into the Royal. But if I hold the Zoth, I'm only 1 land away from Zothing. That's why I love these land spell modals. They just always give you choices. And I have stuff to do. Oh, I'm going to steal the Pack Beast, yeah. The question is whether I play Zoth this turn or just Island. Yeah, I guess I can hold the Zoth. I've been greedy before. It always works out. Greed is good, right? I may need to Zoth them out. Given they have Crawling Barrens, like... And I have to double block or they're drawing extra cards here. I mean, this is a rough spot. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just take it and then try and drain them out. With this, and then Wizard and yeah, I'm just going to try and drain them out. I'm not going to double block. I hate letting my opponent draw extra cards more than anything in all of Magic, but Pack Beast is giving me the type I don't have. So, like, I can drain for about 1,000,000 with my hand right now. And I've got the flyer, so I can start hitting them with the flyer, and I can drain like crazy, so. So I think I'm going to double Blood Priest here. Drain them for 9, hit in the air. Then I can trade off the Blood Priest and thwart them back. This just got sweet. How do you beat a Barons? Drain the opponent out. And then we could Royal Mage back the Zoff or the Thort. Well, that messed up our plans a little, but only a little. See what we draw. Hopefully we'll draw a land. So I'm required to triple block, and then I lose all 3, so this is kind of ugly, but I can still thwart back, like, good stuff if I draw Swamp. Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't need second black. I had Pack Beast to make black mana. Now I need second black, because they just Arbor Maged. So they don't have 8. Wow, now I'm really getting punished for that Zoff, huh? I wish I had played it now so bad. Yeah, that was brutal. So Warrior's like the type I don't have. So I think I take Survivor because that's the only thing I can do this turn and just plays off now. I don't think I really have a choice. I mean, look, I could have drawn a Swamp over the past couple turns. We couldn't really predict how this game would go. And I'm still in good position to drain them out. I thwart back the double Blood Priest. That's another 6 damage. So they're effectively at 4. And then I can always Royal Mage back the Thwart, or just keep hitting them with the Skydiver. So I'm still a favorite from here. It would have worked out much better had I played the Thwart earlier. But again, I had the Pack Beast to make a second black. I mean, the Zoff earlier. But I had the Pack Beast to make a second black. I could have just drawn a Swamp. Like, didn't really draw my cards in a great order here, you know? Alright, they're not going to flash in a reach creature. Obviously, we're not going to attack with Survivor. So first and foremost, we'll just attack with Skydiver. Do we want double Blood Priest or do we want Blood Priest and Squid? Double Blood Priest, no decisions. Oh, I'm so bad. They're going to go to 2. I could have just played Royal Mage and they would have gotten lethaled. Wizard's the type I don't have. I mean, don't get me wrong. They have to kill Skydiver, and they have to, like, attack into these Blood Priests. And then I can Royal Mage back the Thwart and thwart back the Blood Priests. But there's no way they're holding removal and they don't kill Skydiver. So the right play there is attack first. If they take the 2, then I can play the Royal Mage, and then I can thwart back the 2 Blood Priests for Xaxes. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm in great shape. Like, I don't even know how they can possibly win this game. But it's still a mistake. But, like, there's nothing that gives Trample at instant speed. Like, they're just dead. I mean... I think I have a rule, okay? There's, like, usually around 1,000 of you out there, and there's only one of me. If I call the mistake before anybody else, we shouldn't hit the punt counter. Does that sound fair? Because, like, anybody in the chat can call it. And then, you know, maybe it was a mistake, maybe it wasn't, and then we'll discuss it. And if it was, then we'll hit the punt counter. But if I see the mistake before anybody else and call it first, I think we shouldn't be able to hit the punt counter. How long is the delay? I mean, I'm not streaming on a delay. Is it just like a second or two of lag? The thing is, I know they can't be holding removal because they would have killed the Skydiver when it attacked. And then even if they have the removal, it's not devastating. Sure, they finished at 2 and not 0, and I played the Royal Mage. But I mean, like, I still have all my 2/1s out to swarm with. It was a punt. Because, obviously it wasn't a big deal. I was a massive favorite from there either way. But if they have removal, there's almost no way they take Skydiver damage. They're at 8. Like, they're not going to just... Or 10 or whatever. They're not going to just take the 2. Like... that's fair, Pudgy Ninja. If I call it, but then it happens to cost me, like, then you can still call it a punt. I can agree to that as a compromise. Well, I don't watch my own stream when I'm streaming, so I don't know how long the delay is. Like, obviously, I don't have a delay set, but how long it just takes naturally, I have no idea. But it's all of you, Aldrin. It's not like if you say, like, I should have done something and I explain why my line was better, you get a punt. I understand I'm in the Hall of Fame. I'm saying if between everybody in the chat and me, if I'm the first person to spot a mistake and I call it on myself before anybody else calls it, then it shouldn't count. Ooh, you don't get to keep a 0-lander every day. I love this format. I'm going to snip this hand really quickly before I keep it, just so I can post kept a 0-lander who's proud of me or something sweet like that. It's not every day you get to keep a 0-land hand. Good times. So let's see. We can Thirst it, or we can Squid. We'll just trade Squid for it. Thirst will now basically have the mana to kick already, and it can kill something much better. Y'all are tough, Lakshamana. Y'all are tough. Alright, let's see. They didn't attack. We definitely want to play Veil as a land. We could use more lands. Why not trade 3 for 2? I mean, Squid doesn't have haste. I could attack now, but then they'll take it and hit back. So it's 3 for 4 maybe, or 3 for 2. I'm not sure what I'm going to do this turn. Like, I'd happily cast Geyser Mage, but I also kind of want to get the tap land in play, because then I unlock Blood Chief's Thirst and Into the Royal. So this turn I have, like, a tough choice. I mean, I could Blood Chief's Thirst. I do have Bubble Snare, Into the Royal, and Lull Mage to take better things later. I think that's what we do. I think what I'm going to do is play the Veil so I can attack, and then I'll just Blood Chief's Thirst Skulker or something. Even though it's a little bit of a spew of Blood Chief's Thirst, I mean, I have Bubble Snare for the next better creature, and then Lull Mage is ultimately, plus Into the Royal. I don't really want to fall behind when my hand is all spells, and I don't think I need to be that judicious with my Blood Chief's Thirst when I have 2 more removal, like 2.5, 3, whatever you want to view it as. Basically, my whole hand interacts with creatures. That said, I need a 3rd blue to unlock Lull Mages anyway, and I'd rather play Black Bloom than have 1 more land right now, closer to Geyser Mage, which bouncing doesn't have any particular value. So we'll just play the Black Bloom now. Might have to settle back and play D. Maybe that was an aggressive use of Blood Chief's Thirst, but, you know, this can gain Death Touch like it would have when they played this, or when they play other rogues later. And like I said, I want a Low Mage as a good creature. I have a backup Bubble Snare, which can kill any size creature, so I think that was the right line, but maybe I speed the Blood Chiefs a little loosely. Well, we got answers. I wish I could steal that, but we're nowhere near that. So I guess, is there any shot I can steal it? Like, let's say I go into the Royal at this turn and play Vision as a land. Next turn, I draw a land and 2 cards, and I Geyser Mage it, and I have 6. The turn after that, I play a land, and I have 7. I'm still 1 short. So do I just Bubble Snare it? Wish I could steal it. I mean, it's not scary. I can just Bubble Snare it. I guess there's no reason to use Into the Royal over Snare if I'm going to end up snaring it anyway, and I don't have, like, a positive tempo turn by doing so. Better to use Into the Royal later. I might save my own creature with it. I might use it in combat to mess up a double block or something. That's true. If the game just stalemates, good point, Mordu. I could end up dominating it and then Into the Roiling the Bubble Snare to unlock it. It's not like that's really spewy at all. Then I have the Bubble Snare again to use on a different creature. It's unlikely the game's going to play out where all of that happens, but if we just end up in a stalemate and I draw lands and they play lands, that could all happen. It's not unthinkable. I like that line. I think we just trade. I don't mind this trade. The squid can't even attack very often. Alright, Spiffy, my bad. I saw when Morty said it, but good line, Spiffy. You did say it first, you're right. I apologize. Not that bouncing a Snarecaster has much value, but we have nothing else to do now. I can end of their turn. If I play land 7, I can end of their turn into the Royal Bubble Snare, and then all I have to do is top deck a land and 2 cards to steal it. Do I live dangerously? What if I don't draw the land? It is very fancy. You don't have to be Mr. Fancy Pants to make this play. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to do that. Even though I'm not that greedy. I would do it if I was under pressure and I had to. But otherwise, I'll just take my draw steps and cast spells. And yeah, I know. I wouldn't do that unless I was under pressure and I had to. I agree. It would not be the right play. I'm not even sure if I'm going to play this Rogue as a land to be one closer to that. Because I'm just not under pressure. So I would rather just chill. And then, like, you know, when I draw lands, they're useful because they advance me towards domination. When I draw spells, then I can cast them. No rush. Drana is gas, though. It will be great on my side of the board. Okay, well, now that I have a backup one, I probably take a Snarecaster, right? Then I can start hitting with a Black Bloom Rogue. I mean, I don't have anything else to do right now, and there's not really any reason to hold 2 dominations, I don't think. Snarecaster's not amazing, but it's not a horrible creature. Also, this might pull their removal spell. They might choose to kill the Black Bloom now, and then they won't have removal for Drana, possibly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not really saving it. Like, maybe I should, but if they had better creatures, they'd be in play by this point. So they pretty much have to top deck better creatures. And, like, Drana's better than anything. Like, I don't know. I have, like, Thord. I have Royal Mage to get back Low Mage's domination. I can always Zoff people out if I get in damage playing aggressively with the stack. I know I have 1 in play. I have 2 in the deck. Alright, we're online. So now I'm not going to play the land to play around Mind Drain, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to into the Royal, end of their turn, and then I'm going to Low Mage, because either way it's not going to untap next turn. Do I care about this? Yes, right? 2-5? No, because they can block Drana. I still get to put stuff into play, right? choose a non-legendary creature they choose in their graveyard. So they'll be giving me these. Cool. Yeah, so I don't care if they have a 2/5 out to block Drana. So there's no need to Into the Royal this. I can Bubble Snare it later if I need to. But yeah, so either way, the Drana's not attacking yet next turn, but they could kill their own Drana. So I want to Into the Royal the Bubble Snare first. This way, if they kill the Drana in response, I lose the Bubble Snare, but I still have Domination to take their creature. If I Domination first, and then they use the removal, then I'll just still have an Into the Royal. I'd obviously rather still have a Lowell Mage's Domination in hand than an Into the Royal. So the correct order here is end of the turn, Into the Royal the Bubble Snare. And then I can go for the Domination. They choose from my grave, but in this case, like, they're going to be choosing from their grave, right? I'm going to be the controller of Drana. They're the defending player. Oh, in your graveyard, from my graveyard, right. Which is even better. I have a bunch of them. Three dead non-legendaries. If you're the opponent, how do you feel right now? Like this exact moment in time when the opponent is Into the Roiling the Bubble Snare end of turn. Yeah, they choose from my grave, which is actually a little better. I have 3 dead creatures. But you can't feel good if you're the opponent right now. Remember, it's funny, you say confused, and that's understandable, but this is actually one of the fundamental concepts that is really important for playing great Magic. If your opponent makes a play you don't understand, you should think, why would they do that? People have plans. People make plays for reasons. So as soon as your opponent makes a play like that, you shouldn't think to yourself, huh, that doesn't make any sense. You should think to yourself, huh, that doesn't make sense. Why would they do that? Oh, if they're going to steal the Drana, then they might as well get their Bubble Snare back, right? Like, they want to steal Drana. It's a broken creature. And so then they want it to untap, and they can use their Bubble Snare again. And you never know, right? Like, if you have a sack effect, you might sack then to kill the Bubble Snare. You probably would wait for them to cast Domination in this exact example. But sometimes realizing what somebody is up to allows you to make better plays. So you should always think to yourself when somebody does something you don't understand, what makes this play make sense? That's like a really good concept that I can't stress enough. Yes, it does work outside of Magic as well, like most concepts, Beckham. But, you know, whenever someone does something you don't understand, your first line of thought should be what makes that make sense. Not, haha, they're dumb, not, you know, it's a bad play. It should be, what makes this make sense? All right, so they're both rogues, but if I let them double block, I could then Into the Royal the Snarecaster and eat the 2/2, so that's pretty good. I mean, I could also Glacial Grasp and Bubble Snare. Then they'll take like 6 if they don't have removal. I think it's actually better for me to just Glacial Grasp here and attack for 5. They have 6 in their yard. The reason is this Black Bloom is my only good threat, and they have 3 cards in hand. So if they have removal, I want to create a scenario where they have to use their removal on my Black Bloom Rogue, and then I can Into the Royal in response. If I use the Into the Royal and they have removal, I have no way to save the Rogue. So even though it's a sweet blowout, if I attack and they double block and I bounce the Snarecaster and they have nothing, if they have nothing, if they have no removal, I'm going to win anyway. So I'd rather play for the game where they do have removal than the game where they have nothing. So what I'm going to do is Grasp. I don't think it matters much which. I guess, I don't know, I'll go with the the Snarecaster. But then, this puts them to 8 in the yard. Now this has Menace. So now we hit for 5. If they have removal and they go to kill it, we can Into the Royal it back to our hand. If they take it, cool. They're going to die in short order anyway, right? Well, the Death Touch, this creature has Menace, so they can't double block it with one creature. And next turn, I can just Bubble Snare one of the 2 creatures, either the Skulker or a better one. So I don't think which one I targeted was particularly important, but I do think the line I took there was optimal, and I think it was important. It turns out they had nothing, but imagine they had 1 removal spell in their hand. If you go for the Into the Royal blowout, instead of a blowout, you basically get blown out, and you lose your only good threat. If you take the line I took, if they're holding a removal spell, we're still in great shape. They just go and kill the rogue, we Into the Royal in response, save our rogue, draw a card. Next turn, we Bubble Snare something and play the 5/3 Menace again. Life is good. So the line I took was really good against a removal spell. And, like, attack, have the double block, and then into the Royal, the Rogue, so that only the 2/4, so only the Skulker is blocking, and then you get the free kill. If they have nothing, the free kill line is better, no question. But if they have nothing, you're winning either way. So what you want to do is take the line that's better against a removal spell, because we could easily beat a removal spell. If they have nothing, yes, you get more value letting them double block and getting the free kill, but you win anyway if they have nothing. So what you want to do is take the line that's better against them having something. All right, we're going to get into the third and final draft of the day. That was a sweet little 7-1. I don't really have any current plans to try out the cube. I'm not against it, but like I said, I'm loving Zendikar. This is like my favorite format since Dom. It's just an awesome limited format. So, no current plans to try out the cube. Alright, so let's see. We could start with Relic Amulet, which, if we played Blue-Red Wizards, would be the best card in this pack for us. But if it's basically a gold card. It's like a blue-red card. I mean, look, you can prioritize Wizards, Instants, and Sorceries if you're blue-black or blue-white, but it's really only broken in Blue-Red Wizards. Falconer is probably better than Bubble Snare and Royal Mage by a very small amount. I don't think it's by a lot, but it is good in any blue deck. It's not like this is a bad card in Rogues or whatever. You don't have to be blue-green kicker for this to be good. So I think we just take Falconer. I don't think Relic Amulet in Wizards is enough better than Falconer to take the basically blue-red gold card over just the blue card here. Yeah, it can be played in any blue deck, but it's not very good in a lot of blue decks. Like, if you have 8 ways to trigger it, it's not a very good card. If you have, like, 15, it's busted. Remember, you don't always draw at turn 2. I think this is better than M20, yeah. I think it's Dominaria, this format, M20. Those are my top 3 from the past, like, 3 or 4 years. So Wind Robber's more fancy than good. This is a Mr. Fancy Pants card. That's not to say it isn't good. It's basically fixing the drawback of a 1/1 flyer in Limited, because if you play a 1/1 flyer in Limited turn 1, it can deal a lot of damage. The problem is when you draw these in the late game, they're almost mulligans, but in that case, you can just sack it. I think it's worth staying on color. Skydancer's not very good. Obviously, it's fine, and if there was like a black removal spell, I would take it over Wind Robber. But I think Wind Robber over Skydancer makes sense after Falconer. I'm not like, it's not like I have to take the blue card. If that packet had a Vanquish or a Deadly Alliance, I would take it over Wind Robber for sure. Alright, so now this looks like a pretty easy into the Royal. It's the best card in the pack except for Akiri, and Akiri's a red, white, gold card. And it's on color. Mono blue it is. Hey, why not draft the best color if it's open, right? Nothing wrong with drafting blue. I actually think black is the best color in this format, but blue is just the best color in all of Magic all time. Yeah, Wind Robber over Solendu Vision. Solendu Vision's fine, but it's a pretty weak land spell modal. I don't, hate it, but it's expensive and so on. And we knew we would get another 4th pick anyway. Not that that even changes the pick. But Scion's not great in blue-black. Definitely just going to keep taking blue and staying open and see what's around. You could take Akiri. It's definitely the best card in that pack. But it's not only that you can't play it with your blue with the Falconer. It's that it's a red, white, gold card, and you have to play exactly red, white to play it. If it was like a red or white card, I would take a Kiri, no question. But I don't like taking gold cards early. Similar to how I took Falcon over Relic Amulet, because this is good in every blue deck, and Relic Amulet is like a blue-red-gold card. It's the same concept with a Kiri. Alright, so we're not going to take a blue card out of this pack. Arbor Mage or Demon's Disciple. I guess Arbor Mage is a little better. Demon's Disciple, it can be fine in blue-black. It's not exciting. I mean, neither is Arbor Mage, but Arbor Mage is probably the best card in that pack. What is going on today? Do people just refuse to play black on this platform? Like, I mean, you should not be getting the second best common in the set 6-pick. I mean, now it's an easy Deadly Alliance. Even if I go blue-green, I'll just miss out on a Vastwood Fortification. No big deal. Another nice Wind Robber. Look, I'm not trying to force these colors or nothing. I mean, like, that's a 6-pick Deadly Alliance. Like, I'll draft whatever's there. I mean, but if I'm going to get 7th-pick Wind Robber and 6th-pick Alliance, I mean, it's not my fault. 8th pick Vanquish the week. The second best black common. Probably about the 5th best common in the set, roughly speaking. Don't ask me to rank them. Like, I mean, what is going on here? I mean, this pack was probably very good. Pack Beast and Shepherd are excellent cards as well. But this is just not reasonable. Well, this is the start of a very nice blue-black grindy rogues deck. I mean, we have the Wind Robbers for mill. We've got a nice win con, a couple of removal spells. Yes, Royal Eruption is the best common in the set. I don't even think that's debatable. If anybody says a card other than Royal Eruption is the best common, they're just making clickbait or looking for attention, or they're just not a serious limited player. Royal Eruption is ridiculous. The fact that that goes to players... In the early game, it's efficient removal. In the late game, it's powerful removal. And it's a powerful finisher. Like, and there's kicker synergies. And there's Royal Mage to buy it back from the graveyard. I think Royal Eruption should indisputably be the best common in the set. After that, it's much closer. I think Deadly Alliance is second, but I would hear arguments for other commons. But there should be no debate as to what the best common in the set is. I mean, Crawling Barrens, part of why it's the best pick one, pack one is because it's colorless and good in any deck. It's not busted. Like, I mean, it is. It's like, it's really hard to interact with, so that really helps it too. There are games it's too slow. Like, it's not like per mana spent, it's the best card ever or something like that. But I think it's better than Deadly Alliance here, especially because we already have, like, Deadly Vanquish and Into the Royal, and card drawing and grindy stuff, but we're not good at closing. It's hard to attack into. It's, you know, it dodges sorcery speed removal. Like, it dodges all sorceries, Nahiri's Binding, Bubble Snare. It dodges a lot of the removal. It's just a good finisher for these kind of decks. So, I meant to just highlight it. Again, I didn't click twice on purpose. I did want to look at the rest of the pack. Not that there's anything in consideration, but today... we are drafting the easy way. Broken Rare into Gold Broken Rare on color. 6th pick Deadly Alliance. 7th pick Wind Robber. 8th pick Vanquish. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm just saying that we're going to do it. I'm going to take these cards, and if you want to pass me all these super broken decks draft after draft, I'm not going to argue. So... don't hate me, hate the other drafters. I don't know what to tell you. This is very strange. I would never, ever expect drafts to go like this. Last run, we went 7-1. We don't have white cards we want to splash, right? If anything, I'm not looking to splash, but if I was, it would be red. This pack actually kind of sucks for us. It's Demon's Disciple or Duelist. That's what I get for talking smack, right? 6th pick Vanquish, 8th pick Deadly Alliance, get past Zareth. Now I'm 3rd picking a barely playable. I think we want the 3-1 because I keep forgetting I can't click on the cards anymore. Like, it used to be when you clicked once, it just, like, highlighted it for you. But now there's, like, this bug where half the time you click once, it takes it immediately. Yeah, better drafters could be playing cube. That's true. I mean, listen, sometimes things are just open. Sometimes it's just a coincidence. I mean, I haven't seen this much removal this late in a long time. But, you know, it could just be a coincidence. Okay, so there's no blue or black cards here that we actually want. The kicker flyer is okay in a deck like this. Not great. How's Shell Shield? It protects Zareth and Falconer. It seems okay. This is my punishment for talking smack. I deserve this. So now it's an easy bubble snare. I mean, Grakmaw's good, but we're not really looking to play blue-green splash black. I mean, we have Zareth. I think we pretty clearly just take Predation. We do need some 2-drops. I mean, I did just pick up a squid, right? Did I not take it? I thought I got a squid. Did I throw it on my sideboard? Oh, I guess I took something over it. Well, there's the best 2-drop for blue-black rogues. Skulker, at common. Yeah, we do need 2-drops pretty bad. I mean, Wind Robber's not really that effective like that. It's more like a spell. Does some damage and, like, mills some cards and then replaces itself. Bubble Snare can slow down. Oh, I took Predation over Squid, which is right, but yeah. We do need to prioritize 2-drops from here. You are right. Bubble Snare is basically a cheap removal spell, so that can slow them down. Skulker's a good 2. But yeah, we do, and our curve is not high. I mean, this is a 3-drop. These are 3-drops, but yes, I do need to prioritize 2s over 3s and 4s. You're 100% right, as usual, chat. Just in case we get none, grab that Cleric. Yeah, Wind Robber with Zareth is kind of disgusting. I mean, I was doing that in Historic. This is like what my Historic Rogue deck did. Mill them and hit them with Wind Robbers and then Zareth back stuff. Oh, I don't like that Cleric either, but if we don't get any 2-drops in pack 3, I might have to play it. It's not a good card, Cold Grits. It's about as good as Cold Grits. Yeah, 11-pick Colony's kind of weird, too. I like Zolaport Duelist, but it's better when you can force trades. In this deck, I might play one, but it's not going to be very effective. This is like a control deck. Like, I'm not really going to force trades. My creatures function like spells, and I've got a lot of removal and ways to get card advantage, and I've got closers. Falconer, Zareth, and Barons are all excellent closers. But this is going to play more like a control deck, not like an aggro deck. So Glasspool Mimic isn't like some busted card. Like 3-mana Clone is like Clone being cheaper doesn't make it that much better because you're not looking to curve out with this, right? Like this is not really a 3-drop. Like, but it's still a creature and a spell. It's still a land spell modal. So I think it's substantially better than Gloom Hunter. Could use the 2-drop, but we still have all of this pack. And if I have to just put some of these clerics in my deck, I don't mind that much. Like I said, this is like a control deck, a defensive deck. If I need to play cleric, I will. Maybe I'll even just play Anti-Cognition. These start milling on turn 1. I don't want to fall behind. Do I have other mill? Not really. I have removal that puts cards in their yard. I guess right now it's Veil, and if we table the Anti-Cognition, we can play it if we want to. So now, it's weird. Black Bloom Rogue and Relic Golem are cards I would consider over Feed, but I think we need Feed. Because Feed is a 2-drop, right? It's not an aggressive one, but if we can't get run over, if they play a 2-drop, we can just Feed the Swarmant. So I think we have to take Feed just to have something to do on the early turns to kill their 2 or 3 drops and not get run over. Oh yeah, the Menace Rogue is better, no question. I just think, like, we don't need more power. We need, like, 2-mana cards. I'm not forcing blue-black. I mean, this draft I thought I was probably going to end up playing blue-green, but then we just got 6-pick Deadly Alliance, 8th pick Vanquish the week. So Throne is actually a lot better than it looks. Like, I don't know if it's going to be good for us. We have very little kicker, and it's not even expensive. But, like, this adds an extra mana. It's almost like a double land if you have enough kicker cards. Like, if you, you can charge this on a turn where you're not using the mana otherwise, and then you can tap 4 lands in this and play a 6-mana kicker card, like Cunning Geyser Mage or Royal Mage. I'm probably not going to play Throne in this deck if I don't get those cards. Like, I'm not going to play it just to add an extra mana for Into the Royal or Bubble Snare, because they're not that expensive anyway. But if you do have, like a blue-green kicker deck, don't sleep on Throne. It can be quite a good card. Yeah, I'd take a Rune Crab. This is a defensive deck. I could use a Rune Crab. How's Colossus? We have, like, early rogues. That's pretty much it. That's a cleric. That's a wizard. Not very good. None of these cards are really very good. Do we already have a spare supplies? I might need the playables at this point. This draft has been weird. I think, like, somebody doom switched me because I was talking so much smack. I already have 2 clerics in the sideboard if I want them. Think I'd rather have the spare supplies with this much removal. Easy disruption here. Not that it's great, but it's an easy choice. We saw, like, nothing this pack. After 6-pick Deadly, 8th-pick Vanquish. How are there no cards for us? So weird. Guess I'll take some gems. I don't rare drift off, and there's just nothing in the pack for the deck. I'm not worried about my creature count. You don't have to, like, unless you have pump spells and stuff, creature count doesn't matter, like I explained last draft. I am worried about having enough playables. I mean, I'm going to end up playing, like, Deliberate, which is whatever, and, like, one of these clerics or something. My last couple cards in this deck are going to be real filler. Like, my power level's high. I have Barons and Zareth and Falconer and good removal. But I'm going to end up having to play, like, a Cleric or 2, a Deliberate, a Spare Supplies, some of that. Like, the last couple cards that I'm going to have to include are going to be not pretty. Yeah, the last deck didn't have the bombs, but, like, all the cards were good. And, I mean, it did have bombs. Lowell Mage's Domination is pretty busted. Not as good as Zareth and Crawling Barons, but it is quite good. No, this deck didn't turn out that good. I mean, it's fine, but it's nowhere near as good as the last deck. I got nothing all of Pack 3. Like, this pack was horrible. I don't even know what happened. Like, where are all the cards? Pack 1, I was getting, like, 6-pick Deadly Alliance, 7-pick Wind Robber, 8th-pick Vanquish the Week. This pack, I got no blue and black cards. I think Supplies is okay in a deck with this much removal and, like, finishers. I mean, like, not good, but okay. So, what do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4 blue land spell modals, and we don't have the Lowell Mages. So, 6 is 10. And then 1 black, so 8 is 9. So, that's probably just correct. I mean, my cards are cheap and underpowered, except for these finishers. But even them, they're cheap. I mean, so I think this is the right land base. I still have a bunch of land spell modals. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 blue ones, so that's 10 islands. And then I have 1 black one, so that's 9 swamps. Maybe this deck wants a Living Tempest? What are my weak cards? Like these Deliberates and these Spare Supplies. That is a lot of card drawing. Take out one of those and bring in like a 3/3. Okay. Yeah, good removal, some card drawing, good bombs, but some filler. That was a weird pack 3. I think I'd rather have the 2-drop because I just have more good options by turn 3, Hannibal. I agree that the Croc is a better card than the Cleric, but I'm less likely to have something to do on turn 2 than turn 3. Hopefully we don't tank the Mythic rating. Got to draw well now. I mean, listen, we could win a lot of games with Zareth and Crawling Barons and stuff. I mean, it's not like this deck is horrible or something. For figuring out lands, I mean, I count the land spell modals up, and then I play, like, I don't know how many lands it feels like my deck needs. I mean, my rough heuristic is, like, if I would be happy being stuck on, like, 3, like, okay with it, then I usually play 16 lands. If I'm looking to make land drops through like turn 5, I usually play like 17 lands. If I'm looking to make land drops through like turn 7, then I usually play like 18 lands. And land spell modals are lands. But I mean, like, you know, if they're a really good one, I might count it as more like half a land. So I'm going to play the Spare Supplies. This way next turn I can like leave up Disruption or Supplies if I want to. I'm not like worried about them resolving something here. Like I have Vanquish and Demon's Disciple. Okay, so I think now what I want to do is play Supplies, not tapping the island. And then I can pass the turn with Disruption up, with Supplies up, etc., etc. Listen, Supplies is not good, but like I said, this isn't a rogue deck that's looking to get in damage. This is like a control deck. I've got good removal, I've got good finishers, I've got defensive stuff, so the card drawing is not the worst in this deck. Like, I actually think these Spare Supplies are going to work out reasonably well for me. Not saying they're great. I don't like them in most rogue decks, because most rogue decks go aggro a decent amount of the time. But this time in particular, I really just have a control deck. Okay, so here... Don't think I do anything this turn. I'm certainly not going to attack with Barons. Let's just leave our mana up, and then we can, like, sack all those supplies, see what we get. Maybe Vanquish that and sack of supplies. Which I think looks good. It's more mana efficient. We'll use all 5 mana. From donations, J Shrub. Thanks for asking. Both are great, and I really appreciate any and all support. But I do get a higher percentage from donations than from subs. Thank you, F. Perez. Really appreciate the subscription. Okay, what are we doing? Chilling. We are chilling. Like I said, we're playing control. We can put counters on our Baron. We can sack the Spare Supplies. We've got the Shell Shield up. We are chilling. Okay, I'm going to trade because if that means I can kill any creature they play with the Demon's Disciple. If they do stuff, I have stuff. Like, this should work out really well, right? Now I can Shell Shield, and then if I give it Hexproof and the plus 0 plus 3, then my creature lives and theirs dies. Not that they cared that much about the Sellsword, but I work through the Duelist and the Skulker lives, so that's a good exchange. Now, I think we'd rather Vision later, so let's sack Spare Supplies, and then Deliberate, see what we get. Well, I want those, so we're just going to top them both, in which case I don't think the order matters. And no real decisions. I'm not going to attack with Crawling Barons as a 2-2 when they have all this mana up. We'll start charging it. So now it's Vision and Barons. Does the order matter? No. So, because we're not looking for the Crawling Barons to be on tapped and block or anything like that. I actually think I like Mind Drain more than Into the Royal here because I'm holding plenty of interaction and they're holding 4 cards. Who knows what? So I think I like Mind Draining them. I'm not really looking to attack with the Barons until, like, they tap some shield, they tap some mana, or it's bigger and I'm not worried about practice tactics and like flash creatures and things like that. They just discarded lands, right? Yeah, they're just flooded. Well, that's what they were holding. So, don't care about the bounce. I mean, it's not like I have a counter. I can't do anything. I'm not going to Deadly Alliance the Duelist. They can Duelist again. Who cares? It's not really... I mean, that's a good last card for them to have for them, you know, but, like, it's very beatable. So let's see. Now I think we pretty clearly want a Demon's Disciple away 4/4 and attack with Barons while they're tapped. Life is good. They discarded Binding in a land. Okay. So I guess they are holding spells then. But yeah, now, I mean, they're in a rough spot. I mean, this Crawling Barons, I mean, it has to be chump blocked every turn for the rest of the game. I mean, there's like nothing a blue-white deck can do to kill it, right? Like at instant speed here. I mean, Smite the Monstrous, a card that people very rarely play. So now this is just the Abyss. We can't kill both those blockers, so we can't kill them this turn. We could kill one. We could play a land and Bubble Snare tap one, but they're just chumping with the other anyway. So there's no real need to do that here. But it's really hard to beat Crawling Barons in these kind of games. It dodges Bubble Snare and Nahiri's Binding. It can't be into the Roiled. There's basically like only Smite the Monstrous, and that's not even a card you usually main deck. I prefer Zendikar to Cube by a lot. I'm not anti-Cube, but I love Zendikar. Can't do anything about that, but that's okay. Oh, that's a rogue, so they can get that Death Touch. Obviously, we're never going to let this happen with Deadly Alliance, Bubble Snare, and Veil. But we do have to make sure they're not able to sneaky kill our Barons with Skulker and Duelist here. Thanks, Red Eye Dreams. Alright, let's see. So, they only have 2 white up. They have Warrior and Rogue. Practice Tactics isn't an issue. They can't play the Duelist because they don't have any blue right now. So this turn, we're going to attack with Barons. They're probably going to chump with Banneret. And then we'll just play Wind Robber. No reason to do anything else. We're not worried about them attacking back. We'll just continue with our Abyss. For anybody not old school, the Abyss made each player sack a creature every turn. Crawling Barons, now they have to sack a creature every turn or they lose. So it's the Abyss. Definitely going to hold on to Veil. I can use Veil to shut off Skulker's power, potentially. So now, if we activate the Barons and attack, we have, what, 4 more mana to work with. So we can Veil or Deadly Alliance, but not both. I don't even want to take risks. I think pre-combat, I'm going to Bubble Snare with Kicker on the Skulker. Because if they have like a counter or a removal and they kill that Crawling Barons, that gives them a way to actually win this game. So I think what I want to do is Bubble Snare the Skulker, because if it gets countered or something like that, then I don't attack with Barons, right? I wait until I Deadly Alliance the Skulker, and I just don't attack with Barons this turn. So let's go for Bubble Snare on Skulker, see if it resolves. This is actually similar to the last game where I was like, yeah, I can get a bigger blowout if I attack with Barons, they block with Skulker, they go for Duelist, and then I play Veil. But again, I don't need a bigger blowout. I just need them not to be able to kill Crawling Barons. So first and foremost, I just want to make sure that they can't have the right counter or trick in combat and actually kill my Crawling Barons, right? Like, I don't need a bigger blowout. A bigger blowout doesn't help me. As long as they can't kill Crawling Barons, this game is over. What are they going to do? Chump it forever? Hello, Gragoth. Hello, Ultra Rare. Otherwise known as Mythic. And that is game. Yeah, Crawling Barons is a fair Magic card. Just dodges every removal and is infinite. This is my 3rd draft today. I'm going to do 3 more best of ones tomorrow, but this is the 3rd and final draft of the day today. I guess you'll have to settle for being ultra rare then. maining a smite unless you have like loot and rummage effects. It is here's a really good limited concept that I think would help a lot of especially like newer limited players. So there's a lot of cards that are situational but trade up. Cards like Duress, Broken Wings, Smite the Monstrous, and they feel good most of the time you draw one. So you get tricked because it's like way over 50%, like 70, 80, whatever percent, that if you duress the opponent, you take some good removal spell, or if you draw your smite, you kill some nice creature with it. The thing is, all of the times that they work, they're still just a removal spell. They're still just a 1-for-1. So the 20% of the time they don't work, they're a mulligan. They're a dead card. So if you have ways to like loot or rummage them away, go nuts, right? Because they'll work most of the time, and then you can just loot them away when they don't, right? But imagine Deadly Alliance imagine Deadly Alliance was the same card, but 1 in 5 times you drew it, it just evaporated. You literally just went down a card and had to take a mulligan, basically, and you just got absolutely nothing from it. That's not a very good Magic card. Even if 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 times you draw it, it's destroy target creature for 4 mana. That's still just a fine... That's good, it's a removal, it's 1-for-1, it's useful. But if it just evaporated and gave you nothing 1 in 4 times you drew it or 1 in 5 times you drew it, that's not really a playable Magic card. Like, maybe if you're really short, it's better than some awful, filler card like I'm using in this deck. Like Cleric of Chill Depths. But, like, as a whole, that takes a first-pick quality removal spell to a near unplayable. You can't just have your card do nothing a quarter of the time you draw it. Now, if you have like 3-4 ways to loot or rummage away cards, stuff like Tormenting Voice and Windrider Wizard, okay. Because now, most of the time it's a dead card, you can discard it and get a new card, right? And that's not free. It still leads to Flood and stuff like that, but okay. You get to turn it into another card. But, like, if it's just going to be a dead card in 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 times you draw it, you don't want to play that card. Even if it's going to trade profitably 3 out of 4 times you draw it. Alright, rant over, I'm sorry. But it is really good advice. I see people play these cards like Duress and Smite and Broken Wings way too much. I think we'll play the Cleric since it stops the Skeleton, and Skulker can be useful later against bigger creatures. I think we're just 1-0. I haven't lost with this deck yet. I think that was the first game with it, though. Alright, well, there goes the good block. I'm not going to chump. Clearly, we do not need to play Vision as a land. We already have 5, so even though we're not winning the race at the moment, that's alright. We can always Deadly Alliance later. I mean, I really don't want to kill a Moss Pit Skeleton, but what are you going to do? We'll hit for as much as we can, and then I'll hopefully chump it with the Cleric and kill them with Living Tempest or something like that. Yes, Osmando. That's why Mind Rot is generally not a very good card. In this format, it's an exception because, like, the life gain, the mill, the deals of damage, they're all useful in this format. But the reason Mind Rot, that same concept, is the exact reason Mind Rot, just basic Mind Rot, is not normally good. Now, Reaper was good in the Adventure set because when Mind Rot is dead in the late game, you're getting a 4/5 creature. Or, like, the Mind Rot, whatever it was, mutate creature, stuff like that. I mean, it only made them discard 1, but stuff like that, because you get a creature. Like, Mind Rot with cycling is a lot better than Mind Rot without cycling. Because, again, 3 mana discard 2 is great when it takes 2 cards, but whenever it's a dead card, it's not worth it. So that's kind of the problem. That exact same concept is why Mind Rot is not very good. Yeah, it's a bad main deck. If you play against somebody with counters and stuff like that, then it can be a good sideboard card. Because you can tell when they have their spells in their hand and cast it, and it'll basically never be dead. Just like if you play against an opponent that has 5 4-power creatures, Smite's a good sideboard card, because then it's never going to be dead. I mean, 1% or whatever, but, like, virtually never. But we're talking main deck. So this is interesting. I don't really want to Deadly Alliance the Skeleton, because it comes back as a 5/5. But I have the Living Tempest to eat the 2/1. So I think I'm just going to Deadly Alliance the Skeleton. Oh, I can't argue with that reasoning, pun defeated. And listen, we're on the same side of puns. I'm always trying to defeat all the bad puns I hear. So we'll just have to agree to disagree on Smite, and we'll agree on puns being awful. All right, so we're gonna discard these. We need land 5 for Living Tempest. Vision comes into play tap, so it's not a free roll to hold it. I want to make my 3/3 flyer this turn. I guess if they have a land to put on the the equipment on the Sky Dancer, I'm not going to get to eat it, but still, it's fine. Trade and then hit back for 3. It is what it is. If they don't have a land or a pump or removal, we get a free kill. That's pretty sweet. So hopefully they have nothing. And Subtle Strike doesn't actually work, right? Vanquish does, though. Subtle would kill my creature, but theirs would still die. Yeah, but then I can still just block Pudgy Ninja. Alright, so we're going to deliberate now, because if we draw a creature, we want to play it. Bottom the island, top the supplies. See what we get. Clearly we don't need more lands in play. I don't think there's a race for winning, but we got to find a flyer or removal for the Sky Dancer. The Living Tempest would have ate it if they had a good 5-drop to play or something and didn't put the pickaxe on it. Trade with it otherwise. But remember, pickaxe is 3. It's not free. So if they had something they wanted to play, they weren't going to equip it just to deal me 2 damage. But even if they did, I would just trade then instead of just taking 4 turns. So yeah, Living Tempest wasn't great there. It traded down 2 mana, but we ended up with the supplies in our deck because we didn't get enough playables in Pack 3. After Pack 1, my deck was fantastic. Pack 2, it actually got better. We didn't get a lot of playables, but we got Crawling Barrens and Zareth. But then Pack 3, we got, like, nothing. Pack 3 just went horrible for us. Also, for the record, I don't have a supplies in my deck. I have 2. So I guess let's start by sacking this, see what we get. Probably going to Predation them, but I don't think I need to Veil. Can't block the flyers. Oh no, I do need to Veil to not be dead. Okay, well, that makes that easy. If they play a land. Yeah, Pack 3 went very poorly. Like, some of the worst I've ever seen. Like, I literally got nothing. Not good cards, not moderate playables. Like, my power level was already so high. Like, if I had just been picking up, like, you know, Royal Mage here, Geyser Mage there, like, you know, Blood Priest and Skulker, I would have been totally happy. I didn't need good cards. I just needed cards. Still got outs for now, I guess. If they don't draw land, I mean, I have to bounce Sky Dancer to not be dead. They get rebuys on a land. I guess if they don't get it, they can't recast Sky Dancer, so that's nice. Why do I always draw Feed the Swarm when I'm too low to cast it? So now I'm just dead to the Gloom Hunter. Boo. Yeah, we're going to need to draw Barons and Zareth a lot. The rest of my cards are not very good. Conceding is going down in style. This is the third and final draft of the night. I will, barring unexpected calamities, I do plan to be back on tomorrow with 3 more of these best of 1 Zendikar drafts. We'll probably end up tanking the good mythic rating, but, you know, we're going to try and climb the ladder. Gotta try, right? least you can't go back to Diamond, but hopefully we won't fall that far. I know there's nothing at stake, but it is fun. Yeah, I mean, Selundu is just a tap land that's way better than a land in the late game, right? Like, you know all those close games where you're in top deck battles, and towards the end of the game you're just like, please don't draw a land. Like, I'll take any decent spell. Well, then you have the extra mana to pay for, Selundu. Alright, so let's Predation. We don't have any real 3-drops to play. Cleric of Chill Depths isn't doing much. So Shadow's Verdict, despite most of our creatures being small, we can play around. We have card drawing. I think I'm definitely going to take one of these 4-drops. Which one is scarier for me right now? Because this is a handful of removal, so we're going to try and play around all that. Shadow's Verdict should only kill one creature. So I think we definitely want to take Healer or Felidar. I just don't know which. I guess we can reset the Felidar with Into the Royal, but if we're going to play a really long game, the Felidar is kind of scary. The Attended Healer doesn't really seem like it's doing very much right now, but I guess Jordan's got other clerics in their deck almost certainly if they're black-white. This is a pretty tough call, I think. Yeah, Felidar is big. So, of course, we don't want to overcommit, but if they want to kill our clerics one at a time, our little creatures one at a time, we're cool with that. Right now they have Vanquish open, so I think I play Cleric of Chill Depths, not Skulker. I don't mind sitting around and playing a long, slow control game and not adding to the board. I mean, that's what my deck does. We'll dig to Zareth and Crawling Barrens and Falconer and try and ride those to victory, right? Healer did have more upside, but the Felidar presented a bigger threat now. So, in response to that, we go ahead and Into the Royal the Healer so they don't get a 1/1. I'm not sure. Maybe I should have left them Felidar, not Healer. I'm really not sure on that. Okay, so now I'm not worried about Shadow's Verdict because it would kill their Blood Priest too, so it would be a 2 for 2. And I want to try and pull Vanquish since I have Living Tempest. So I'm happy to play Skulker here, I think. I don't think I really can do much. I think we just have to chill. Yeah, I maybe should have took the Healer. I think it was a really tough choice. Felidar does get big. But Healer is the one that interacts not in combat, and I did have the Duelist and the Skulker. Not that I expect those to actually line up when against a handful of removal. So I don't know. I think it was tough. All right, let's see. So if I bring out the Living Tempest, that pulls the Vanquish, and that wouldn't die to Verdict anyway. So basically what I want to do here, I think, is kill the Attended Healer the most. So I think I play the Living Tempest, and then maybe I'll just put, everything on Healer, or maybe, if I put, Skulker and Chill Depths on Healer, and Tempest on Blood Priest, then I get the double kill. I definitely want to play the Tempest. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to block. Yeah, I could triple block the Healer. It's definitely an option. I'm not going to put just Tempest on it, because then it'll just get vanquished. But I could put, Tempest and Skulker on it and Cleric here. And then if they pass, cool, Skulker trades for a Healer. If they vanquish the Tempest, then I can Duelist the Healer, and then the Skulker will eat it. So I think this is the best block. So +1/+1 to each of them. I don't care about the Cleric, so this works out fine, right? Oh no, the Tended Healer is going to get to live, but the Vanquish will save the Living Tempest. I mean, the Duelist will save the Living Tempest. Unfortunately, the Attended Healer is going to live, but them vanquishing the 2/2 instead of the 3/3 flyer has some value. So that was about an even deal. They had a lot. I don't know if I want to top the Wind Robber or not. 5 cards in the yard. If they play the Destroy Everything, I'm going to lose the Wind Robber. That doesn't seem particularly worth it. Just bottom those both. It's not a very useful card. Tended Healer can't give itself lifelink, right? No. So we'll attack. So on the bright side, we got to put a Swamp on the bottom. And that's a mole. This is a weird game. It's actually really fun. Super grindy, and neither of us have much going. Okay. Guess there's no real upside to playing the Disruption as a land. I'm just going to play one more land since I don't have landfall. And then just hold on to the Disruption, I guess. Even though they're never going to play anything into it because they know about it, it still means they have to like wait to play their spells, potentially. It still has more value as like choking their mana since they only drew 6. Could prevent them from double spelling or something like that. Yeah, we've drawn a lot of lands, but we've also bottomed a Swamp and a Wind Robber. You know, Zareth's in there. So, unfortunately, I can't kill the Attended Healer, but I'll happily Disruption here. So this looks like block Pack Beast with Living Tempest and Disruption. Seems pretty easy. Really wish I could kill the healer, but nothing I can do about that. Grindy, like, we're both firing resources at each other, and, like, you know, nobody's winning, like, quickly. Nobody's running over each other. Like, I'm already about halfway through my deck. There's 20 cards in my deck, and Jordan has 21. So now we vanquish in response, so they don't get any free 1/1s. Nothing they can do. They can give lifelink to the Blood Priest, who cares? The Attended Healer will be gone by the time it attacks. They'll gain 2, but I'll trade my Duelist for it and be happy about that. So they're probably just going to let it die, and then they can Blood Chiefs, Thirst the Living Tempest. Oh, no, they can't, because I'll Jurari Disruption it. See the value of holding Jurari Disruption. I get another turn of Living Tempest attack. This game is like, you know, it's a grind, it's about even, but I do have Zareth and Crawling Barrens, which would both be incredible draws. So we're just chilling, hoping to get one of those. Of course, there's always more lands in there. Okay, so I'm not worried about having to discard Jurari Disruption. It's only just choking them. It's not actually going to do anything. So I think they're going to end up Blood Chiefs thirsting the Living Tempest anyway. So we might as well hit them for 3. And then I can play one more land. This isn't a card worth protecting. And if I draw a card I want to protect, I still just have 2 cards to discard. Yep. Hey, Glasspool Mimic when I have no creatures. Well, I don't need more lands, so... Where were you last turn when you could have been an extra copy of Living Tempest? Alright. I'm not excited about this feed, but I can't just keep taking damage, or I'm going to end up unable to feed anything. Come on, creatures. That's a good one. As long as their last card doesn't interact here, I'm good. They can Deadly Alliance for 4, and they're going to get the Stone Blowout, but there's nothing I can really do about that. I'll play the land to make sure I can turn off a 5-mana card, but hopefully that last card in their hand is not a removal spell. That would be very, very bad. They would kill both. Nothing I can do about that. Hey, that's a good draw. Now we can stack the deck. We don't want Disciple. We do want Zareth. Disciple would be bad because they would just sack the snared creature. And then we don't want the island, of course. So Shadow's Verdict does nothing. I don't want to die to Zoth consumption, so I'm just going to hit for 4. If they brick, we win anyway. But if they do have Zoth consumption or some way to deal me +4, I don't want to lose with a Zareth on top of my deck. That was a sweet game. That was fun. You gotta love those grindy, interactive games. See, this is why I hate aggressive formats, aggressive mechanics. Imagine if every game of Magic was like that, where you have to time all your spells and use things for the most value, and no one card, like, really, dominates. You just battle back and forth. Like, that's what Magic is supposed to be like. You know what I mean? Like, that is awesome Magic. I hate, like, curve out, stomp you, you're dead. Creatures can't block each other, race past each other, you're dead. Like, to me, games like that are Magic. Bombs are more impactful that way. But you could also just remove all the bombs. No one says there has to be bombs. Yeah, I know. If media and everything else has taught us anything, it's people don't actually want to think. They just want, like, flashy, easy things. But, I've always been a guy who likes a deep plot, and I don't like action movies. I like to think. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority, sadly. Oh yeah, 10th edition was great. Super grindy. I definitely play Pauper Cube. Yeah, it's Vintage Cube I don't like, and Pauper Cube I'm totally down for. Again, I'm not anti-Cube. It's more like I'm anti-Vintage. Like, I'm not... Look, everybody have fun, play what you like, but I don't like high-power Magic. It's not like... The concept of cubing is fantastic. It's not that I want to have to buy new boosters or I don't want people to design their own draft formats. Those are both excellent. Not having to buy new boosters and designing your own draft formats are great. I just don't want to play Reanimator and Storm and, other nonsense. Alright, let's see. If we Bubble Snare this, it sits in play, not great, not horrible. Probably should just Bubble Snare the Brushfire. Oh no, I don't want to Bubble Snare until after I Demon's Disciple, so I'm not going to Bubble Snare anything. Because then they would just sack the Bubble Snared creature. I play Constructed, like Standard and Modern and Pioneer and whatnot when I have to, but I don't... I like, never prefer Constructed to Limited. Can't disruption that, but it's not pressure, at least. So now we want to play Disciple so that we can Bubble Snare next turn. No real choices here. I need to use this Disciple as quickly as possible so that I can then Bubble Snare something. Negative synergy. Probably a pretty tough decision for them. Without sinking mana into the Brushfire is hitting for 3 now and is hard to block. The Shambler will grow bigger over the long run, but I have 6 cards in hand. So from their perspective, this should be a tough decision. I mean, it depends on their hand, of course. But, like, they have to assume I have answers to the Shambler. They'll get a 1/1. It's going to be bigger in the long run. The Brushfire's hitting harder now. Okay, so... I'm not actually that worried about them emptying their hand. I mean, they still have 3 cards. They're probably not playing something end of turn. And I can also Into the Royal something. So I think what I want to do now is just play an island and pass. Because if they play a good 4 or 5 mana spell tapping out, I can Disruption it. I can always put 2 counters on the Crawling Barrens if they don't give me any options. And if I want to Into the Royal, I can. But ultimately, I just want to start growing that Barrens. I mean, my Barrens is outpacing their Shambler, plus I have Into the Royal, whereas a red-green deck can't really do anything about Crawling Barrens once I get it to a 6/6. Okay, so that looks like something I'll probably Bubble Snare. So let's say I like Into the Royal, the Shambler, Bubble Snare, the Scorch Rider, and Mind Drain. That looks good to me. Yep, because this way if they want to replay, I don't care at all about a 1/1 token, but if they want to replay the Shambler, it's going to have to start growing again as a 1/1. This card is so slow. It's not like those X token cards. It's just an extremely slow card. Okay, so now we can Mind Drain this turn. And then we still have Jurari Disruption up. And then next turn, of course, we can play the 1-mana Bubble Snare on the Scorch Rider, and things are back to stable. And then we can start charging our Barrens. If they Cleansing Wildfire, the Barrens get beats. I mean, if I have my mana up, I can save it from that with Shell Shield, I think. I don't think they're likely to do that, because then they're kicking it instead of putting counters on the Shambler. And I didn't know whether their cards in hand were good enough that they'd want to discard the Swarm Shambler or not. But at the end of the day, like, if they replay the Swarm Shambler, it takes forever to grow into something big. The Scorch Rider's hitting me for 4 a turn. So, like, I wanted to Bubble Snare the Rider. Like, I'm happy. Into the Roiling the Shambler at this point in the game is practically killing it, right? Ooh, hello, Jurari Disruption. You've been big tonight. I don't get counters on the Barrens, but that's worth it to stop a 4/5 trample. So now we might as well, I think, hit. Even though we're taking damage back and they're up right now, I mean, this is 2 for 1. Plus, I wouldn't really want to block with it anyway. I guess I might actually just trade the Wind Robber for the 1/1. If I could cash it in for a new card, that would probably be better. But they're only at 5 in their yard. And I mean, I'm not really looking to race. So, well, they took away that option from me. Good beats. Yeah, Auto Tapper didn't really pull through there, but that's alright. I would never Shell Shield the Wind Robber there anyway, so it's not a huge deal. I don't want to hit for 4 and take 3 back, but I'm not worried about losing the Barrens because I'm going to have Veil and Shell Shield available. So now I'm definitely just going to have to sit here for a little bit and charge it up. Not for long. I'm putting 4 counters on it right now. I have 8 mana. So if they attack, I'll activate the Barrens and block. When they don't, we put 4 counters on it. Then maybe next turn I start attacking with it as an 8/8. We'll see. Well, they're not scared. I wish I was as fearless as them. I mean, they probably have some kind of trigger removal, but I can't imagine it's going to work through Shell Shield. And I'm at 9 anyway, so I'm definitely going to block. So yeah, if I put 2 counters on it, it would still die, so Shell Shield saves it though. Respond to that counter, so the Relic Amulet doesn't get a chance to kill the Barrens here in response. Oh, hello, Zareth. Okay, well, now I'm not attacking with the Crawling Barrens, because I'd rather cast Zareth. And no real decisions now. We can go beat down. I mean, they have to block Zareth or we get something. So I'm not really afraid. I mean, they can chump it, and then they can attack back for 2 and, like, I'll Veil. And they're probably, if they want to block it with the Fisher Wizard and then finish it with Amulet, I'm going to try and save it with my Veil here. They won't have to use the amulet, but the Xerath should live unless they have an instant to play. Yeah, these are fair cards. These two cards, yeah. Rares are fun. So I can lethal them if I have enough mana. I don't mind going for it because I'll get something from Xerath or whatever. And yeah, Deadly Alliance costs 4, so I'm just going to try and go for lethal because if they have like Synchronized Spellcraft or something for Xerath, okay, like the Crawling Baron's still just killing them next turn. I can't wait for them to use the counters. Goman, why would they use the counters before damage? What they'll do is bury the Fisher Wizard and put the 2 damage on the Xerath, and then they'll use the 2 counters. And my Xerath will have 2 damage on it, and there's nothing I can do. So there's no way for you to make them use the counters in that spot. Hello, Ben. 2 a.m. in Germany. Still playing Limited. 4 and 2 in Cube. Cool. I respect it. I've stayed up till 2 a.m. playing Limited many a nights. Good luck in Germany. Maybe do a little Zendikaring, not just cubing. This is one of the best Limited formats, like, ever. Cube's great too, but Zendikar is so good. Pretty easy keep. Old schoolers say bury, yeah. When they bury their card. I guess burying is not part of Magic in any way anymore. Ben, what do you think would give you the hardest time in a draft tournament? I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you asking who I think the best drafters are? Like, yeah, I remember interrupts. I'm old. I mean, active? I don't know. I mean, Siggy, Ifro, although he's not active now because his wife works for Wizards. Marcio. I don't know. Like, it's weird. The pro scene is so different now. Like, we play almost all constructed. You know, like, I used to be able to rate people's drafting because we used to draft 3 to 6 rounds at every tournament, you know, but now it's just, like, all online constructed. So, like, I don't even really get to see people draft to say who the best drafters are. Like, I really have no idea who the best pro level drafters are anymore. I know who I think the best pro players are, but, like, it's all based on watching them play Standard on Arena. Like, there's, like, no draft anymore. Okay, we're going to need more lands. I want to have Disruption and Spare Supplies up. I don't think I need Vanquish up here. So I'm just going to pass the turn. If they attack, I can throw the Wind Robber in front of the Pack Beast. If they go for Duelist, I'll just use Into the Royal. That looks good enough to Disruption to me. Oh, hello there, Xerath, turn 4, right on cue. We're finally playing constructed here. Was that a good top deck? Yes. This is dumb. This is busted in Standard. This is the 4th turn. Rares are so stupid. They should ban every rare from every limited format. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Peanut. I think I missed that. There was a ton of subscribers today. Thank you, everybody, again. I really appreciate the support for my content. Yeah, unless you have something, I don't think that works. So they have no dead cards. So we'll feed the Falconer so we can take it, which means we don't want to bounce anything. I'm just going to Vanquish the Pack Beast and feed the Falconer. This way they have no option to chump block the Xerath. Not that them chump blocking is bad for me, but this is just like I can lose 5, I'm at 18. I'm just going to literally take their 4/4 flyer. Like, this is just, come on. This isn't Magic. Like, this is literally not Magic. Sorry, Cristo Ray. If it were up to me, Xerath would be banned in Limited. Believe me. I don't want it to be like that either. I would ban Xerath and every other Broken Rare from Limited. I apologize, Cristo Ray. If you're out there, if this gets to you, I have to play the cards. My opponents use their Xeraths against me, but you have a genuine apology from me. It does not feel good. Xerath should be banned. That is not a punt, chat. I didn't even choose the order. I just let it do it automatically. I mean, I'm not sorry for winning, but like I said, I would gladly ban Xerath from Limited. I don't like it to be that way. I'll take it, but it's not my idea of a good game of Magic. The match I played against Jordan Berkowitz, that's a good game of Magic. That's, we fired all our resources back and forth. We went through half our decks. We had both had tricks. Like, the way things lined up, what mattered. Like, that's good Magic. Turn 4 Xerath, take your 2/3. Next turn, take your 4/4 flyer or whatever. Like, that's not Magic. It's not good Magic. So let's see. I have 2 swamps and 1 island. So I want to get the Wind Robber going, but the most important thing is land 4, turn 4. So I think what I want to do here is play Skulker, and then I can see if I draw a land. If I don't, I'm going to play Spare Supplies and Wind Robber. If I do, then I can play like Cleric and Wind Robber if it's an island. I miss a mill this way, but, I mean, it's not like I actually need to Trickster here on turn 4. Plus, they might have removal or whatever anyway. But I think this maximizes. This can't copy a legend, right? Nah. I mean, it can, but one will die. But if they like binding it or something. Okay, so now I want to play Spare Supplies to help find land and Wind Robber. So first things first, let's attack. And then I'm going to tap the 2 swamps for Spare Supplies. And then I'm going to tap the island for Wind Robber. No, I don't even know what's in the cube, Miss Lethal. I don't mind raiding decks. It's just, I would have no idea how to raid it. Like, I don't know what to draft in this current cube. I don't even know what's in it. Like, I would just have, honestly, no real ability to do that in any way that was valid. Sorry. If it was like a Zendikar deck, but I did love the card Beloved Chaplain. Okay, so now we can attack with both. If they block the Wind Robber, that's great. I buy back the Skulker, and then I'll get their Gloom Hunter. What happens if they take both? I could buy back the Skulker, and then as long as I mill a creature or a land, I get it. That's most of the deck. So it's probably worth going for, right? There's nothing they can do to kill it. It takes any permanent. A land is somewhat useful for me right now. I don't mind. So this time I'm going to have to manually stack so that it does it in the right order. So let's have the mill happen first. Oh, that doesn't work. It targets right when it hits. That was so bad. Yeah, that doesn't work. I'm silly. Somebody said that last time, which is part of why I thought it would work. But whatever. That play would have been right if it worked, because like I would happily take a land right now, and most of a limited deck is lands and spells. But, it was both a punt and science. But yeah, that was bad. Okay, so no real decisions. Attack and make them chump, mill them, and then we'll just drop our 2-drops here. I guess I can't let them keep hitting me with the Gloom Hunter. So the Wind Robber attack is close. I can Glasspool Mimic the Wind Robber if I want to. They're clerics. They're going to find a way to gain a life this early with this many cards in hand. I don't think I really mind. I'm just going to develop my board right now. Also, milling them is good. Helps give Zareth better options later. All of that. That's true, Mr. Fancy Dance. But yeah, that was bad, obviously. I made the play, like, assuming I would get to take whatever Wind Robber build, and even though it's not guaranteed to hit something, like, land is useful for me since I only drew exactly 4 lands. So, like, you know, if a land is useful, then any land, any creature, you know, any permanent, it would only miss if it milled an instant or sorcery, which they probably have, like, you know, 6 of or something out of 40 cards. But it doesn't work like that. You can't mimic Zareth, basically, because it's legendary, so you'll just sack one immediately. If they, like, Nahiri's Binding the Zareth, then I'll mimic it. But we punted our Zareth this game, which is for the better because Zareth's so silly anyway. Alright, so now... Where did my Wind Robber go? Oh, they Subtle Striked it. I think we want to sack the supplies, see what we get. The ground is pretty locked up. I need an answer to the 2/2 flyer. I don't really have one. I mean, there's plenty in the deck. I don't have one at the moment. Clearly now I'm going to play that as a land. Yeah, but I would have rather waited till I could hit and steal something, right? Like, I could have been milling them with Wind Robber, and then I could have stolen a creature. It was a horrible use of Zareth. I mean, like I said, I would have never done it if I knew I wasn't going to get anything. I punted that. I did it because I thought I would get something. You know, as long as I didn't mill an instant or whatever. Alright, so that takes care of the Gloom Hunter. And then, do I want to mimic the Skulker? I think so. No, I might get them with the Duelist. And I've got Veil and Spare Supplies this turn. I think this turn I'm going to feed the Gloom Hunter and just pass. Yeah, second Skulker could end up good, but I could already get them with Duelist at flash speed. And then I have Into the Royal and Veil as backup. So I think I like this. See what they do. If they attack with the Cleric of Life Bond, I'm going to be able to block it profitably. And if they don't, I'm not really stranding mana because I have the Spare Supplies to sack. So it works out pretty well for me. So now I need to kill the flyer, so basically the same as last turn. Clerics is annoying, but we're still looking alright in this game. I'd be looking a lot better if I had my Zareth, but that's my fault. See if we can win a game where we throw away a Zareth, basically. Okay, I wasn't expecting this. I mean, I'm happy about it. So I have Deadly Alliance, Duelist, and Veil or Into the Royal, all available. So I'm pretty sure I want a Duelist first, so I get the extra blocker. I want a Deadly Alliance the Shepherd, because the flyer is actually the hardest one for me to deal with. So I can put, like, I don't care about keeping my Skulker. So what if I put Skulker on Cleric of Life Bond? Wait. No, I can't kill a Tended Healer and Clerics of Life Bond. So I think if I -2, -0 everything, and I also, if I Veil and Duelist, then the Cleric isn't dealing any damage. The Skulker will live. I'm going to Deadly Alliance the Flyer. So I think what I want to do here is put Skulker on Cleric of Life Bond, 1/1 on 1/1, 1/3 on 1/1. Okay, so they went for Oblivion's Hunger, so that's a little bit of a change in plans. I can Deadly Alliance that instead, or I can Into the Royal it. I don't have an answer for the Flyer. I think the Flyer's actually scarier. I don't have double blue, though. So I don't know what I want to do here. I mean, I'm going to Veil, so my creature's not going to die. I don't have to do anything. I can just let them draw a card and let that sit in play. So that's probably best. I mean, it's nice to fizzle a card draw, but it's not that important. So we'll just let that happen. I think I need to kill the Shepherd. The Flyer's just way scarier, right? Although I guess I don't have to kill it now from Veiling, but I still probably want to. I definitely want to Veil. It's going to save both of those creatures. This is indestructible. These are bouncing. I can Deadly Alliance the Shepherd or wait, but I want to Deadly Alliance the Shepherd anyway, so. Still worked out pretty well. I mean, they used their trick and all that. So now, I don't think I'll need the 1/1 back, but I'm going to play it a little safe and hold the 1/3. Just put out a 4/4 flyer. So now I have Skulker to block Cleric of Lifebond, 4/4 to block the others. Yeah, they could have drawn Shelter, but they also might have used their mana to give it lifelink or something and then not be able to cast a creature. I mean, it was just a choice. But now we'll try and close out in the air. Okay. So if we mimic the Falconer... I mean, they could have killed the Duelist, but, like, who cares? It's just a 1/1 that's not really doing anything. That's why I wasn't worried about that block, because, yeah, they're 2-for-1ing me, but in reality, the blowout is I'm sacking a Duelist. Like, who cares? So now we're definitely going to want to Glasspool mimic the Falconer. I guess, can I attack with one Falconer is the only question. I'll have Into the Royal up. I can, like, double or triple block the Life Bond, and I still have plenty of life, so I think the answer is yes. This is an aggressive play, but they're empty-handed. So as long as they don't top deck, it's not really that dangerous. Like, on board, I have good blocks, and the 4 turn in the air matters, right? So that's an interesting one. So +1/+1, it will turn the Life Spawn into a 6/6. Triple block is still fine. Although I might just Into the Royal it now if they pump, because they won't be able to recast it. If they played like some little Cleric and gained life, and I bounced it, they could recast it. And I felt like I could maybe do more than that with Into the Royal. But at this point, I think I will just triple block. Or actually, I guess I'll just double block, because, I mean... Well, no, then they might pass. That kind of gives away that I have something. So yeah, I'll triple block. Huh? Why are they attacking me just that? I'm like, I'll just eat it. I mean, they really want to gain 2 or whatever, that bad? Well, if they do this, what do I want to do? This is interesting. So I can eat the Expedition Healer and chump with the Duelist. And then I could, like, Into the Royal the Duelist. That looks pretty good. If they give lifelink to the Cleric of Lifebond. This is awesome. This is another great grindy game. I'm kind of glad I threw away Zareth. I mean, I'd be winning this game by miles if I hadn't, and that wouldn't be any fun. I could also put the Chill Depths on this, and that'll keep it locked for a turn. That actually looks even better. And that trigger happens even if I end up Into the Roiling my own Chill Depths. So this looks great. Now they're probably going to give their Cleric of Lifebond lifelink. Why are they pumping? 4/4 still just beats 3/3. Well, now I don't even know if I want to bounce the Cleric of Chill Depths. I can, because they're not. It's not lifelink. I can just let it die. I guess it's still right to bounce it. I want to play Into the Royal because I'm going to scry 4. I don't understand why they pumped and didn't give lifelink to the Cleric of Lifebond. They could have gained 6 life instead of 1 more. Alright, whatever. I still want to bounce it, I think. I need to play Into the Royal for sure because I'm going to get scry 4, so I'm going to get to draw good cards, like, indefinitely. Those are both good cards. We'll take the Vanquish first for the healer because the Life Bond is staying tapped for now. I think this game is pretty much over. I don't know how they could win. I mean, they might have outs. Oh, I forgot I get both because one off Into the Royal. So anyways, Vanquish the healer, attack for 8, play Cleric of Chill Depth. Life is good. This is easy. We're safe. Like I said, I think this game is pretty much over. If they draw a flyer, I can still Bubble Snare it. If they draw removal, I can Bubble Snare the Life Bond before it would untap. I don't know how they can win this game. Scry 2 twice isn't Scry 4, because if you see good cards, you leave them on top. But the game isn't going that much longer. The main concern was that I would draw good spells over the next turn or two. And obviously I get to ensure that with the double Falconer Scry. Yeah, they played this game pretty bad, but I don't think they could have won, but whatever. So they don't even have a pump available, so they're just dead to the Flyers. I don't think these blocks matter. I'm in no position to criticize plays given I threw away Zareth, right? But yeah, no, they made some plays that I think were suboptimal towards the end of that game. But ultimately, I don't think they could have won. Like, the double Falconer just closes out there, and I had the bounce and removal to work through the Cleric of Life Bond regardless. Falconer is better in this deck because it's a closer and this is a control deck. Remember, a lot of the times when you have like a rogue deck, you're not a control deck really. When you have a rogue deck, you're grindy, you're dealing damage, you're racing with Sky Dancers, you're bouncing things with Cunning Geyser Mage and stuff. This deck is, I'm not playing tempo. I'm just drawing cards, I'm dealing with their best threats, and so I'm winning with my Falconers in this deck because it's a closer. So Falconer is a lot better in this deck than it is in most blue-black decks that are full of small rogues and stuff like that. Zareth was pick 2, pack 2. I don't even remember what was pick 1, pack 1. Which is weird. I'm usually good at this, but I know I was going to start off like blue and then blue-green, so it was a blue card, right? I think I first picked some... Yeah, Falconer, actually. Yeah, some blue card. I'm still replaying that last game in my head, but... Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think they had any good lines. Like... I definitely don't like the pump there. I mean, even if you want to play around into the Royal, just don't tap any mana, because then you can at least recast something if I bounce it. You don't need the one extra life. You're not even dealing an extra point of damage, right? But ultimately, I don't really think they had any good lines. Like, I don't think there's any way they could have beaten double Falconer plus the bounce and removal towards the end of the game. Barons was pack 2, pick 1. Pick 1, pack 1 was Falconer. That's 100% right. The draft started off blue card, blue card, blue card, remember? And then, like, I kind of, like, delved into, like, green and black. Like, I got, like, an Arbor Mage 5th or 6th pick. And then I got, like, a 6-pick Deadly Alliance, so I was like, okay. Yeah, Air Elemental's still good. It's always good. It's not what it used to be. It used to be, like, just a game-dominating card. The power level's risen a lot since then. But Air Elemental's still quite strong almost every time we see it. And the Kick 2 ability is not a joke. I mean, once you already have 5 mana, you generally don't want to draw lands. So Scry 2, anytime you put a land on the bottom, it's almost like drawing a card. Yeah, that sounds right. Falconer and a Wind Robber into, like, Royal or something, or Snare. That sounds right to me. Alright, another grindy hand. We can definitely hold the Disruption because we don't have a turn 3 play. And then maybe we'll get to Force Spike something. We're only 1 land away from unlocking the 5-drop. We'll see what we draw. Yeah, double Spare Supplies. I'm not happy about that. But again, I didn't really switch, and I got all blue pack 1. I got 6-pick Deadly Alliance, 8-pick Vanquish pack 1, and then the blue-black was just gone. It was a weird draft, honestly. I don't know if I just got super unlucky or if somebody else, like a couple other people, switched or something. I mean, how can there be a lot of black players when I got 6-pick Deadly, 8-pick Vanquish, right? It's like not really, it's like you can't explain that. So I don't know. I don't know what happened in this draft. I've got no explanation. Alright, so I'm not going to bluff attack. I'm just going to play Cleric. Drawry Disruption is pretty good against blue-green. They have all those kicker cards and stuff. And then also, I can just leave up Living Tempest and Disruption, Deadly Alliance and Disruption. Since I play so much at instant speed, there's more ability for me to get value out of Disruption. Oh, that's good enough to disrupt. Kill a 3/2, plus don't let them draw a card. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, Grogoth, it's because when you're trying to win through aggression, there's like a liability to having a 5-drop in your hand. It doesn't help you hit your curve. And like, if it would single-handedly win the game anyway, then the previous damage basically doesn't matter. Like, maybe you deny your opponent one, like, turn to draw a card. Whereas if your deck is, like, all defensive stuff, you prolong games, you get to turn 5 when you're not behind more often, and then you have, like, this one power card that ends the game in 5 turns. And it really ends the game faster than that, because if you kick something after it, like I said, the Scry 2 is huge. So this time I am going to attack. It's not really because I want to get in the damage, because they're going to lock down one of these little creatures. It's because I'm hoping they'll attack back into Living Tempest, and maybe I'll get to eat the Cleric for free. No, I've been number 1 a couple of times. I never hold it, but, like, yeah, I've hit number 1, like, twice. It's been good for me in this one, Temporal Adept. But the reason it's crap is because in the late game it's a dead card, and in the early game you often need it as a land. The best land spell modals, in my opinion, are generally the ones that perform the best in the late game. You don't care if your land spell modal is expensive, because in the early game, you often, when it's in your opening hand, you often need it as a land. In the late game is when, like, they really shine as playing them as spells. Well, this didn't work out. Would I have rather draw a Disruption Roost of Drakes or Visionary, Draga Visionary? Plus, like, I could try and ambush, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to not spend my mana this turn in the hopes of killing a 2/2 flyer. I mean, every game is different, Miss Lethal. I'm very scared of their hand. My deck is not good at going aggro. If I draw Zareth or Crawling Barrens, I like my chances. If I draw Falconer, I can probably beat their flyers in the air. But overall, this is pretty rough. Oh yeah, I have 1 feed also I could draw, right? Alright, well, we're live. We've got Falconer. Hopefully they're out of gas. Nice. I should have played the land first, but Auto Tapper not helping me. I mean, I don't want a Deadly Alliance at 2/2 flyer right now anyway. If they, like, you know, into the Royal the Falconer, I might to make sure I don't get swarmed to death. And hey, thanks for watching my Spikes videos, Grogoth. Put a lot of work into that course. I appreciate that a bunch of people checked it out. Yeah, I can't blame the Auto Tapper for that one. I agree. Also, thank you for subscribing, Grogoth. Appreciate the support. Alright, so no rush to Mind Drain. This time I think we pretty clearly just play Falconer and pass. We want to kick the Bubble Snare. Hopefully they're out of answers to the Falconer. They've used the Bubble Snare and into the Royal. If they play another one, I'm going to Deadly Alliance a 2/2 flyer. I kind of have to. But I don't want to play Bubble Snare for 1 just because I can. Mana's not really something I'm choked on, and I really want to kick it so I can dig for Zareth, Crawling Barrens. Like, I'm not going to win if the game goes forever against Roost here. So kicking the Bubble Snare is kind of important to me. Okay, I like that. What can they do? They can negate. I mean, they have all spells in hand. They haven't played a land for 80 turns. But there's just negate, so probably going to try and kill Roost. I mean, I can't imagine I can like, wait. They're just going to kick more spells, right? Like, I think I have to just go for it. I don't think I want to Mind Drain. They still have so many cards in their hand. I'm in no rush to do that. I think I want to Bubble Snare and feed this turn. So I think I'm just going to feed the Roost first, see if it works. Because they might have, like, Shell Shield or something, which I'll still get my Scry to, and I don't really care if I successfully tap their 2/2 flyer or not. I mean, look, I want to. I hope to. But it's not that big of a deal. The bigger deal is, like, them getting a free 2/2 flyer if they play Shell Shield with the Roost in play. Now that the Roost is gone, I'm going to Bubble Snare with Kicker. If they Shell Shield, okay, they don't get a 2/2 flyer from Roost, and I still get my Scry. I don't think Wind Robber's too good of a draw. I mean, I definitely want to draw Deliberate. Wind Robber does not look worth its draw step. And then, of course, I'm not going to attack because they could just trade Falconer for 2/2/2s even if they have nothing, and they probably have something. They probably have, like, Might of Marasa. I mean, like, they have to have 7 spells in hand, unless they're just choosing not to play lands. I mean, they could have a bunch of the kicker cards, you know, like, you don't want to just play Cunning Geyser Mage, or Royal Mage right now. They're not doing anything on the ground, so you're holding them to get value, because they had a Roost in play until this turn. They could just have some 5-mana cards. There's, like, Turn Timber Ascetic, Glacial Grass, that's not shocking. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what they've got in that hand. There's a 5-drop. Again, that's not surprising. I'm guessing mostly like Royal Mages, Geyser Mages, Field Researches. Because remember, they would have held that stuff before because they had Roost out. Now they might be a little bit, you know, they might just play it. But before, like with Roost out, they weren't going to just play those cards. They could be, but I wouldn't guess they're color screwed. I mean, maybe they have a splash, but I mean, they're blue. They look to be blue-green kicker. Like, I don't think they're necessarily color screwed. I think they're just holding like 2 5-drops, Might of Marasa, and like some kicker cards or stuff like that for the most part. I'm not saying I can name their whole hand, obviously. Like, they discarded what? Blight Blade and Riptide? Forest and Riptide. So I think, since I don't have another Rogue out, but Skulker can ultimately trade with the Ascetic, I think I want to kill the Flyer. I'm more worried about losing in the air, and this will keep it tapped for another turn. And then I'm going to Deadly Alliance one of the 2/2 Flyers. That's another one these decks always play. I'm not surprised to see. Oh, we don't need more lands. I need more stuff in play, but for now, we're going to get to see their hand, I guess. Yep, Royal Mage, another 5-mana card. Wow, I almost named their hand. Maybe I still am Psychic. So what do we want to take? Yeah, we're probably going to lose, but, you know, I might draw Zareth. I might hit with it, take an Ascetic out of their yard. I mean, I think we're looking very bad, but I don't think the game is 100% over. Guess at this point, I'm pretty much hoping they're going to flood. I'll just take the Ascetic. I mean, look, we're looking very bad. No question. But I can activate Baron's Block and pump it again, so I can make that big quickly. I can also just draw Zareth, like I said, maybe, like, play it at a turn or ambush something and then hit with it and they have to chump again, or I can get an Ascetic. I don't think I can win this game. I'm just saying. Oh, I'm dead by Xaxes to an attack all, yeah. Well, Into the Royal makes me super dead. Before it was literally Xaxes. 2/2 on 3/2, 4/4 flyer on 2/2. Take 1, 1, and 2. So they might not have realized it. But yeah, I'm super dead. That was pretty good. They were land stalled for a while. That was a decent game. I don't mind losing ones like that. They played well. How do I survive? I mean, yeah, I guess I have to Zoff or something, or I'm going to get swarmed eventually. Like, you know, even if they don't see the swarm for lethal there and they don't really have a profitable attack, they're 5/4 on taps next turn. I guess even if I draw Zareth, like, they just swarm after that, because they're going to add something else to the board and on tap their 5/4. I probably had no realistic paths to victory. They just had all gas. Yeah, Roost is a busted card. I mean, it's a mythic uncommon, no question, you know? It's the mythic uncommon. Oh, definitely Roost. Kerrigan Intimidator is good, but Roost is better. Yeah, I miss some getting together with friends in Paper Magic. Alright, look. I don't know how many islands, but Spare Supplies draws 2 cards, and I only need 1 island, and all the cards in my hand are cheap. I have to keep this. Like, it's not even a choice. It literally is a choice, and some people would definitely mulligan it, but I'm just going to say it's not a choice, and I had to do it. I miss getting together with people at FNM and stuff like that. Yeah, sometimes I just like to look. I do a lot of picturing in my head, El Danio, so that's why I look away sometimes and stuff like that. I'm gonna sack it now because if I draw an island, I can play Wind Robber. If not, I'll play Veil. Obviously, it's worth playing Veil as an island to get my only one in play. But if I drew an island, I could go on tapped island Wind Robber, which would be much better than playing the Veil this turn. Okay, so we can't Zareth. I can put out the Wind Robber. Maybe they can kill it with the Amulet, but they have to get a counter on it, so they have to play a Wizard Instant or Sorcery that costs less than 2. The biggest downside is I'm only using 1 mana. I could deliberate first, because I wouldn't mind drawing another island, and then I could play that and play the Wind Robber. And if not, I might draw Skulker or something. I think it's worth deliberating here. And of course, 2 cards I don't want. But we'll bottom both those and get another shot at a black 2-mana card or an island. Well, this didn't go optimally. I can Zareth and try and eat the Brute if they don't have anything. If they end up playing a Wizard instead of Sorcery, they can finish it with the Amulet. It's pretty bad. I don't know what other options I really have. Like, I can't just play only Wind Robber. Like, that's just going to be too bad. I mean, maybe they just don't have anything. I mean, I can beat all kinds of random creatures. I mean... And I guess if they do kill the Zareth, I do have a lot of ammo. Once I draw an island, I have Falconer, I have Living Tempest. It's actually pretty good for me. Hopefully they don't have any instants to play. They now can't play a, they can't play like a, whatchamacallit, an instant sorcery or wizard, and then shoot the Zareth. They can finish it with like Royal Eruption, but that's a fine 2-for-1 for me. Hopefully they don't have, like, Into the Royal. I'm falling pretty far behind. But now, like, there's a lot less they can have. Because they can't get a Relic Amulet counter and finish off the Zareth with Relic Amulet. And if they have nothing, this is amazing. Because then we get to attack and they have to either chump block or we take their 3-3. So we could feed the Swarm the 3-2 here. But if they chump, that's just as good for us anyway. And then we can feed the Swarm the 4-3. So that seems better. I'm just as happy to have them chump here as I am to, you know, get a 3-3. So I'm going to attack. And then they'll probably not block if they don't have anything. And they probably don't have anything. I mean, they could have, like, a Duelist. But whatever, I'll still get to trade with the Scythe Cat. So it's hardly that bad. It is a reason to feed the Swarm the Scythe Cat to play around Duelist. But I'll still trade Zareth for their Scythe Cat, even if they -2, -0 it. And then I'll still feed the Swarm the 4-3. And if they have nothing, this is the play that accomplishes the most. Because now I get to feed the bigger of the Scythe Cats. Amulet doesn't really do anything right now, right? I mean, it costs 2 to use and it has no counters at the moment. That was a pretty good turn and a half. Play Zareth, eat a 3/3. On tap, attack with it, take your 3/3. Pay 2 mana, kill your 4/3 trample. Yeah, I'm familiar with like the basic rules of chess. I played it as a kid sometimes, not like competitively or seriously, but I mean, I know how the pieces move and all that. All right, so we can't free it up, but we can sack it to Demon's Disciple. That's still more good value. The only thing is I don't want to lose this game to Royal Eruption, and I no longer have a double block, so I think I'm going to chump with the Cleric of Chill Depths. I was going to double block, but I don't want to throw away both creatures. It has 6 power, and I just want to keep my life total above 5. I have so much ammo in my hand, and 5 is the magic number in these matchups against any red deck. 5 is the magic number in this format. So even though it's not on tapping this turn, I still want to Demon's Disciple it, because it's a lot better than, some small creature they might play next turn. So I guess this turn is sack Spare Supplies, Wind Robber, and Demon's Disciple. So let's start by sacking Spare Supplies, see if that changes anything. I don't know if I have another feed. I'm not worried about it. I'll lose it. I mean, I'm getting to kill the 6/5 here, right? Like, it's reasonably good for me. Yeah, they can shoot Disciple, but... Oh, I guess I could sack Disciple instead of Zareth, but they can shoot Disciple with the ability on the stack. So if they do that, I lose the ability to sack Disciple anyway. Could also Shell Shield it now, just to have an extra 0/3 if I wanted to. I don't think I have a second feed. I don't think that Zareth does anything for me now that it's Bubble Snared. I do have another Royal, but I don't need to free up the Zareth like later when that happens. I mean, look, I have a 4/4 flyer, a 3/3 flyer, and a Shell Shield to protect them. 3 creatures to their none. Like, why are we worrying about the game where I draw into the Royal later and can free up Zareth? I know Zareth is busted, but, like, that's just not the game we're playing right now, right? Like, I'm at 7, I'm trying to close out, I've got a good board. That's bad. I wish I had the Shell Shield up so they couldn't bounce their own Brute back to their hand. I don't love that. But if we draw an island, we can protect Falconer, then we're pretty safe. So if they attack, I'm definitely going to block, and then they can try and Relic it. I'll Shell Shield. If they do that first, even better. Not saying they're making a mistake. It's the right play for them if that's their best play this turn. But now I can fire Shell Shield. They won't even be able to attack because I'll have a 4/7 hexproof. I can get rid of lands. 2/2 is fine. It's not one of my better draws, but given I can play that and Living Tempest, and this is like a high-pressure game because they're going to add Brute, pretty sure I want to top that. This is a good game. I don't know if I'm going to win or lose. Really good game. But I think I can attack. I'm no longer necessarily going to play around Royal Eruption. They emptied their hand, and this game is just really tight. I want to. If they couldn't kill Zareth, then I would have won this game with Zareth very easily. So then I was going to play around it. So hopefully they don't have Royal. I'm definitely going to let myself go to 4 here. Or like Might of Marasa. There's no reason to put those cards in their hand. Relic Amulet doesn't go to players, but the longer the game goes, the better for them. Well, that's a card. I mean, the 0-1s aren't that scary right now. Okay, so I can go to... If I go to 5, I don't have to block Brute. But I really need 2 blockers, or I die if they just draw a land. I can't count on the Robber, so I should probably attack with it. It's lethal, but they have Relic Amulet, so it's not lethal. If they Relic Amulet the Robber, it's not lethal, y'all. Now, I could attack with all three. I mean, they might not do it. If they do it and I sack it, though, if they draw a land, even if I draw a card to play, I'm dead. So, I mean, I don't know. They don't know that, but they also don't expect more from their amulet, right? I mean, I'm not, like, dead, like, right now, like, by any stretch. Like, I can win this game in 2. These are just O1s. Assuming they don't draw, like, Vastwood Surge. If they draw a land, I'm facing a 4-5, a 5-5, and a 3-3. If they draw a creature that doesn't impact the board or something, that's, like, a dead draw right now. If no ping, I win, yes. I'm at 5 life, so I'm going to need 2 blockers to survive. So if I go all in and they ping, I lose, unless I draw, like, Into the Royal into something. If I just attack with, like, you know, Wind Robber and Falconer, they're at 4 if they don't ping, and then they die to Falconer next turn, but I still have to draw something. But I have to draw something either way if they ping. Yeah, well, they didn't even give me the choice. They should have waited. It's right for them to ping it, but they should have waited for sure. Okay, so now I'm not actually sure that I can attack with the Falconer or not, though. I guess I kind of have to and just hope they don't draw... Like, because if they draw a land, Living Tempest trades with the 3-3. The 1-3 locks down 5, but the 4 doesn't kill me because of Mind Drain. Okay, so I can attack with the Falconer. So now if they draw a random creature, I win. If they draw a land, I'm forced to block with the Living Tempest. Like, if they don't force me to block with the Living Tempest, it's too bad I milled Stalker. That would have been the dead draw I needed them to have. But I had to play the Mind Drain for the 1 life. But if they don't force me to block with the Living Tempest here... Well, I didn't have to play for the 1 life, but it's probably right. So the ping doesn't really change anything, but the land forces me to block with the Tempest. Oh, they're dead to the Falconer. Okay, we won. The one from the Mind Drain makes the Falconer lethal. So the Relic Amulet ping changes nothing. What a game. Whew. Yeah, we won. This doesn't go to players, right? Not that it matters, like, they're dead to the Falconer, but I mean, I'll trade this and take 4 if this doesn't go to players. Yeah, it doesn't. Winning at 1 and winning at 2 is the same, so, I mean, whatever. What a game. I think we have an emote for this moment. One doesn't equal 0. You nailed it, Morty the Black. Blackjack. Alright, for all the marbles, last game of the night. Barring unexpected calamities, I should be back on tomorrow. 3 more best of 1 drafts. I'm not going to play on this account tonight. We'll resume with whatever rating I finish this game with. We're currently 21st, so we'll do our best to try and climb, and we'll do it on stream this week. I'll probably just end up falling down, but, you know. Yeah, right? Mind Drain just won a game. Mind Rot would have lost. But the real reason it's so good in the format is, like I said, the little abilities synergize. If Mind Drain was the exact same card, but the abilities didn't have, like, synergy in the format, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. It would still be substantially better. I mean, look, a 2-point life swing plus a mill 1. But, like, the mill 1 gets you closer to the Rogue 8 in the graveyard, and the gain 1 triggers things for clerics. So that's the reason, like, it's really, like, Mind Drain is a lot better than Mind Rot in this format. But we're 6-2, so this is for all the marbles. I'm really happy to get 6 wins, even if I don't get 7 out of this deck. Pack 3 just went abysmally for me. Like, it was like one of the worst packs I've ever had in a draft. Like, I hardly ever play Spare Supplies or Deliberate or any of this muck. Obviously, we're winning most of these games because of Zareth and Crawling Barons, and they're both totally broken. But still. Alright, I'm not worried about falling that far behind since I already have a 3-drop to play now. I'd rather get the Spare Supplies online since that comes into play tapped. Deliberate gives you a little bit more ability right now, but I already have a play for next turn. So I'd rather just, get the Spare Supplies online. Well, that's not good. So now I really want to kill Taborax before the Demon's Disciple. Like, if they sack the Blood Priest and draw a card, that's really bad for me. I mean, Mind Drain is sweet. I like it. Not like anti-Mind Drain or something. So now I take it all back. Now we're under immense pressure, and I no longer want to cast my 3-drop. I guess I have, like, Vanquish and Feed the Swarm, so I'm just going to Vision end of their turn, I think. It looks at 6 cards, and I know I have a couple outs for the Taborax. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Urza's Taco Truck. After this game, I'm going to be eating dinner. I will strongly consider tacos in appreciation of your subscription. Neither of those kill the creatures I need to kill. This is not going well. Like, not really sure what I can do. I guess I have to just let them draw a card. I'm falling too far behind. I mean, this is so bad. I guess I could Deliberate, and then I look at 3 cards to find, like, Feed the Swarm or at least a 2-drop to play. This is going very poorly now. Taborax was really, really annoying. Well, neither of those help me right now. They're both good cards, but I think I have to find something cheap to play. And where were you before? I think I'm just dead. I don't know if I can really come back. I guess if I draw Feed or Bubble Snare and they don't add to the board, I can Vanquish the Taborax and then, like, Feed or Bubble Snare the other one. I do have cheap cards. Like, I could draw Duelist. I could draw Skulker. But this is... And I'm going to sack Supplies, so I get 2 cards for next turn. This is pretty rough. How to lose without ever casting a spell like a pro. Because you don't want to let them draw cards off Taborax. Yeah, Supplies and Deliberate have been better for me than you would expect because I'm a pretty controlling deck. But yeah, they were big problems this game. Alright, so for now, though, we have the Veil. So I guess this is just Vanquish and Veil. I'm not going to kill it now. If they have tricks... Oh, maybe I should have. I didn't realize I was going to have to discard. But if they have tricks, I'm probably going to lose anyway. So it might influence their attacks. You know, they might play around stuff. But the plan is Vanquish, Taborax, and Veil. And then we'll see where we're at next turn. Well. So now that basically counters Veil. So if I Vanquish, Taborax, and Veil, I die. So that's not an option. So I guess I have to vanquish Paired Tactician. And then Veil to not literally get lethaled. I can do it after, because after I Veil, it'll shrink again. So, I guess there's no reason to do it first. It's not going to grow. They don't have any more warriors. Maybe it would have disincentivized them from attacking with everything. I don't know. Oh, wait, Tabrex is going to grow. I'm just dead. But there's no way around this. No matter what creature I killed, Tabrex grew. Nothing I could do there. Yeah, I mean, nothing I could do there. If I would have Discipled against that hand on turn 3, they sack the 2-1, they get to draw another card and Tabrex grows. It barely even saves me damage, because I'm killing a 2-power creature, but it's putting a +1/+1 counter on Tabrex. On the other hand, I saw a lot of cards. Like, if I would have just Selundu Visioned into that Vanquish, instead of finding it 3 cards later off the Deliberate, I would have Vanquished the Tabrex on turn 4. I probably wouldn't have gotten Swarmed to death. I might have lost, but I wouldn't have gotten Swarmed to death. So, I think I played that game correctly. Sometimes you make plays and they don't work out like the best, but they still gave you the highest chance to win. I mean, Selundu Vision looks at 6 cards. It's not like I played Draw 2 on turn 3. I looked at 6 cards, and then I get my draw step. So I get 7 cards to hit, like, Feed or Vanquish. 7 cards is a lot. So I think I played that game right. It just didn't work out. Pretty happy to get 6 and 3 out of this pile. So a pretty good day on stream. What do we go, like 4-3, 7-1, or 7-2? No, was it 7-1 and then 6-3? Not a bad record. And we finished 33rd Mythic. Pretty happy with that. I'll be picking up the best of 1 on this account tomorrow. So, you might gain or lose a few places, but we'll try and climb the ladder. In reality, I'll probably just fall way down on the ladder like I normally do, but good fun nonetheless. I know there was a ton of subscribers today. Thank you, everybody, for your support. I've just been honestly blown away. I know I say it all the time, but I just did not expect this. So thank you to everybody out in the Magic community who supports my content. Y'all are awesome. And of course, as usual, we're going to finish with a raid. So who should we raid? Who is streaming? Who's drafting? Preferably Zendikar, but Cube is not out of the question. I'm open to drafting any color or any archetype in this format. Part of why I love it so much is because I think it's so balanced. See the people on that I usually follow cubing. I don't see too much Zendikar drafting. Much love right back at you, Gerbeer Pig. Like I said, I knew I had some people watch my content. My draft videos were popular, but I never expected, I'd start streaming, I'd have 1,000 viewers every night, basically. And my YouTube channel is rapidly approaching 10,000 subscribers. It's just incredible. So, y'all have really impressed and blown me away with your level of support. And look, like I said, I don't have a contract this year. I'm just streaming because of you, so, thank you. So, if there's nobody on doing Zendikar, I can raid, Gabby with LSV cubing. Oh, no, they're doing... Well, it says CFB podcast. I don't know what they're doing. It says Arena Cube and podcast. Or, Voxy's cubing. Yeah, a lot of cubing. I follow a bunch of people who play a lot of Limited, but they're, all cubing. I don't see anybody, drafting Zendikar right now. Which is disappointing. It's only the best Limited format since Dominaria. That's awesome, F. Perez. Well, thank you. And thank you for subscribing and supporting my stream. I appreciate it. Well, I'm glad you're learning a lot, Krogoff. Like I said, that's what I go for, deliberate, analytical, break everything down. Certainly my plays aren't always right, but I understand what I'm doing, so we can always discuss and analyze everything. Mr. Metronome went live. Is he drafting? Is he cubing? It says podcast. Oh, that's just a command that they're advertising their podcast. That's what him and Gabby are both probably doing. Is Mr. Metronome cubing, or is he playing Zendikar? If he's playing Zendikar, I'll raid him for sure, because everybody's cubing. Also cubing like everybody else. I prefer Zendikar Rising to Cons by quite a bit. Like I said, this is my favorite draft format since Dominaria. I love this format. Well, Ham just went on. He's cubing too, but he's still, a very good drafter, and I don't get to raid him as often, so I'm going to raid the Ham TV. But he's cubing too. Everybody is. So if you want more Zendikar content, I don't know how to help you, because everybody alive except me is cubing. And look, I get it. The cube is new. The cube is sweet. But Every single person I follow is cubing. So I'm going to raid the Ham TV. That's Pro Tour champion Kyle Rose. So easily in the debate for best limited player, best drafter of all time. So if you want to go along with this raid on the Ham TV, that's great. If not, either way, I will see you tomorrow for 3 more Zendikar Best of 1 drafts. And other than that, I'm going to go eat some food. I hope everybody has a good night. Let's see, /raid. Why is my /raid command not working? It's the Ham TV, right? Let's try it a different way. Go to the creator dashboard. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Thanks again. Really appreciate it, and I'll see you tomorrow.